Transplants. Year 209 Part 2. The heroes arrived in our world for their first trip. They looked quite afraid to approach my clone, but when they arrived, they didn't look back or turn around. Instead, they were quickly whisked through the tunnels, and out to Freska where the rest of the Valthorns attended to them. Snacks and food followed, and a health check, just to make sure they didn't suffer any weird symptoms from moving worlds. Even here, under the biolab's inspection, these otherworld heroes largely used the same underlying template. No significant variation in their soul spring or natures, unless it's not something I am able to see. Maybe there's another layer to the soul, or an ability to look further into the soul that I've not seen so far. The heroes, on the other hand, quickly asked to visit the hero logs. This is it. They watched the strange book, and then Kelly touched it first. I sensed a surge in star mana, and they were in a trance. Their bodies glowed, faintly, and I sensed her own star mana enter the book. The book remained a black box to me, even now, and as more and more heroes used it, I felt the magical energies within the book seem to change slightly. It's a blend of all their mana, and yet different. Kelly eventually snapped out of the trance, and she immediately sat down. Prabhu offered her snacks and some tea, said a few words and then walked away. Take your time. I thought about what I saw and learned for weeks. It's all right if you want to cry, or want to just go somewhere quiet and shout for a while. She looked a bit teary-eyed, and then nodded. It'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be okay. Prabhu nodded and walked to rejoin Adrian. Let's give her some space. Adrian looked at Kelly, and Kelly just nodded. It was his turn. An hour-long trance, then he immediately fell to the floor. Adrian froze, and then sat on a sofa right next to Kelly. He sat, and rubbed his head, and then, can I sleep here? I think I need to sleep on it. Yeah, it's fine. No one comes here except us. Maybe except Stella, Kay and Ken, but they can't use the book. Food and water is in that cabinet over there. Eons' powers preserve them so they'll last. I am going to go get something to eat, and we'll come back after that. Do not to run anywhere. This valley is normally off limits. If you need anything, the Valtrian guys are outside. Adrian nodded, and settled himself on the sofa. Yeah, it'll be alright, I think. Prabhu and Colette left, and it was just Adrian and Kelly in the chamber of the heroes' journals. You're gonna sleep? Kelly asked. Yeah, okay. Kelly sat and leaned back onto the sofa. Maybe I should too. I am not sleeping with you. Adrian responded. Of course not. Kelly laughed. I'll be here. They both took a nap. Prabhu and Colette returned about 3 hours later and found both of them still sleeping. Huh, that really knocked them out. Eon, can you let me know when they are awake? Sure. Is the entire continent like this? No, not really. This level of development was only present here. Prabhu said. But some of the other cities are becoming more modern, and more Earth-like. It'll take a few decades, though, before they get anywhere near this. They walked the streets of Freska. Freska's city core had become more dense, and some of the buildings began to tower into the skies, built into or integrated with the giant attendant trees that covered it. My massive giant attendant trees served as the skyscraper equivalent of their central support structures, and craftsmen built rooms and floors anchored to my trees. For now, beetles remain the primary source of fast transport between places, especially for voluminous and bulky goods, but due to demand, there is also a basic teleportation network in place. It feels like home, in a different way. Yeah, it's crowded. At the street level, it feels like any of the big cities. Prabhu nodded. They walked on elevated paths, separated from the common folk. A network of paths and ropeways crisscrossed Freska, linking buildings to each other. The Valtrians built a network of dedicated paths for their own use, so that it was easier for the Valthorns to mobilize and transport goods around Freska, away from general public traffic. We also had tunnels for that purpose, but the Valtrians advised that visibility had a value of its own. It was also good practice for my spies. Smells like it too. Adrian nodded. I wasn't expecting to smell coffee. It's not present in the mountain world. Prabhu smiled. I'll stop you there. Coffee was not invented by heroes. They already have it natively as a supplement and is popular with mages and priests as a study aid. Huh. Adrian nodded. Does coffee do anything? Yeah. There are magically enhanced and skill-enhanced versions. Some of them can essentially function like drugs back home. I've seen some Southerner soldiers have them to help them keep watch through the night. Shit. That's really wild. We could have used something like that on the mountain world to help with the demons. Adrian said. So many alarms missed because someone dozed off. Kelly popped in. Sounds like something to trade. Maybe we can be coffee importers and connoisseurs back in the mountain world. I've always liked cafe culture. Tea culture is stronger here, and honestly, I don't even know what good coffee tastes like. Prabhu laughed. Did your parents ever let you try coffee? They always told me it's an adult drink, and I had to turn 18 before I could try it. You have strict parents, Adrian said. I always get coffee when I have to cram for an exam. But it's homemade stuff, and my mom's not very good with the coffee machine, so it isn't that great. Kelly coughed. Privileged. All I get is pre-mixed stuff. Adrian rolled his eyes at the lady. Prabhu just grinned. It's all right. There are some good ones, though their tastes would probably not match what we have back home. Honestly, the only one who could judge is Stella. Oh, speaking of which, when are we meeting her? Now. They entered the building through the elevated path, and into a large, airy chamber. This was normally the top floor of one of the city's many eateries and tea houses. Stella was already there. A Valtrian nodded, and then left through the stairs. Stella, meet Adrian and Kelly, the heroes of Mountain World. Stella smiled. Well met. It's nice to meet someone from home without having to get a notification that someone died. Adrian didn't get it. Sorry, what does that mean? It means, the earlier batch must die before I meet someone new. Oh, anyway, that was my bad. It was a morbid thing to say. Come, have some tea. Have they given these to you before? I've had tea, Kelly said. But these are different. Ah, yes. Then you must try it. Stella smiled. Come, sit. Separately, Alka, now with a domain, got the full briefing. A briefing that made his eyes widen, and made him shake in excitement. It wasn't as if he didn't know or guess, but it was a strong hunch. He had suspected I had intended to stop the demons somehow, but now it was clear that I intended to somehow hack the system, and he naturally understood why I sent Lumuf to do all those otherworldly missions. I am sorry we couldn't tell you all this before. Edna said. No, it perfectly makes sense now. The part on the Ava's warning of the eventual end of the hero's summon and the full extent of the discussion was also revealed. He naturally had far more questions than I did. Things he would take some time to figure out on his own. More importantly, now that you have a domain and with the protection of my pantheon, I can now send you to the other worlds too. If you can figure out something, that'll be great. The next one for the domain would be Stella. Year 210. The Ivan forces didn't have much problems with the weakened anti-mana demons, but they struggled really badly against the demon champions. The demon champions that came through were the supersized demons, larger than walkers, and it was their sheer size that made them difficult to kill. They were vulnerable, but it was really hard to reach that vulnerable spot without using magic. Ballista and bows worked, but they needed to pack sufficient punch to actually deal damage, without getting crushed or killed by the anti-mana sludge they released. Grandmaster Enka, naturally, appealed for help, and we continued to supply them with both weapons and manpower to deal with the anti-mana champions. The heroes came too. Chung and Hafiz were eager to try out and see where they stood. They struggled just a little bit. Their natural combat instincts was to use their strongest abilities, and these star mana-powered abilities were weakened by the champion's magical resistance. Once they switched to their mana-less abilities though, that made a huge difference. They noticed that using star mana to boost their own stats did not suffer drawbacks, though the length of that boost seemed to be shorter, especially if they took a hit from the demons due to mana burn. In short, these anti-mana's demons can dispel magical buffs. It was possible to stack stat-boosting buffs to hit harder, but not buffs that had a magical element. Ken's personal preference was to just somehow invent some kind of bunker buster bomb or TNT, since this was a mountain-turned demon, so just blow up the mountain, the old-school way. Alka's alchemists and researchers were able to find some substances that created small explosions, but were orders of magnitude weaker than TNT. It'd be a long time before our technology caught up to Earth, especially on such non-magical matters. It was quite ironic to think it may be easier to kill this demon king conventionally by a nuclear bomb or Tsar Bomba, than with magic bombs. Even if I understood the broad principles of such bombs, the actual fact was making such a bomb still required technology I did not have. Technology is often built upon many little incremental steps, and even if I knew what I wanted, it still takes a long crawl to get there. On the other side, we looked at stat-boosting drugs and potions. Alchemists, witches, shamans, could make potions and drafts that temporarily granted boosts. The heroes themselves have magical boosts, but because these magical stat boosts could be dispelled whenever they took a hit from the demons, it made sense to now consider non-magical boosts. We had these kinds of stat boosting potions and equipment for a while, owing to my long research into ginseng roots. My ginseng roots provided permanent boosts, but their relative strength was nothing like these temporary power-ups. One alternative was something like Lumuf's domain ability, but Empowered Faithful did not boost heroes or my other domain holders. In fact, from my own prior research, only about half of all types of boosting abilities worked on domain holders, but their effectiveness was average. But better average than none. Anyway, we gathered all these potions and elixirs and tested them out on the heroes and also my domain holders. We prioritized non-magical ones, and then tested them against the demon champions on the eastern continent. Those that were dispelled were sent back for further studies, and those that didn't would be chosen for use. Looks like we need a domain level alchemist and shaman too. On top of the barbarian, physical combatant, this was also an area we needed support. We already have the knight, the archer, the priest. You are supposed to be our alchemist. I specialize in magical explosive bombs, not potions. I can make lesser ones, but they are not that great. Alka was right, and generally, I could make a lot of kinds of saps, and these were the extended versions of stuff you could find in nature. Healing saps, hallucinogens, relaxants, stimulants, poisons, and in these types of stuff, I outclassed him significantly. His stuff were also more magical in nature, because his research was extensive in the areas of magical bombs, runes and formations. Oh well, at least we know there is another gap to fill in our domain party. This continent feels like how it is back in our world. Kelly and Adrian commented as they visited the eastern continent for the first time, the magical medieval nations and cities, the temples and priests. It was almost as if this was a template copied and pasted over the multiverse. They were nobodies in this world. Nobody knew they were heroes, so it wasn't hard to smuggle them to that part of the world. They were quickly guided to the location of the anti-magic demons, where they fought them for the first time. It wasn't a hard fight, since the demons were ironically weakened by the ambient mana, but the mana dispelling abilities were annoying, and they had to adapt. The demon champions were harder, but less so for Adrian, who had a monk build. His heroic Kai-based abilities were only minimally weakened. Monks. I need my own version of Ionic monks. I totally need monks and physical combat masters. I'll need to start with a monastery on the mountain somewhere, or an island with peach blossoms. Maybe they should be called the Seedland Temple. I needed physical barbarian types, monks, and alchemists. Only then I would have a balanced team able to weather the demonic storm, and perhaps, brave the storm and search for the eye. I'll probably also need vampire hunters, exorcists, witches, doctors. In short, I need every major RPG archetype out there. My forest on the mountain world expanded quickly, and within months we saturated the area under my rule with trees, turning what was once a demonic wasteland into a verdant, monster-filled land. There were some familiar accidents, of course. Exploding demonic trees were also present in this world, but thankfully no major damage. With the land reclaimed, creatures spawned, and the native fauna re-emerged. They were slightly different, as with all worlds. The dogs were slightly different. The lizard people of this world are different from the lizard people of Treehome. Minuscule problems appeared everywhere. There were linguistic problems, and the small group of Valthorns sent to administer this land on my behalf was quick to discover that the language had a lot of minor differences, each carrying different emotional weightage. Even if we understood what each other said because of system shenanigans, there were meanings and context that was missing. That led to diplomats and young graduates of FTC taking their first trip to the mountain world, in an attempt to truly understand this strange new world. I wonder whether I had facilitated the first true alien civilization encounter, even if they were more similar than not. This land was a blank slate, and knowing what I knew now, there were a few things that I had my new settlers work on. Mistakes to avoid back with freska. 1. A clear constitution for this new land, with clearly set out delegations of authority. The central continent of Treehome is a troublesome, cobbled together hodgepodge of nations, many subservient to different degrees, each with their own set of rights and laws. It worked on Treehome essentially through the brute force of my artificial minds, providing the much needed oversight. I could crush those who oppose it, but I didn't think it was necessary to force such a change when it worked so far. Again, since this is entirely new, I hope to avoid that by having a simpler constitution, a leaner organization, and clearer laws. 2. Clear boundaries, and standardized currency. Back home the currency system is frankly a mess, and I wanted to avoid that. Even boundaries between internal disputing nations gave rise to unnecessary wars. 3. Better planned cities and nations. When Freska was built, It was planned, but there were flaws. Mistakes. Due to lack of foresight. Every time I had a new addition, like the Triology Colleges or FTC, I had to earmark additional land outside of existing city boundaries. It made for a city that sprawled outwards, that worked only because of a constant network of beetles that transported people from one part of the city to another. Defensive structures were added sometimes proactively, sometimes reactively, as and when we needed them. I had indirectly built a version of suburbia. So, before any major construction was done, my settlers would first do up a structural plan for the entire land, together with a defensive plan for both demon kings and other enemies. Mountainworld will face its own demon kings, and naturally, any new nation or city must be designed with that in mind. We'd also try to consider how we could accommodate future needs. One of which was my domain transportation ability. Right now, anyone who wanted to visit Mountainworld would have to make a visit to the Valley of the Unrotten, because the teleportation ability only works between my main body and clones. So, they have to at least touch my roots in order to work. With this place acting as a center for trade between the two worlds, I needed to design the cities to enable that to be a seamless process. A city around my clone body, instead of freska's design where I am located far away from the valley. Freska was essentially traveling 2 hours to an airport far from the city center. If possible, I wanted to have this new nation have what's the equivalent of a city airport. It made sense back then because I wanted to protect the valley. The valley had things I wanted kept away from others. Again, historical baggage that I could change with this new piece of land. 4. It's likely that the diplomatic relationship with the other nations would deteriorate over time. Our contribution to their security and victory would be forgotten in decades, and what was a friendly relationship would eventually turn to war. I hoped to avoid that, so to do that, I wanted to significantly reach out to all the temples and find ways to stop it. I have nothing to fear, since I was confident I would win, but another crusade was a waste of resources, and an unnecessary sacrifice of the high-leveled individuals of the mountain world, who would be inescapably summoned to fight against me. So, my expansion in this world must be accompanied by a significant spy arm to intercept negative intelligence and take out unfriendly parties, and a significant propaganda arm in order to build a positive public impression, such that the nobles are dissuaded from war. 5. If Treehome falls to some demon king, this world will serve as our backup plan. The land must be designed such that it can accommodate Treehome refugees for a reasonably long period of time. Trinkets, please. Year 211. These days, I feel like I've been moving from one Demon King battle to another Demon King battle. After the Parasite Demon King, we moved on to the Demon King of the Mountain Worlds, Aquila, or Sabnok Light. Now, we're waiting for the Demon King to come to our world. All the preparations have been made, and there's not much I can do beyond what we've done. Not in that short a time. Now, we had to hope that what we did was enough. I hope it was, but reality had a tendency of surprising us, just as how I was surprised by their anti-mana nature. This was essentially the grind. We keep fighting demons, and hoping that it gives us an edge for the next one. It even felt boring to me. Strangely, the heroes and my domain holders didn't feel that way. Their normal sense of time meant there really was a long gap between the demon kings, and those 10 years were filled with normal life stuff. Ah well. We already had our conventional weapons prepared, and Stella got better at sensing the rift gates. As a result, she was roughly able to estimate the location of the Demon King's movement. With that, we quickly worked with the Ivan temples to evacuate the location, and prepare for war. It wasn't easy, because of Ava's hold on the continent was weak. The warnings were quickly dismissed, and the political ruling parties that had valuable establishments in that area were quick to suspect a greater ploy at play. They suspected that the Ava wanted the place evacuated and claim it for themselves. Honestly, from my own assessment of the Ivan temples, I am not surprised. Corruption and power-grabbing behavior permeated their structure to a far greater degree than ours. 2/3 of all priests of the Ivan temples were in someone's pockets, and the triumvirs themselves were compromised to some degree. They had their biases, each favoring their home nation, or their own original backers. So when the Ivan temples made decrees, which they did often, resistance was naturally much higher. A riot broke out, clearly instigated by the nobles. The heroes were away fighting, trying to level against the demon champions and also trying out their anti-mana glass weapons against the demon champions. So, for now, we watched as the Ivan temples guys tried to quell the riot. This is stupid. Stella smacked her head. Eons should just march the Valthorns here and they'll just shut up. They were safe, away from the riots in the cities around them. Edna shrugged. To some extent, this is an internal matter for the Ivan temples. What good is Eons forces if they are not projected at this time? The Ivans clearly need our help, and they can't get them to agree. We need to put our foot down and force them to. This is one of the times where a forced evacuation makes all the sense in the world. The heroes should be here to evacuate them. That's what the Ivan temples prefer. Declaring our presence so overtly would make it difficult for the Ivan temple to maintain cordial relations with the other 3 temples. Our relationship with the other temples have mostly calmed down, with them tolerating our presence, and my Valthorns trying their best not to mount an invasion. It's a common line of thought among the nobles and Valthorns, who believe the central continent is significantly better than the unruly nations of the other 4 continents. The worst kinds are those who truly believe how good we have it, and they take the quality of life differences as the reason for us to invade them. As if it is our duty to uplift these other folks. My believers would definitely prefer to impose central continent-style federal rule on the others, and while I understand why, it's something I don't really want to do. I dislike that sort of thought, as hypocritical as it sounds. Yes, I secured the security of Freska through a massive military and economic expansion, defeating and killing my way to power. But I think at some point, one must acknowledge that further expansion of the Valthorns is just pure greed. The central continent produces enough, and why do I want to impose my way on the others? There is space for coexistence. For diversity. Dominance does not have to equal annihilation for the other side. It's tempting, when in positions of power, to always apply force to get our way. That works, but ultimately, if the general masses perceive the ruling party as one that only gets things done by force, it also restricts the ruling party to a path of only using force. In short, if the other parties think you have a hammer, and will only use a hammer to hammer down everything, they will act and prepare themselves in response. A ruling party must be able to do all things, in order to maximize its policy choices, because the hammer is not always the best choice. An olive branch or a stern warning may sometimes be all that's needed. Anyway, I have the privilege of being distanced from these issues, because I have other lands where I don't have to deal with such things. A mob listens to no one. Even the nobles that started it. The Ivan temples tried their best to suppress the riots. One of my undercover priests nodded. They seemed to be exceptionally angry. The spies sent to support my small Valthorn delegations agreed. There must be some spies or instigators working for the nobles. With some leadership and rebel-type abilities, it's not hard to convince regular villages to take up arms. Come on. We can't be waiting for the heroes to get things done. The heroes were busy. They fought a few demon champions for practice throughout the continents. In the Sandworld, Lumuf waited in the tunnels. We had already destroyed the Riftgate structures back at the entrance to the pits, and we were pretty sure those things regenerated after a while, because it was the 4th time we destroyed them. We made regular trips down into the pits, to check on the status of the dormant Demon King, and each time, we took in the magical changes down below. We noticed the strength of the mana drain from the depths below increased over time, but it wasn't getting bigger. Perhaps this was already the maximum size of the Demon King. For now, we only made a few probing attacks and mostly remained outside its senses. The demon mother formed a strong demonic bubble that acted as its means to sense intruders. The demon seemed to be particularly sensitive to my roots, and every one of my roots triggered the demon mother to respond with a huge blast of acid. The acid wasn't explosive, but they were heavily corrosive and seemed to suck mana out of everything. I had wanted to gather some of that acid for my own research, but it was really hard to collect samples since it's heavily corrosive and seemed to eat through my vines and roots rather easily. As we monitored, we began noticing the rate of mana drain began to plateau. Was the Demon King finally mature? Is it happening? I think so. The ground shook, and Lumuf sprung into action. My roots surged out from our tiny cave and smashed into the Demon King's bubble, but this time, I pushed harder. The demon mother roared in defiance, and attacked with its corrosive acid blast. A wall of wood temporarily redirected the acid blast, buying time for Lumuf to move out of the way. More roots, and this time, we attacked both the demon mother and the dormant demon king. The earth shook some more, and the weird bubble around the dormant demon started to show wavy lines that seemed a bit like symbols. They were similar to the ones we saw on the rift gates, but different. Remember what we see. My artificial minds tried their best to record the signages and lines, but we were moving quickly, and my wooden shields blocked our sights. In any case, we were not getting a good view of the whole thing. The lines began to glow, and then, that bubble of magic around the Demon King started to wobble and swirl, like a blob of water floating in space. It wobbled, and swirled, and then, it started to move upward. At that moment, I felt a strong void mana presence above us. The dormant Demon King twisted, and turned. It began to unfurl its body, and now I saw it for what it seemed to be. A gigantic stony lizard with two heads, one on each side. It looked deformed. There were streaks of glowing green in parts of its sand-colored body, and those glowing green parts emitted a strangely familiar energy. But we had no time to dwell on it. We moved upwards, and my roots blasted out like a machine gun. I caused the walls of the pit to collapse and hoped that the rocks would slow down the Demon King. The rocks that collapsed just melted into that blob. It was some kind of liquid mana mixture, and some of my vines drained some of its energy. It was demonic mana and core mana, plus something I wasn't sure about. Like the remnants of the physical components of the Demon King that it didn't need. Thankfully it was relatively slow, and Lumuf was able to shoot up the pits faster than the Demon King. We needed to get to the Void Tower before the Demon King did, and hopefully hack it. Now's the time to send more people over. I can't, Stella said. There's something that's over the demon's world and it's interfering with it. What? I couldn't see it, but Stella could, and she said that the demon world at this moment was covered in a cloud of void mana. Was it the doorway to that black sun I saw on the parasite world? In any case, as we approached the exit of the pits, I saw the previously destroyed rift gates had been somehow magically reconstructed. No matter, my roots smashed into them, and this time, they were charged with so much void mana that they blocked my roots. Initially, I tried again with more force, more power, and borrowed some star mana. I took out a few of the towers, and they exploded, releasing the void mana with it. Eon, the astral path is wobbling. We looked up. The sky was dark, and Lumuf shot out of the pit like a fighter jet, and at that moment, there were a ring around the pit, filled with void mana. It kept pulling void mana from that black sun, and I felt its void mana grow. Patrick had to step in once again, as I felt a strong mental attack coming from the black sun. But I am stronger now, and we stared at the black void. It wasn't a voice, just a really irritating background hum. It would turn anyone else insane, and Lumuf looked very uncomfortable even with my mind's shielding. The black sun filled the world with void mana. So, I pulled star mana from the heroes, and charged my anti-demon magical spears. And I threw them at the oversized ring around the pit. It exploded violently, and some of the void mana leaked out. Eon, what's happening? The astral path is wobbling a lot. Mana surged out of the pit, and then destroyed Riftgate towers magically reappeared. I pulled out more of my spears, and threw them at the rift gates. They regenerated even after my attacks, but I sensed its energy level dipped slightly. Which causes it to wobble more. It's not wobbling as much now. I charged another spear with star mana, and flung it at the ring again. Another huge explosion as the void mana reacted violently to the star mana. At that point, the black sun pulsed, and the sky was suddenly flooded with void mana. I attempted to charge one more spear, and the spear exploded immediately, even before I threw the spear. Smart. I cursed as Lumuf emerged from a shell of charred wood. I used normal mana to charge up the spears, but they didn't do as much damage. The rift gates were charged, in a similar, alternating pattern of void mana and core mana. The two-headed lizard emerged from the depths. If I can't hit the gates, why not the Demon King? Lumuf smashed into the Demon King, and landed on top of it. Immediately, my roots pierced the Demon King's sandy top. I wasn't sure whether this Demon King awakened or not, but there was no harm trying. Lumuf mentally agreed. Well, to hell with it. Let's hit it. My mana surged through Lumuf, and I knew it wouldn't work. But I wanted to weaken it, and see whether I could mess with it. If star mana reacted badly with void mana, injecting star mana into a Demon King should cause it to fail to travel through the astral path, or at least, disrupt it. I injected the Demon King with star mana again. This time, I wanted the void mana in the ambient surroundings to trigger an explosion. Eon, what the flying fuck is happening? Stella cursed as she watched the astral path wobble like someone was shaking a string from the other end. Lumuf's trying to attack the Demon King. What? We planned for this. Well, see how it goes. Stella couldn't send someone over, but I could constantly pull things through the vine ropeway. More spears smashed into the Demon King, as a large rift cracked open in the skies above us, revealing a massive multicolored blob. Another black droplet emerged from the blob and it flew towards the Demon King at incredibly high speed. Stop that thing. My roots surged outwards and smashed into the black droplet. It was incredibly tough, and I barely chipped a bit off. But I did. So I tried again. I managed to land 2 hits, and then placed multiple wooden shields along its path. It smashed through them easily. I wrapped vines around it, but it burned through my vines like I was a level 1 tree. I smashed it repeatedly, each time a little chip off. I attempted to trigger it with star mana, and the explosions didn't hurt it at all. The black droplet touched the Demon King, and it merged seamlessly. The Demon King, previously without a will, now opened all of its eyes. It shook its body midair, then both the black sun and the formless blob vanished abruptly. I felt magic around us shift, and concentrated itself around the Demon King. At that very moment, Lumuf could even taste it in the air, and feel it on his skin. Even in my avatar form, the void and core mana was thick in the air. How? The whole place was meant to be an anti-mana world, and the Demon King itself is meant to be an anti-magic Demon King. The mana was drawn into the Demon King at that moment, and then, that same runic swirls appeared around us. Eon, it's wobbling. Stella said back on Treehome. And the rift's moving. It's going somewhere else. The gate to our world opened, and the Demon King was immediately wrapped in a huge bubble of magic. It was going to warp to our world, with Lumuf still on the Demon King's back. My roots pierced the Demon King's outer shells, and strapped in for the ride. Next stop, Treehome. Year 211 continued. How do they get more insane with every generation of Demon King? Ken said as he mused about the implication of interrupting the Demon King. He was safe in Freska, far from the site of the conflict, and he had tea. Prabhu, who was on one of his snack runs, and one teleport away from the eastern continent, shrugged. Actually, I think the gods are the insane ones. They are just doing the same thing repeatedly, and somehow hoped that it wouldn't get a bad result. That's insanity too. He seemed to momentarily experience a mental attack then, and quickly downed a cup of tea made from my leaves. Ken laughed and turned to see Kay. Kay sometimes joined them for their tea outings. Actually, as heroes are pretty boring. It says a lot that a magical tree has better ideas than us. We really should have our own ideas. The League of Heroes is a good one. Prabhu sipped his tea. Combining forces is still a great idea. It is. Ken nodded and then sighed. Ideally, we should reach more worlds, and recruit more heroes. If we could hit 10 to 20 heroes at max levels, we could essentially attempt to engage Demon Kings the moment they spawn. Kay chipped in then. She shrugged. Yes, but honestly, not too convinced. Local history suggests that heroes were summoned in high quantities many decades ago. 20 isn't much. Then 100. A super squad of heroes. We'd have to somehow reach at least 10 civilized worlds if each world summons 10. On average, we're looking at smaller and smaller numbers, which does align with Snek's own experience. Ken shrugged. 10 worlds is doable, just a matter of time. If you think about it, the Demon King is no longer an existential threat to this world. With Eon's ability to access multiple worlds, he could effectively evacuate people from one world to another, thus preventing a total extinction. All we need is Eon, or Stella, to somehow reach more worlds. I don't see how it's not an existential threat. Annihilation of 90 to 95% of the population is still pretty much an existential threat. Let me clarify. As it stands, it means Eon has achieved a kind of stalemate. Stalemate in the sense that Eon has effectively prevented total loss, since, with Eon's ability to reach worlds, he could easily mount a counterattack on any Demon King. The Demon's world is never truly safe as long as Eon can reach it. Ken answered, as the little Snek coiled around his shoulder. That's something very few worlds can claim to do. I don't get that leap of logic. If a Demon King wrecks this world, how is that a stalemate? Think about it. In normal cases, like Snek's world, there's no return or chance to retake the world. Not without some otherworldly aid. Eon's link to this world means there is a chance, just as how he already partially reclaimed the surface of the parasite world. This world will never truly fall to the demon world. Not with Eon around. It's like having a retry after every game. That's nothing. Prabhu shrugged. I am sure the gods' own home worlds or home systems have achieved the same result and even better, since the demons most likely can't beat these gods in their home turf. The kind of stalemate is just more of the status quo, really. Another 1 or 2 very safe worlds. Ken nodded. Fair, but think about it. With levels, Eon could have more clones. More safe worlds. There's no real limit as long as Eon keeps gaining levels. What makes you think there's no upper limit to the levels? What if the gods are all maxed out characters that can't do more, because the system no longer gives them more power? What if they cap out at level 500? Ken paused. Wait, that would suck. What level is Eon? Prabhu laughed. I don't know. I can't scan his level. I can't scan any of the domain holders, really. If there is a level cap, then the focus should shift towards getting more individuals to that level, rather than just one. Which is already happening. You mean Eon knows there is a level cap? Ken paused. I have no idea about the existence of a higher level cap, but I enjoyed eavesdropping. Their predictions can be really wild. I don't. I am just speculating. This behavior of training up others to gain levels seems consistent with preparing for a level cap up ahead. Ian's trying to hit it with a strong party. Which brings us back to your idea. More heroes. Numbers game. Prabhu nodded. League of Heroes. Totally a good idea. Ken choked on his tea. Fuck. I didn't say all that to get you to give me praise. I didn't need your validation that my idea was a good one. Prabhu grinned. Well, it looked to me like a long-winded way of getting compliments. No. Ken rolled his eyes. If there is a level cap, then it totally becomes a game of numbers. We would discount the benefits of snowballing the hero's individual strength by gaining levels. The League of Heroes must continuously get more heroes. Which is a flaw, since we don't know whether we can reach more worlds, and the hero summoning clearly has a timer. Kay answered. If the League loses more heroes than it can recruit, it'll die eventually. Now you're saying my League of Heroes is a dead end, isn't it? Ken laughed. It'll still continue it though. No, not at all. Prabhu laughed. I wasn't expecting this. Lumuf mentally spoke to me as we dug in. I sensed his thoughts were mixed with pain, and I could feel his suffering, so I tried my best to take it off him. It wasn't hard to dig into such a massive creature. My roots spread out of Lumuf and easily found loose pieces of flesh and rock that I could wrap around as an anchor. The rift gates in the ground had regenerated and the skies above twisted, as if a piece of cloth was cut up. I felt an energy pulse from within the Demon King, and it flowed outwards. That energy created a bubble around us. It didn't seem disturbed by our presence, not that much anyway. The skies turned bright and sunny, as the two massive structures vanished. Instead, in the vast bright skies, there was a surreal patch of darkness, as if someone just copy-pasted a part of the starry sky here. That magical energy from within the Demon King swirled everywhere in this bubble, and my sensors rapidly attempted to make sense of what was happening. Lumuf coughed in pain, as the magical energies were quite overwhelming. The magical distortion smashed and cut his body. It felt like he was stuck in extremely fast-moving water. I tried my best to shield him, but even those decayed quickly when faced with this onslaught of weird blend of demonic magic. Then, in a sudden burst of movement, the entire bubble of the Demon King was pulled through that patch of darkness. I saw a flash, and then darkness. A surge of mental attacks, and Lumuf yelped in pain. Then the pain receded a little, the mental assaults on our presence weakened. Only momentarily. We were now in this starry sky, and around us we saw so many other astral lines. Paths to other worlds. There were thousands of them, each their own line, glowing in their own way. They were not connected. These glowing astral paths seemed to float and move in a big sea of darkness, covered in little specks of dust. There seemed to be an epicenter to the lines, a blot of darkness in the middle of everything. They were far away, and at that moment, another incredible headache. The attacks were back, and they were stronger. Domain has blocked attempted intrusion. The warning repeated, and Lumuf had it too. He had it worse. Even in avatar mode, he had to endure both the violent magic of this land between worlds and the mental attacks. But unlike before, I could feel a direction to this attack, and it came from somewhere, a spot of darkness in the void sea. It kept attacking, and like waves at the beach, it's possible to see the direction of the waves. My domain blocked more intrusion. The violent magic of this space seemed to tear us apart fundamentally, and I had to constantly try to pull it together, like trying to piece together pictures that had been cut up. Reality itself seemed to be breaking apart, even if I knew it wasn't. It just felt that way. Strange, and unnerving. My vines and my abilities seemed helpless, and I tried my best to use my mana. But then, in this space between worlds, I looked around, and in this huge sea of darkness, I zoomed in on the specks of dust that seemed everywhere. Then I saw little flickers of something I know very well, deep within all those little motes of dust. Souls. From a distance, they were wrapped in this dust, drifting. Drifting, moving between the space taken by the path between worlds. They were like tiny planktons and algae, on a sea of darkness, bobbing along the waves and ripples from the demon's magic. They came out of one world, and then, pushed by these void waves in the void sea, went to other worlds. Some vanished when they got too close, but on closer look, they seemed to have just warped out of existence altogether. Where were we, exactly? Yet, the fact that there were souls here made me call upon my soul forge and attempted to channel its powers through Lumuf. He was in poor shape, so I'd try everything. My soul forge was most effective around my main body, and so my soul forge's abilities could only affect a small area around Lumuf. Yet, it was what we needed. It worked incredibly well. The tearing energies around us suddenly didn't hurt us anymore. The tearing forces that we experienced was a bit like the reconstructive energies in the soul forge, when I tried to piece souls back together. Here, it was used offensively to tear us apart. Was the Void Sea also some kind of interplanar soul soup? Was this where the souls went after they were ready to be reincarnated? The space where they would eventually find their new worlds. It was frustrating to find myself asking more questions than getting answers. Why couldn't I access it through the rift gate? Why didn't Stella's void portal bring us to this space between worlds? I focused my sensors on the magical bubble around us and the Demon King's pulsing energy. I was certain it created this bubble, and this bubble accessed this space. Domain has blocked attempted magical intrusion. The warnings did not stop, but as I kept studying this space around us, I began to suspect that the souls were always there, but I lacked the means to see it. Souls were everywhere. I've been absorbing souls without seeing them most of the time, only when they are close to me. But I absorbed souls and their remnants from the entire continent, and after my automatic soul processing, these inner souls left my body somehow. This was most probably where they went. It was fascinating, and the Demon King's core must have something that allowed this to happen, so I would revisit the core after this incident. Souls, like clouds of little tiny dust swept around by the waves of this violent sea, wobbled. I didn't know why, but I liked this place. I stretched my roots outwards, even though Lumuf was in immense pain, and then felt the bubble push back. I couldn't get out of the Demon King's bubble. My roots extended outward, attempting to reach into the outside. I felt like a kid, letting my hand hang out of a moving car's open windows, and felt it push back harder. If I could just put my seed here. In this vast sea, I felt the Demon King's bubble of energy swirl intensely as more of that energy tried to keep my vines from touching the walls of the bubble. Lumuf looked barely conscious. Although we no longer faced the tearing effects, we still experienced the Demon King's energy intensely, and now, it felt like all of it was focused on us. I tried to support him, and send more of my mana through him. I pushed back against the demon's energies. Eon. The rifts moving violently. Stella screamed at me, back on treehome. We'll be there soon. What's happening? The location where the Demon King was projected to land kept changing. It's like a gunman whose aim was getting interrupted by someone nearby. It almost felt like it's not going to be in the eastern continent anymore. I am trying to track it, but it's moving very violently. I seem to be interrupting the Demon King by my presence. You need to stop or it's going somewhere we are not prepared to defend. The Ivan temples were immediately appalled to find out that the Demon King won't land in the scheduled location. They protested and complained how we've just made them use up their reputation and political capital for something that would not happen, but I ignored them. I had bigger shit to fry. The heroes, likewise, were just slightly surprised that the Demon King would no longer be at the initial scheduled location. The two heroes of Mountain World wasn't even phased. They didn't know it was possible to predict the Demon King's location in the first place, so this wasn't unusual to them. We're still trying to track it, Stella said, as her group of void mages, scattered throughout the eastern continent, reported on their observations. The higher level void mages were improving, and quite a few were able to detect the energies of the rift. Lumuf struggled, and we felt the world twist around us again, as if everything was suddenly stretched. I pushed back strongly, and did not hesitate to try to interfere with the Demon King's energies. My avatar screamed, as my energies swirled and fought, and it visibly caused reality around us to bend and twist in unnatural ways. The Demon King roared, and I briefly thought it was in pain, or uncomfortable, because the bubble around us twisted. I kept doing it, and it bent a bit more. Then, that oppressive energy vanished. It was unmistakable, as the environment became one we were very familiar with. The rift had somehow opened somewhere high up in the sky. Demon King Busy here has arrived. The world around us suddenly turned to flames, as we started to fall. Really quickly. Lumuf had barely any consciousness now, holding on to the Demon King by sheer willpower. I briefly saw a vast sea, and I immediately pulled Lumuf back to my main body. He would need some extensive healing from what he's been through. The Demon King's right over the northern peninsulas. Stella screamed, as everyone quickly made preparations to move there. I wasn't sure how long we were trapped in that collapsing fireball. Lumoof was quickly back in freska, and my healing pods started their work. I felt the Demon King burn through the starry sky, and then the Demon King landed like a massive meteorite, and it crashed into the area that was once a shallow sea. Because the impact momentarily pushed all the sea and turned it into land. The impact was so strong that it became the epicenter of a tsunami that propagated outwards, and my roots picked up both the vibrations and shockwave of the impact. It was time to fight once more. Stella and the Void Mages were quick to pinpoint the location, then the heroes and my domain holders activated teleportation abilities. My domain holders and other folks arrived on the site, and were greeted by a strange sight. The Demon King's other head had been partially severed, half of its head damaged by the twisted rifts. Throughout the Demon King's body were strange cuts, like parts of its body had been torn apart. Eon, the Demon King looks like it's been through something, Edna said, as the image we provided earlier didn't match what landed. At this point, I felt a bit drunk and dizzy, like I've got a migraine and also had too much to drink. The magical energies of the Demon King's astral path was so unnerving that I momentarily couldn't quite think clearly. So, those words didn't quite get through to me. The Demon King was sluggish, and with Lumoof disabled, all I could see was what Stella and my mages could show me through magical scrying. It roared, and then, momentarily, I felt a force attempting to pull magic towards it. I couldn't focus, my mind seemed hazy from all I've seen in that trip through the worlds. I could briefly feel the Demon King activate something, but it wasn't that strong. Throughout the world, magic seemed to momentarily fade. Magic's being suppressed, but still manageable. They reported, as the heroes and my domain holders quickly moved to engage. We are engaging. Okay. My mind gradually cleared up, but I lacked the means to view the battle, or participate. I felt the ripples of their battle from afar. Disembarked. Year 211 Edna's POV. Lumoof was in bad shape. Edna knew when Eons said it would take for him a few days to recover. The patriarch of the trilogies was almost never out for a few days, so what transpired didn't seem good. Yet, she had a feeling it wasn't all that bad. Edna, get ready. Stella's giving us the location now. The sky told them the general direction. The rift gate opened so high up in the sky, and what followed was a streak of light that burned through the sky. The Demon King had somehow opened its rift way up in the sky, and was on track to. A sudden shockwave of magic rippled through the air. Everyone felt the explosion, especially those on the northern parts of the eastern continent. It landed so strongly that a huge burst of wind temporarily destabilized the regular weather patterns. Her skin felt a little tickled at the sensation of the unstable magic within the swirling winds, and she waited briefly for it to settle. Edna tapped the teleportation scroll, and chanted the coordinates. All right, let's go. She wondered whether it would work, but then she smiled when the stored magic from within the scroll activated. She felt it tug, and they were teleported about half a day's distance away from the impact site, on what was once a beautiful natural beach. Instead, her eyes saw a vast charred crater, and at the center, a Demon King that looked burnt and glowed. Its magical energies felt unsure, and that was when Edna knew something was wrong. Eon, the Demon King looks like it's been through something. Magical communications still worked, and Edna quickly went through her preparations. The massive Demon King was visibly injured from the impact, its outer shell charred and twisted, and Edna felt unusual magical energies radiating from many parts, as if some of its magic from traveling through the land between worlds had not been completely removed. There were smaller explosions, and the Demon King seemed to reel from the impact. What the hell is happening? Rune asked, but he was getting ready. I don't know, but we should attack. Hit it while it's weak. The heroes clearly thought the same. They arrived no later than Edna, and began their attack after a short minute. This was an advantage, and they were not going to waste it. Edna took out javelins made of anti-mana glass, loaded with as many non-magical enchantments the central continent's blacksmiths and weavers could fit. Then she popped a few elixirs, and felt her strength surge through her blood and muscles. There were better magical equivalents, but this was what they have to work with. The heroes' first wave of attacks landed with a loud explosion, and a smaller shockwave. Every explosion was physical, they felt it in the air, as the shockwave passed through their body. She sometimes had dreams of these shockwaves. Or maybe nightmares. Moments when she thought about fighting demon kings. She took a breath, and those thoughts faded. She focused on the giant before them. The Demon King was huge, and the hero's attacks only took out chunks of its massive outer shell. From afar, The heroes were explosive fire ants, trying to kill an injured giant tortoise. The heroes tried magic, and magic seemed to work. Then, the Demon King opened one of its undamaged eyes. For a brief moment, Edna felt magic around them attempt drain away, but then just as suddenly, it was interrupted. The Demon King jerked, and seemed to cough, if such a thing was possible for the Demon King. Instead, they saw green streaks appearing throughout the Demon King's body, and it felt strange, familiar. It pulsed in resistance, and for a moment, Edna felt like it was fighting the Demon King. What was Lumuf and Eon doing back on the Sandworld? Eon's attempts to inject it with his seed actually succeeded. Eon, is that you? Edna asked. There was no reply. What are we seeing, exactly? Rune asked through their shared magical network, which thankfully wasn't drained away. It wasn't like this when we saw it down there. I have no idea, Edna said as she approached the massive body and hacked at it. It didn't do anything, but their attacks hardly hurt. The magical suppression aura from the Demon King seemed weak and unstable. There were sudden periods when magic was suppressed, and then, periods when it wasn't. The heroes clearly figured it out, as Edna watched them time their magical attacks during the gaps. Those magical attacks exploded on its massive shell, and more of it were blown off. Edna, realizing that her attacks were still not that useful, decided to retreat and provide defense for her peers. Most of the attacks from the Demon King seemed to be physical, as it launched rocks and massive boulders at extremely high speeds. With magic not fully suppressed, it wasn't a problem for her magical shields to block, and when magic was suppressed, she could easily manifest skill-based shields to divert the attacks. For a moment, it all seemed to be going well. Rune and Johann clearly looked uncomfortable, but they didn't say a word. Edna knew something was wrong, and her peers knew it too. She noticed it when they fired their attacks a little slower, and kept their eyes looking. Johann's companion beasts also stopped attacking, and focused on watching. Edna sighed, and decided to ask. Eon, do you feel anything? She inwardly cursed, and felt Lumuf's absence from the battle. My magical sensors are detecting ripples from the battle. Is everything alright? I don't know. It looks like it's going according to plan. Edna got in position and felt one of the large rocks smash into her shield. Rune was the first to notice it, when they saw the crumbled chunks turn to sand. Dark, dirt-like but very clearly sand. Black sands. The Demon King's residual energies were still uncertain, and one magical explosion ripped the shell in half. It cracked open, and then, smaller demons emerged. In the hundreds and thousands, they were the lizards they've fought. Ah darn. Mobs. Rune cursed, but somehow it relieved their tension. Fighting the Demon King was always stressful, and they could really use Lumuf's calming presence. The mobs died easily, their anti-magic energies had been weakened. Alka wasn't in the plan for the battle, since his focus had been magical bombs. So, the initial plan mostly assumed magical bombs would be useless, but from the hero's attack, that wasn't true. They still packed a punch. Then, the air around the Demon King started to swirl, and the black sands started to form a barrier around the Demon King. Giant worms made of rock and sand surged out of the ground. Is it me, or is this a little easy? Rune cursed as his anti-magic glass arrow punched through the giant worm's body. At the same time, the Demon King roared. Johann rolled his eyes. You had to fucking say it. I couldn't keep it in forever. Rune quipped as he took cover behind Edna's shield. The tension was getting to me. Acid began to pour out of the Demon King's body, and this time, the anti-magical energies in the land really surged. They felt like they were back on the Sandworld once more. The thick acid flooded the crater. The heroes lost their ability to fly, as the anti-magical energies jammed their magical movement. Oh dear. Prabhu and Colette cursed as they felt some of their magical attacks drain away. Their fireballs got smaller as it traveled above the acid-filled crater, their lightning bolts seemed to shrink and weaken. The Demon King essentially made a moat, a crater lake of anti-magic acid around its main body. This is all your fault, Johann said, but his attacks increased in frequency. He fired more of the glass arrows, but they seemed to do nothing. Rune just rolled his eyes. It's a fucking coincidence. We all knew this was going to happen one way or another. Edna just smirked, as they retreated up the crater to the rim. Well, boys, there's a lake between us and the Demon King. Ideas. We need to drain this acid away. We can just knock a hole in the crater's rim and acid should be able to flow out. Rune said. Edna nodded. Agreed. The heroes stood on the rim and launched their ranged skills, but with their arsenal of skills restricted by the anti-magic lake and the large distance to its large body, the rate of damage was easily halved. All right. Rune nodded and pinged Alka. Alka, we need earth-busting bombs here. Got it. The skies suddenly flashed, as multiple projectiles flew their way. The bombs detonated on the rim of the crater, and even though some of its effectiveness was drained away, it achieved its goal. The crater lake started to leak, and the acid started to flow out into the city. Stella, we need a portal. We need some platforms. A black void portal emerged a distance away. Stella couldn't activate it close to the crater, but Ian's roots began to shift the earth around them. A few platforms of rocks emerged throughout the crater, but before any larger space could be created, the Demon King's mouth opened. The very presence of Ian's roots seemed to cause the Demon King to roar, and then it blasted acid towards the direction of Stella's portal. How'd it know? Stella asked. The portal forcefully closed when acid smashed into it. Rune shook his head. I think Eon's been bugging it so much on its homeworld that it remembered Eon's presence. Edna smirked. You're saying Eon irritated the Demon King. Is that not what Eon did? The acid flowed slowly out of the crater, and the heroes moved closer to attack on the platform. The heroes closed in and attacked with all their might. Then, the Demon King's body cracked apart, and then, it split. They pointed, as they saw the Demon King crack apart, and transform into 5 smaller Demon Kings. I hate split-body Demon Kings. It roared, and attempted to open a rift. But then, one of the split bodies was covered with green streaks and it glowed. The rift collapsed before it could open. Edna once again felt that familiar presence, and wondered. Had Eon somehow corrupted the Demon King? The heroes engaged the split bodies, and honestly, they were not exceptional. They were tough, but relative to Sabnok or Aquila, this was probably a whole grade weaker. It almost seemed like it was under the effect of some kind of weakening effect, so, when they successfully destroyed 2 of the split bodies, they eventually focused on the third one. The crater lake was half drained, and that meant their spell's effectiveness had recovered somewhat. It was odd that the anti-magical properties were contained within the liquid, instead of its main body. The third and fourth split body was destroyed a while later, again, without any particularly unique gimmicks. It seemed to rely on its high strength and toughness, but beyond that, the heroes took them down. Down to its 5th body. It roared, and then the acid started to float. The heroes attacked it relentlessly, and they hoped to interrupt the transformation. And they did. It cracked, and then, just as its outer shell vanished, it revealed a round black-green crystal. The heroes knew what it was, and immediately teleported away. Everyone else warped away, except for Edna. Edna felt a pulse from the crystal, filled with dense anti-magical qualities. It was good that the heroes warped out at first sight. If they get caught in the pulse, they wouldn't be able to leave, or defend themselves from the explosion. She activated her duty beyond life and death. Edna sped ahead and went as close as possible to the black-green crystal. She had a javelin made of anti-mana glass and stabbed it. It cracked the crystal, and then she felt the crystal pulsed. The glass crystal glowed as it absorbed mana, then it cracked. She took out a few more, and stabbed it in again. Each of the anti-magic glass javelins sucked mana out of the crystal, and interfered with whatever reaction that happened within it. It was amazing how these glass weapons seemed to work better than Eon's vines in some way. The green-black crystal pulsed weakly. And then, with a whimper, stopped. Demon King Busy here was defeated. Edna smiled, and gave the all-clear once there was no explosion for 10 minutes. Stella. Portal. Please. A void portal swirled open right next to the green-black crystal, and Eon's roots surged out. It wrapped itself around the crystal like a hungry octopus consuming its prey, and once it had a good grip, pulled it through the portal. The air was still filled with the anti-magic qualities. Edna began to check the other destroyed bodies, and noticed it had begun its transformation into Demite. Yet her eyes were drawn to the remains of the body with black and green streaks. It wasn't transforming into Demite. As she got close, and investigated, it really felt like Eon's energies, and her mind began to speculate whether Eon's constant magical harassment during its gestation period interfered with its development. Eon, we should look at this too. A void portal appeared next to her, and again, roots and vines pulled the remains through. A demon king was slain once more. Honestly, it felt like a chore, and Edna wondered whether this was how Eon felt. It had seen so many generations of demon kings, and participated in so many of its conflicts. This was a tiring chore. Operation Parasite Free Treatum. Year 211, months after the victory. How are you feeling? Edna came and checked on Lumuf. There were lingering side effects from the exposure to that twisted space. Better. It'll take some time before I am fully in shape, though. The strange energies of the Demon King in that void space are far more persistent than Eon expected. The tearing forces of the void forests were mild, but they lingered, and manifested quite a bit like demonic curses. I could remove curses quite easily, but these were not exactly curses either. They felt a bit more like reality being in conflict with itself, which was really hard to explain. I also noticed they seemed to mark Lumuf like a sign, though eventually it went away. Lumuf gained about 10 levels from the trip through space, and he unlocked a new skill. Forest Sanctuary. It's not a combat skill, but it created some kind of pocket dimension, as long as there's a few trees in the area. The Forest Sanctuary essentially functioned as a super safe campsite, since, well, it's in its own pocket dimension. Around the same time, I got the briefing on the battle with the Demon King from the team, though I saw most of it through magical scrying, and the moments when my trees were through to the other side. The anti-magical energies of the acid interfered with the scrying, and Edna's mention of the weird greenish glow made me suspicious. The flesh we harvested that didn't rot or disappear, or the Demon King's core both had greenish glows. They have never glowed in that manner. The core of the Demon King was safe in the valley, and they looked strange, and out of place. Like someone tainted the Demon King's core. I vaguely recall the pulse to be quite weak, at least initially, but now they pulsed with a far stronger glow and with much more fixed intervals. It felt a bit like two incompatible songs mashed together. On top of that, the battle with the heroes meant their star mana already damaged the core, so it wasn't fully usable. Still, we now had multiple specimens of the core, sufficient for my researchers and scientists to perform comparative analysis. They also began to construct a smaller model based off the various undamaged components across all the cores. It was the equivalent of stripping multiple crashed airplanes to get sufficient parts for a usable whole, and it was Alka's little pet project. While they worked on that, I focused on the tainted energies of the Demon King's core. The green streaks. They were mine. We made them. It wasn't hard to figure out that these were created from my mana. The cumulative effects of our attacks on the Demon King during its gestation clearly left a long-lasting impact on their formation. Coupled with what the heroes reported, I suspected that my mana had somehow lingered, or was absorbed by the Demon King. The fact that this could happen validated parts of our offensive strategy. What if I could taint all the Demon Kings? Could the taint stop the Demon Kings from behaving the way it currently does? Does the taint carry over to the next Demon King? Could I render the planet's cores infertile such that Demon Kings could not spawn from them, even if they won? Extrapolating my earlier conversion of the Demon Walkers, would it be possible to convert the Demon King? The next step was naturally to scale this up by an entire order of magnitude. What we needed to do was to effectively deliver such a high quantity of mana to the Demon King, such that I corrupted it when it was still in its infancy. The quantity of mana I needed was more than what I have now, but it's not impossible. I'd also need to improve Lumuf's ability to deliver mana and cope with my power. Though he could project my power and my abilities, he also suffered from the side effects of that projection. Therefore, he began mana practice. He's a priest, but he had to train and get used to large quantities of mana. We did this training before, but our goal post had shifted. The goal was to prepare Lumuf for mana at least 10 times more than what I had now. With that amount of mana, we'd then attempt to poison the Demon King once more, and see whether we could essentially stop the Demon King before it even happened. It was painful to subject Lumuf to the large amounts of mana, but like Stella, only through exposure to excessive amounts of mana, could he hope to gain the immunity to it. With higher mana tolerance, Lumuf would last longer in the demon worlds. He cursed, of course. He understood, but he cursed. The path to end the cycle required sacrifice. Pain. My avatar understood the purpose. But the pain was real, and it hurt as hell. The astral pathways collapsed instantly after the Demon King's death, and though I was a little sad that I would lose access to the anti-magic sand, I was also curious of what came after. What would the next demon world be like? Stella was quiet as she watched the astral paths collapse, the revelations of the starways being this space that's not really empty. Souls, and maybe even other things we may not even think of. Maybe the gods truly reside in this void space. The dust had settled, and it seemed I gained a few levels. I wasn't there for the bulk of the battle, so I was still pleasantly surprised by the additional levels. You gained 5 levels. You are now level 226. Astral sight improved. You may now see further between the realms. Natural mana overwhelming upgraded. Mana storage upgraded. It was nice that the system rewarded my mana poisoning with more mana-related skills. These upgrades were incremental improvements, little bits of extra efficiency and effectiveness from every point of mana. We had a post-battle review with the heroes too, and strangely, they actually said the battle was comparatively easy. There were very few truly threatening moments, and their problem was just dealing damage to the Demon King. They had a small panic moment when the bomb peppered at the end, of course, but that was something we all saw coming. Based on the data from the domain holders, the heroes were generally right. It wasn't that bad for a Demon King. Unlike Sabnok or Aquila, the number of strange gimmicks were few, just that acid lake defense. I wondered whether that was because our mild mana poisoning had somehow interfered with the full breadth of the Demon King's powers. They had easy mode because we locked some skills. Eon and Lumuf should invade the demon world more often. Lumuf choked. Edna just grinned. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves, it just so happens that the demon world was an anti-magic world. For the next Demon King, we should consider a more thorough invasion. One led by the heroes. The heroes squirmed at Edna's response. The initial plan a few years ago was a hero invasion. One that had to be modified because of the unique qualities of the anti-magic Sandworld. Now, it's time to revert back to our original plan. There's nothing to worry, we would do the initial scouting and reconnaissance, but the plan should not change. Both Alvin and Kelly of the Mountain World were just too stunned to respond. They couldn't wrap their heads around a preemptive invasion, or at least, struggled to. Even after they've seen Lumuf do it, it still baffled their mind. I wondered whether their mental controls were slightly different from that of Chung, Prabhu and gang, but when they dipped into my biolabs, I didn't see anything different. At least, not from the outer appearances. Chung just sighed. Can't delay it forever. It's likely we will get something more normal for the next Demon King. Edna speculated. If the next world is anything like a parasite world, the plan will proceed. We'll see which world comes first, either this, or the mountain world's Demon King. The frequency of our Demon Kings isn't that high, I think. Kelly said. I can't remember. 15, if I am not mistaken. Lumuf answered. Their records are just as choppy as ours. Darn it. Why is ours so frequent? Demolite. Edna answered. We have more Demolite than them. That doesn't make sense. Chung answered. The Demon Kings create Demolite. Why would more Demolite result in more frequent Demon Kings? Edna shrugged. I don't know, but the Demolites link to the frequency. Wait, have you guys known this for a long time? Prabhu asked. Edna paused, and she momentarily wondered whether this was revealed before. Yes, to some extent, it's something we've been speculating, but we were not sure. We saw it in ancient dreams. Or more like, Eons saw it. The heroes murmured as the statement stewed in the air. The locals want like that. Chung said. All the native rulers use Demolite to varying degrees for stuff. Edna nodded. Indeed. Even Stella's void portals and the Rift Gate relies on Demolite to store the void mana. It is currently the best available source of void mana storage. Other alternatives just don't work as well. So if we destroy it, we may or may not reduce the frequency, but we lose our best known way to store void mana. Yes, that's right, Edna answered. It's why we did not say much, until we have more certainty. Branchhold's growth was good, and I was quite fascinated by the idea of starting a city from scratch. My spymaster seemed excited to have a new assignment, and I thought he grew bored of the challenges back home. He denied it, of course. Branchhold itself was designed to be significantly more compact, with my clone tree at its core. One of the things we took advantage of was to create vertical structures, using my giant attendant trees as the anchor and support. This allowed greater density and more efficient use of space. Normally, with increased densities, there needed to have sufficient food and water to support it, but a city composed of trees has its advantages. Food and water was not a problem, since we could produce fruits and pull water from beneath the ground. In other cities, they had to go an extra step of having magical food equivalents. Thus, Branchhold was designed to be significantly more vertical than freska that sprawled outwards. This resulted in some redesigns for my beetles. Beetles naturally had the ability to climb up trees and slopes, but their packages and cargo had to be properly supported since gravity still applied. I liked the idea of a city that's dense, and strangely, it appealed to the beetles too. It seemed that humans, canary and elves didn't quite like it, but dwarves found it quite similar to the mines, so density wasn't a problem. The treefolk also didn't like dense places, they got comfort from their link to the earth, so dense cities didn't appeal to them. The local folks were neutral to the idea of density, they seemed more interested in the safety aspect of any institution, most likely the residual impact from the long period of war. Those who faced long periods of uncertainty due to war valued security far more than those who didn't. Generally, of course, there are those that embrace the nihilism and meaninglessness of life in the face of war. What I learned from the locals through Branchhold's extensive surveillance was rather telling. The drive to survive created a hardened society, and nobles who were just far more warlike. A decade of constant war created nobles who were now eager to expand their power, and that power turned on each other. I had expected that my presence would deter them from actually fighting each other. After all, in our world, the presence of a strong superpower pretty much resulted in an era of peace. That did not happen. The system, which indirectly encouraged conflict, since everyone gained levels from fighting, essentially was stuck in this hostile loop. War was inevitable, not just because of demons, but because war rewarded those who survived them. The system grants levels, which then equate to strength. Strength to impose one's will on others, and thus, war. Therefore, how could a world that grants power through warfare have a state of peace? It could, if somehow everyone turned away from the system. But that leaves a world defenseless against the demons. With no outside interference, either divine or demonic, those who possess power will fight for more power. Of course, this is a very pessimistic assessment of the nature of people. Not all people seek out power, but those who become nobility and the rulers tend to be those who are more likely to seek out power and cause conflict. It was just the necessity of their role. Even if one originally did not covet power, those who coveted their power would rise up and attempt to overthrow those who could not defend their position. Thus, by sheer elimination of more peaceful rulers, as they failed to defend their throne, the world should naturally veer towards violence. On the central continent, we mitigate this through our extensive education program, the FTC, and also the presence of our priests. But I know that wars cannot be entirely avoided. In fact, small wars are like controlled fires, a thought that sometimes horrified a part of me. It keeps the military on their toes instead of decaying into a state of complacency, especially since the threat of demons had dwindled significantly over the past few decades. I've tried to mitigate that with more dungeons and more dream wars, but a lifestyle of war. An entire society engineered towards winning a war. That was something else, and that's what the Mountain World had. That kind of focus was admirable, and I admired how well they handled it. I wondered whether that's how lilies felt, as they grappled with the constant shifting forces of the world. Competition and conflict created true strength. This was true back home, because it forced everyone to be on their toes. On a macro level, if I wanted a strong army, it must be allowed to experience war and battle. Back on Branchhold, they have yet to have all these cumulative systemic changes, and thus a state of warfare is the default. The peace created by the two heroes did not last very long. A rather pessimistic state of affairs, but so be it. Their weakness meant I had gaps to exploit, and I freely expanded my trees on the Mountain World to increase my total mana capacity. It didn't matter if I didn't formally own the land, in a way, that was just a feint. As I thought about it, the crystal dude was right. I was an invader, and right now I am spreading my trees to invade this world and steal its mana. My actions were justified, because I can't defeat the demons and end this stupid cycle without some invasions to gain more mana. At this juncture, it was a good and timely reminder for that age-old phrase. He who fights with demons, should take care that he does not become a demon. I suppose with all the demon hybrid experimentations, I wasn't far off from being one. On the topic of experiments, Alka approached me to explore bomb beetles. Essentially massive suicide beetles, or a swarm of tiny ones. Using my biological evolutionary engineering, to craft or grow a bomb-compatible beetle, with flight or movement, for the explicit purpose of blowing itself up at the target. Smaller experiments were successful, and now we wanted to take it to the extreme. Supersized bombs, and superfast swarms of them. Speed, stealth and power was the primary issue. The idea was to create a literal flying swarm of explosive beetles, and then, with a large enough portal, send enough through to the demon world. Why not just normal bombs? Simple. Alka wanted to exploit system shenanigans to overcome manufacturing constraints. My subsidiary trees could spawn beetles by pure system effect and mana. If I could create suicide beetles, and the subsidiary trees, of which I have an absurdly large number of, I essentially had the ability to bypass resource restrictions and just bomb the demon world with just an army of banelings or exploding zerglings. We could then bomb the parasite world to hell, and break the status quo. The war on the parasite world had reached another status quo. We were beginning to question the value of this world. I wasn't learning much on the parasite world. The fringes of my expanded territory had to endure more demonic attacks, and I noticed some changes in the demon types used to attack my lands, but it really felt like it was going nowhere. If anything, I should ask the 6 heroes to mount our first liberation mission on the parasite world. Liberate a world from the control of the demons. Prabhu wrapped his head around the idea of a counter-invasion. I thought we wanted to invade the demon world to attack the demon king before it attacked us. Yes, but Eon proposed something more radical as a test bed. Edna was the one to deliver the message. Lumuf's recovery meant he wasn't in his best shape, but it was time. Eon's incursions into the demon world highly suggested the existence of a demon king that metamorphosed into a mother in the core of the world. We believe that if we defeat it, it may free the core from the demon's control, and the planet then reverts back to a normal world. Ken and Snek were excited at the idea. If this worked, it meant Snek had a chance to save his homeworld. It's proof that it could be done. Eon has been expanding on the parasite world, right? Yes. Eon has a large force present currently fighting a long drawn out war of attrition. It reached a stalemate recently, due to mana limitations. The heroes glanced at each other uncomfortably. We know what we are hitting. No. Eon's unable to see what's in the core as the pit that leads to the core is flooded. I am not doing it without Lumuf doing recon. Prabhu said. Or at least, can the flooded pit be drained? If we know what we are hitting, then maybe. Possible. With enough trees, Eon could drain some of the water out. But if it goes all the way to the magical core of the world, it would take some time. The roots would need to reach that deep in the first place. The demon mother's also likely to be weaker than a full demon king, at least, that's the sense I got from the demon I saw in the core of the anti-magic world. Another free world. Prabhu answered. Could we get heroes there? Edna shook her head. I don't know. That's entirely up to the gods. They only summon heroes in response to a demon king. Is the parasite world linked to any other worlds? Yes, but they are too far with our current abilities. Anyway, let's have that conversation later and get back on topic. The battle, if any, will happen in the core of the world, because it's highly unlikely we'll be able to get the demon mother away from the core. The heroes looked at each other. Strangely, it was Chung that asked. Ken, what do you think? Fighting a demon in the core of the planet feels very end game boss to me. Chung rolled his eyes. Now's not the time for a gaming reference. It's a risk. Ken said. Snek would definitely like to see it happen, but if Eon could stack the battlefield in our favor, and with the full recovery of their team, it may work. Can't we just drop a bomb into the core? You mean like Star Wars? Yeah, Death Star and all that. We could, but that may blow up the planet. And that's not what we want. Eon would prefer to keep the planet in shape in order to have another hospitable world to our stable of safe worlds. Well, if I could free the parasite world from the demons, theoretically the mana recovery should improve significantly. Not being in a mana deficit would support my goal of increasing my mana output. Adrian and Kelly were both too flabbergasted to digest the idea. Aiding the defense of another world was one thing, but an invasive liberation of a demon world never quite crossed their mind. You have time to decide. Edna said. We're waiting for the full recovery of the entire team before we attempt this. What do you think of the idea? The heroes had their own session. Yes. Prabhu said. I say go for it. We have the necessary skills, and as heroes, this is what we do. Defeat demons. You sure that's not your mental overrides? Hitting you? Chung asked. I know, but it's the right thing to do. If it resets that world, it may mean more hero summons in the future. More candidates for the League of Heroes. It's insane. Kelly just said frankly. So yes. You're insane. Chung said. Why are we taking this risk? We're risking our lives here, going down to the Demonworld's pit to fight this thing in there. I am against this. We don't need this fight. Colette shrugged. I don't know. I want more information before I decide. Hafiz and Adrian both nodded. Yeah, I am with Colette. I need to know more. If it's an easy fight we should go for it. Ken's right. If Eon could stack the odds in our favor, then we have nothing to lose. Chung sighed. Alright, then I'll let Edna know that we want more info. We're not going in there blind. Prabhu laughed. That's a privilege, Chung. Our predecessors all had to face their demon kings with no data. But this isn't a necessary fight. Maybe not, but it is our duty. That's the gods speaking. Maybe. Astral geometry. Year 212. Lumuf had finally recovered from the effects of the trip, and he noticed his sensitivity to the soul realm had increased. There were moments when he saw specks of things flying in the air and briefly wondered whether his vision was bugged. Then it was clear it's actually the soul's movement in the world. He could seem, faintly, and if he was in a zone. Is it because of all the mana practice we are doing? Lumuf asked. I am not sure. I didn't get a skill, though. I thought it was a matter of time. I thought we get the skill first, then we see the results, not the other way round. Lumuf chuckled. We both knew the system can be irregular and inconsistent, even if it broadly tries to stick to a set pattern. Broadly, level-specific things have been followed quite strictly, but when do people actually learn or acquire a skill has been one of the weirder aspects of the system. Perhaps a system had to have hard and soft aspects, both rung and checkpoints in order for it to work. Mana practice and soul sight practice took up most of Lumuf's time. His mana control wasn't poor, but now, his mana tolerance has improved. It made him sick, and he actually got skills to cope with more mana. Just that the quantities we needed to poison the Demon King were too high. He would have to reach even higher levels. For me, Alka's team of scientists finally gave me one Demon King core model. It was a replica, constructed from the data gathered from all the demon cores we had so far. It did not contain all the elements of the demon, just the parts of the runic carvings that we somewhat understood. They said it seemed to open up some kind of network, but it fizzled out before they could get further. The amount of power needed by the model was quite high, and Alka said he saw what appeared to be a very, very large three-dimensional map in his mind. But it hurt his head so much he had to stop. His speculation was that it was not designed for mortal minds, or at least, designed such that it suited how the demon's mind worked. Therefore they brought it to me. My vines wrapped around the object made of some of the toughest crystals we had, and my mana flooded it. The runes within it flared, and then, I briefly saw the entire core glow. I felt it and saw the magic of the replica core seemed to tap into something. Something that existed in an entirely different place. It was a mini portal within it. No, metaphorically, it was the equivalent of an interdimensional wireless modem that's now making a call to this space in another part of the world. I felt a connection, and instantly my mind was assaulted. My artificial mind stepped in to protect me. It wasn't a domain-type attack, but more like a DDoS or a ping bombardment. Mental firewall activating. Filtering. This felt like a nostalgic return to the days of Rootnet. Then I felt a strange, uncomfortable sensation, like something attempting to pull me from the other side of that connection. It pulled, and then snapped. At that moment, I saw the stars that Alka claimed to see. It was vast, and then they disappeared. And reappeared again. The map seemed to twist in unusual ways, and I realized it wasn't actually three-dimensional. I wasn't even sure it was a map. That uncomfortable sensation returned, and then, I felt something push back against my presence very, very strongly. It was so strong that the energy somehow spilled through the replica, and the replica cracked. The connection was lost then. Alka just looked at the cracked replica with a look of bewilderment. What just happened? I saw the stars, and then, something kicked me out. I am not sure what. Alka strapped in as I shared what I saw with him through our Dream Academy. There's a guardian on the other side of that. It might be possible to kick it out, or at least, stop it from kicking you out. My bomb domain holder touched the cracked demon core replica. We'll have to make a few more of these, out of different materials to see what'll work well. What do you think we saw? A star map, an invasion plan, a path, or just a history of worlds invaded? If there was a centralized controller that told demons where to go, it had to be on the other side of the demon core. So, I wondered whether every demon king essentially calls home and asked where do I go? And somebody or something on the other side tells it where to go. The key point is, if I figure this out, I could fuck with it. If I stop all the demons from being able to essentially dial home, could I take out the momentum behind the demon king's constant invasions? Essentially, cause them to turn on themselves, or invade worlds that were already invaded, and so, slow their expansion across the multiverse. This strategy was an expansion of my earlier demonic IFF interference strategy. Of course, I eventually shared our findings with the other domain holders, the heroes, and my other senior members. It sounds like the Demon King's actually a remote-controlled drone, and the mind behind the Demon King is safe somewhere else. Ken quickly connected the connection and gave a wild speculation. We have been fighting clones all this while. The core of each planet's just a clone factory to manufacture more drones. Lumuf naturally understood what that meant. Are you saying each demon king is an avatar of some controlling entity? Well, close. Actually, yes. It's like how Eons speaks through you. Absolutely. Then we just have to take out the demon king's controller and all of this should end. Actually, if the demon king was really some kind of entity like myself, that's actually a lot harder. It meant the entity behind the demon kings, if there is such a thing, could have many clone bodies and are manufacturing these self-replicating motherships. I pondered the thought for a while, and realized that countering the demon kings as a whole fell into two large long-term angles. 1. Destruction and extinction. If it's possible to destroy its power source, or if there is some kind of central will at the heart of all the demons, then destroying it should end this demonic plague once and for all. Part of this strategy requires heavily leveling my domain holders so that they could fight battles on the demon world. There are lesser outcomes under this angle, such as just destruction of its ability to travel worlds, or destruction of whatever's assisting its wayfinding. 2. Confusion and redirection. Messing with the demon's world-finding abilities, and under this umbrella, messing with its friend-foe identification. Under this set of strategies, if it's not possible to destroy the demons as a whole, maybe because there isn't actually a center or a node, then we would essentially confuse the shit out of it, and mess with its ability to find habited worlds. We could create curtains, such that they couldn't find us, or jam the teleportation portals such that the demons couldn't invade us. There are lesser angles, or ones I consider unlikely, such as assimilation. From an evolutionary standpoint, if the demons at the center were some kind of code or virus, could I alter them such that they became benign? If the demons were some kind of rogue program or magical gray goo that ran out of control, could someone reassert control over them? The evolution of beetles with more specialized materials continued, even beyond Alka's suicide beetles. Since the creation of specialized trichomes, we've expanded the evolutionary development to a wider range of creatures. My domain powers over evolutionary meddling extended beyond beetles, so it'd be a waste to restrict myself to them. Horns would be upset, but he'd understand. And he's too busy fighting demons in the parasite world to nag me about it. We experimented on anti-magic infused beetles, but creating them consumed the anti-magic glass, which was now a finite resource. The first few designs were crap and the regular beetle mind struggled, so I made artificial mind variants. These performed better with the custom designed bodies, but they also struggled. Actual performance in the battlefield didn't seem to match up with how they were designed, so we had to make multiple revisions. It's not as if they were not working, but when compared to a regular beetle at the same level, their performance was lacking at first. The later versions finally managed to perform just as good, but it did take about 60 different variations. The artificial minds too had to adapt to their new bodies, and that was also another lagging aspect. These minds were able to seamlessly work with regular monsters because it seemed their movement and attitudes were already in them, somehow. It's like there's a blueprint of how to move a spider or how to move a beetle already available, while this modified anti-mana beetle was different, so even basic things had to be learned from ground up. Honestly, some of the earlier designs were embarrassing. It reminded me of my younger days when I played with Spore and I just placed all the horns and spikes I could, and made what looked like a Nerubian or a porcupine beetle. Yeah, more spikes is better. Not really. Over time, the refinements made by my artificial minds made them more functional, and they began to look more like something more functional. In terms of experiments, I also relooked at my artificial minds, and tried to create more powerful, fully formed souls. With my higher number of soul forge colors, it was theoretically possible. It took some time, but eventually I managed to increase the artificial mind's overall performance and mana production. It still wasn't much, not when compared to the Titans. But twice as fast, or twice as much mana is still a significant improvement, and helped the artificial minds cope with the huge amount of background administrative work to keep everything running. Branchhold had its own set of artificial minds, to run the wooden lifts and coordinate the carrier beetles. I also sent Ally over to the mountain world, and she, or it, really, took the form of a lizard person, salvaged and repaired from the corpse of a dead lizard person. Ally, as the parasite, received an artificial mind at the core, essentially giving it sufficient power to function, but not enough to truly exhibit the full range of its abilities. A converted demon champion parasite was something even my own Valthorns viewed with an uncomfortable suspicion. There's just something uncanny about a shapeshifter that could possess another that made normal people uncomfortable. Something that I don't get. Maybe it's the assurance that it's almost impossible to possess me that made it discount that threat. In any case, Ally would assist my spymasters in my plan to bend the opinions of the mountain world in my favor. Within the immigrants to branchhold, we swiftly detected agents of the various kingdoms eager to find out more about us. At this point, I merely informed my spymasters of their presence, but did not do more than that. I didn't want the natives to realize I could monitor them, so I decided to let the agents work as they please, and only allowed capture in places where it was probable that someone could have noticed them. In short, my spymasters had to hunt for spies without relying on my tree's surveillance. This was good practice for him, of course, and it also hid the full extent of my abilities from the natives. Working in other worlds would be a common occurrence as this went on, as I foresee my gradual expansion over time. Eventually, as I get in touch and have a presence in more inhabited worlds, I'd see myself become some kind of centralized transportation network. The warp network between the worlds. I'd probably make a lot of money just by charging for transport, and with very few alternatives, well, except the void mages, I'd essentially be a monopoly. Of course, as it is, I'd already have tremendous economic advantage because I could easily arbitrage any pricing differences between Treehome and Mountain World, and the central continent, by extension, has access to two economic markets. The merchant lords easily saw the economic opportunity to exploit the pricing difference, but all these depended on me agreeing to teleport the goods. I decided against it, as it would not be good for me to crash the prices by flooding the market with essentially imported goods from another world. There were some ideas that came out before our supposed invasion of the parasite world. What if we shifted Demite from our world to the mountain world? No. What if it triggers a permanent increase in demonic invasions to our world? That would not be good. Kelly and Adrian refused, and frankly, I could see their point. I wasn't sure how the demonic surveillance and targeting mechanism worked, and if I shifted it there, could I essentially trigger more demons without reducing ours? So I considered some more alternatives. One was to shift the Demite to the parasite world, or to the Comet world. I didn't want to shift it to the Comet world, because, if the demons could somehow see the Demite, essentially these Demite were surveillance bugs. I didn't want the demons to target a hyper-mobile void explorer. Thus, we settled on sending more of these Demites to the parasite world, and see whether it affected the frequency of the Demon King's invasion to Treehome. We shifted almost all of our Demite to my clone on the parasite world. No change to the existing astral paths, Stella said. But the further ones are wobbling and fading. It seems removing Demite only reduces the frequency of Demon Kings multiple decades down the road. Stella later theorized those that have already locked onto our world are coming as scheduled, but those further away have not properly locked on, thus removing the Demite made targeting more difficult. Essentially, that meant Demite was some kind of aiming aid. Without it, the demon could still find us, but just a bit harder. We kept the Demite in the parasite world. Lumoof kept practicing with mana and trained hard. He needed to be ready for the shit I was gonna throw his way, and after the shit I put him through, he clearly understood he would be seeing things way out of his league. Even the invasion to liberate Parasite World essentially depended on Lumoof to provide support, since the heroes demanded his presence as a condition to the invasion. My trees were busy draining the waters from the Parasite World to create patches of drier land. Strangely, now that my trees covered a large part of the Parasite World, some normal weather had returned. A return of seasonal rainstorms, and small snows during the colder period. The Parasite World had always felt a little hot and humid, a bit like being in a tropical swampland, but my large patches of trees had gradually repaired some of the weather. I found it weird, because this wasn't a conscious thing. I didn't actually attempt to change the weather, but the changes on the Parasite World over time had been rather dramatic and some parts absolutely no longer resembled what was still a demon-controlled world. With more mana coming from the Mountain World, I gradually inched closer and closer to the pit of the Parasite World. Each piece of territory was won through a constant war of attrition against the hordes of the demons. They spawned more creatures, newer variants, but we had improved beetles to counter them. The demons clearly had some ability to learn and adapt, especially on the demon-controlled worlds, since they were able to spawn new variants. The fact that demons in the invaded worlds did not adapt that strongly, when compared to the demons on their controlled worlds, made me wonder whether demon kings and demon mothers had some control over the development of demons. Or perhaps, because the system considered demons to be native in this world, thus the system spawned adapted demons. Or was there some kind of automated learning, or just through recombining known traits in different ratios, in the same way nature adapted to changes in the environment through reproductive processes? The only ID knows if I controlled a core. My trees encroached on the areas around the pit to the core and we began the process of draining the pit of water. Moving water wasn't difficult, and I eventually released the water throughout my controlled areas, essentially creating rivers out of these once shallow lands. There was a lot of landscaping to do. The water from the pit had to be cleaned and filtered too, as I noticed it contained far higher quantities of demonic presence within it. I didn't know how long it took for the core to spawn another demon king, but from what I could detect on the surface, there was hardly any progress, and it seemed like an exceptionally long spawn time. New lakes appeared too, as more water was shifted out of the flooded pits. The fact that it was an exposed pit made it significantly easier for me to remove the water because I could spawn trees all the way to the edge, and those roots at the edge functioned like pumps. Water was then gradually sucked out of the pit and then channeled through the root network. At the rate we were draining the pit, I estimate it would take about 2 years to drain the water and reach the core. Good enough. By then, Lumuf and the heroes should be ready for another fight in the depth. Variant routes. Year 213. I see the transportation went smoothly. Glad to see you, Master Johann. I rotated domain holders between the two worlds. One of my newer treefolk lords, Baron Thrade, and a delegation of administrators were present to greet him when I sent him over. I could send him over unannounced, but the Valthorns have a huge operating procedure built up for fixed deployments, so I went. Along with the bureaucracy. Baron Thrade's kind was a rarity on Mountainworld, but he was one of those willing to take a relocation package over the branchhold. At level 50, he was relatively lower level, but that was normal for those with noble classes. Noble classes and ruler classes leveled slower, just like those with the higher tier or upgraded classes, but they made up for it by their aura and other state-level abilities. This act of greeting domain holders and receiving visitors was one I felt a bit iffy about. There was an element of brown-nosing that I didn't quite like, but Lumuf and my senior leaders claimed that it was nothing more than a good practice of hospitality. Eventually, I settled and agreed to let the practice continue, but forbid lavish and large receiving parties. Well, I am here for my assignment. How's everything? It was his first visit to Branchhold this year. Baron Thrade shook his head. We caught another 4 spies. I am fairly sure Branchhold is infested with spies at this point. Our spies are trying to weed out the rest, but with so many immigrants, it's quite hard. Some of them essentially do nothing but feed info back to their minders back in the kingdoms. Johann laughed. Well, I am sure Eons saw it coming, so good luck there. Baron Thrade paused at the statement. Would you be assisting the counter-espionage efforts? Johann looked at the treefolk lord's misaligned eyes for a moment, and shook his head. Treefolks were not what people would consider pretty. They were more tree than people, and so their body structure was unusual. No, that's not what I am here for. Counter-espionage remains the task of Branchhold's designated council. I believe Ian's intention is for the council to level, so it wouldn't be right for me to interfere. Ah, I see. I would step in if things really got out of hand, but it's important to let the people make mistakes and learn from them, as long as it wasn't a lethal one. That said, I did find my tolerance of lethality increasing over time. Instead, I want a briefing on the latest wars of the foreign nations. Baron Thrade nodded. Right this way. There are days when I think war is inevitable. The system facilitates and encourages the act of combat. Not just that. There are days when I thought war was good. The system is part of this world's nature. It is how this world works, and war was how the system and people of this world ensured the survival of the fittest. The survival of those who could gain the levels and skills needed to survive. War accelerated that process, as conflict ensured and required each and everyone to strive harder to protect what they have, and to survive. War was coming, because the system encouraged it. War was coming, because those who survived are better equipped to face the future. It was a morbid, cruel assessment of the world. Or was it me, becoming numb to this constant state of war? Despite the benefits of war, it came at the expense of generational learning, because war encouraged destruction of infrastructure and knowledge. War was the equivalent of stepping on others to go higher, and destroying others' ladders. There had to be a balance somewhere between the two, and I wasn't sure whether the Central Continent's model was the best one, even if it worked very well so far. I also didn't think it was right to transplant a governance model that worked for the Central Continent to Branchhold and the wider mountain world as a whole, because both worlds and people had different histories. Johann sat and contemplated the briefing. My spymasters had built a basic information gathering network throughout the other kingdoms of the mountain world. This complemented the information I gained through my trees, which also expanded outward. The mountain world people fought a lot. In fact, the wars of this era seemed more violent than ever. The level 80s of the mountain world fought each other, and their levels meant the destruction they wrought was more extensive. Conflicts seemed to arise from the smallest things, the rulers eager to shake the status quo with the military power accumulated over the decade of war. This was partly why there was a surge in immigration to Branchhold, once it became clear to the population of the world that no one actually attempted to invade us. Branchhold's military power remained a huge unknown to the people of this world. We should arrange a visit to the central continent of Treehome, and establish the sheer gap in power between our two worlds. Once they realize the kind of military power we have, it would greatly ease our efforts on Branchhold. What was the point in that, really? Show that we have a bigger stick. Was there a point to scaring the people? Is it not the same as what the heroes did? Their presence frightened the other nations into compliance, and gave them the right to have their own kingdoms. It's useful to get some of the nobles to work with us. There are those who feel that they can oppose us if they combine their might. Fear. I'd prefer if we were liked, but then again, being liked never stopped them from fighting against us. If anything, I'd like my spymasters to bribe, blackmail, preach and twist these other nations to get out of my way. After all, why kill when you could convert them or bribe them? It's unnecessary bloodshed. Money's not an object for me anymore. Over the decades and centuries, I watched the value of money fluctuate, and now I was at the point where money is kind of a secondary result of my will. After all, money was useful to convince others to mobilize and do what you want. Now though, with the resources of a continent, and my power, should I choose to wield it, was absolute, money was just an intermediary. After all, money is just a means of exchange, and also a way for the state to exercise its power to govern. A nation could pay its employees with food, lodging, or any other kind of benefit, in order to compel them to do what the nation requires them to do. At the core of it, what was a nation? A nation was a means to create an overarching structure to enable the provision of services not possible to be achieved at a smaller scale. Back home, democratic systems generally try to ensure that the government has a mandate, so to speak, from the people that it is governed. This, partly, was to ensure stability, to align the will of the people and that of the rulers. In a world with magic and skills, how does this mandate play out? Frankly, in a world where skills, levels and magic exist with monsters of varying strength, the value of the common man is not much. It's more of an oligarchy of the powerful. Too frequently, it becomes a mandate of the system. Not unlike the mandate of heaven. The system bestows a select few with the power to rule, and thus they create their kingdoms. Levels create power, and that power is exercised to rule over others. Those who have power and gain power used it to oppress and to demand those beneath them to obey. I am aware. That's essentially what I did. My overwhelming levels ensured I could execute my will and bend Treehome to the direction I want it to go. It was a form of tyranny, even if I've generally tried to have a light touch. Lumuf once said the presence of level caps was to ensure that no one got too powerful, but clearly, the system wasn't expecting a creature like myself. Occasionally I wonder whether this was all planned. Did the system know this is what I would do? Does the system have a desire? Does it have a goal? Why? It was a question many people around the world asked. During prayers, many asked why level systems were created, and lamented how unfair it was. How some nobles had inherited skills, and some had none. What was the purpose of it all, anyway? I noticed a rise in these types of existential questions from the inhabitants of the central continent, which I suspect was a result of rising affluence and education levels. Was there even a purpose to it, to create a system where the system grants so much power to those who jump through its hoops? The system encourages slaughter, and encourages achievements. This, of course, tied back to development. Rightly or not, I've significantly uplifted the development of the central continent, and invested significant resources on magical research and weapons. Tools of war, to wage more dangerous wars. This was known to all on Treehome, and has functioned as a deterrent from the other nations. Alka's crystalline bombs are well known for its incredible destruction. Their magical ripples could be detected an entire continent away. Yet, my goal was to end the cycle, and there is a worry, just like back home, that further research and overuse of bombs may eventually lead to some kind of magical nuclear winter. We don't know how much magic is too much magic, even if I am currently quite certain it's nothing to worry about. On Branchhold, the issue of a constitution was a bit harder than I initially expected. Mainly, the refugees and immigrants to Branchhold had very different expectations, norms and requirements compared to the administrators from Treehome. Those from Treehome had lived a generation or two under my rule, and their social, cultural and administrative norms had deviated quite a bit. Form filling was a struggle with the immigrants who didn't even know what a form was. Things like waste disposal, sanitation, and food processing all had gaps. Even on treehome there was some gaps, especially between continents, but the other continents had learned from us by exposure. Many nobles, influenced by my spymasters, adopted some of our norms and policies. Even the triumvirs of Ava adopted more regimented training processes, supported by my Valthorns indirectly. All that happened over a long period of time, so the gap never felt so big. But here, these people never had that exposure. The worst thing was, it further solidified my delegation's impression that the people of Branchhold were uncultured barbarians. This was something I wanted to avoid, because it was a formula for resentment, and worked against my intention to build a good, positive impression among the nobles, warrior classes, and general peasantry of the world. The gap's too big, Johann admitted in a personal conversation with me. I am not sure it's possible to educate them and get them to change their practices so quickly. I wasn't sure why, but that statement made me churn a little. I sensed disdain and a little bit of patronizing in those words. I get that he had a point, but I wasn't too comfortable with that feeling, so I decided to clear it up. Perhaps there is no need to. Oh, Johann was one of my soldiers, and he respected the warrior ethos of the people. But that was about his only positive impression. There was an immediacy to their life. The focus is on winning the next battle, not stepping back and thinking about how to win the war. This difference in time horizon was probably something that would need a generation or two to change. The immigrants didn't understand or comprehend the security we could provide. Why think about what's going to happen a year down the road when the demons could invade and kill everyone next month? In a way, the decade-long war was a big setback to their overall society, and frankly, he understood that we could have easily been the same. Yet it made day-to-day interactions frustrating. It was an experience quite like the Canary, who also seemed to live their lives day by day. These people lived life day to day, and rather than try to change them, is there a way to make a better or more productive version of this mindset? That sounds rather strange. Johann laughed. Isn't foresight one of the better qualities of civilization? To create a structure from nothing. It is, but I am beginning to wonder whether I've been looking at civilization with a far too narrow perspective. To me, that just sounds like chaos. Maybe. The strength of planning and foresight allows the accumulation of our efforts towards a larger goal. Something that cannot be achieved through instant reaction and living day by day. There has to be a guiding path, or a focus. It's the equivalent of a corporate ethos and culture, towards some kind of goal. An organization this large, by sheer number of actors and players, would generate many contradictory forces. A noble in one part of treehome would and could take the exact opposite direction as another noble. It's impossible to force everyone to be perfectly aligned. It's too much effort, and means turning everyone into robots. Ultimately, it boils down to the question of, what kind of world did I want Mountain World to be? Does it even matter if its main function is to serve as a massive mana generator to complement my future mana requirement? Why was I doing this? How do the immigrants take the rule of the council? Johann asked one of the relocated administrators. Not well. Language differences are getting better, but they are still unused to the way many things are done. There's also no respect for the Valtrian order, which makes it harder for the order personnel to carry out their work. The priests are having a slightly easier time, but it's not smooth sailing either. Johann spotted many small aggressions and conflicts as the relocated administrators and guards tried to impose their version of order onto the refugees. Most accept it, even if they don't understand. After all, they came as refugees to avoid the threat of war, but there clearly was some expectation gap. They expected life to be similar back to where they came from, not this accelerated uplift society where they had to adjust to how I wanted this city to be. This was a result of my well-being in conflict with those of the refugees, and frankly, many made the journey with incomplete information. I could solve this problem by allowing mass migration from the central continent to Branchhold, but I wanted to see how receptive the local folk were before I did that. I also had some concerns about facilitating such a large movement of people between worlds, and I wanted rules and proper process before such things were permitted. The artificial minds could be granted authority to operate the inter-world transportation, and the necessary mana budget, so that freed up one part of my mental load. There was a strange problem that emerged for those who came from the central continent. I didn't notice it immediately because of the presence of my healing aura in Branchhold, but my spymaster noticed it in their field operators. Diseases of another world. Those with my familiars, or those close to my clone trees, were spared thanks to the influence of my healing aura, but the spies that strayed further, some without the protection of my familiars, got sick. A lot. Most diseases were mild, but it was another aspect that I did not foresee. Stella swiftly reminded me of the diseases brought by colonizers during the Age of Exploration. The inverse did not occur, simply because my people were generally healthy. Thanks to the effect of my healing aura, so they didn't carry that many diseases. My biolabs quickly collected some of these disease samples. Then we realized these diseases of Mountainworld were made of magic. I eventually agreed to a learning visit for the refugees and the nobles. I thought about it, and realized, maybe intimidation wasn't a bad thing. It was the whole idea of a nuclear deterrence. I had the impression that my domain holders already qualified to be my nuclear deterrents. I also wanted the refugee representative to see for themselves what kind of culture and society we had back on Treehome. Many refugees have their own de facto community leaders, which we selected for the trip. In total, about 100 refugees would take their first trip to Treehome. Their arrival on Treehome was a quiet one. I had not fully declared their presence here, so they were shuffled like tourists on tour buses, always escorted by security personnel. They were frankly odd, the equivalent of jungle bumpkins entering the city for the first time. Word blocks and trenches. Year 214. Lumuf's mana practice continued, while my other domain holders made regular trips to the parasite world to set up the stage for an invasion. He had managed, over a period of 2 to 3 years, to increase his mana tolerance by about twice of what it was, but lately his progress has plateaued. It still wasn't good enough, but Lumuf said he would just gain more levels, and hopefully those higher levels gave him extra stats and new skills that helped with his mana tolerance. I agreed. I did not want to subject him through pain, if there was not much progress. Since we had a roadblock in this particular direction, Lumuf went to the parasite world, to see what he could do there. My attempts to drain the pit of the Demon King went quite successfully, and the amount of water was then redirected to make actual lakes and ponds in the areas we controlled. I've reached about 3/4 to the core of the parasite world, and now, the walls of the pit are filled with vines and crawler-type plants. Down here, there were few demons, but nothing much of a threat. The demons continued to attack us throughout the world, but so far, we managed to hold on. They mounted multiple assaults to flush us out and fully retake the area around the pit, with champions and all that, but with Edna, Rune or Johan around to provide additional support and offset my distance penalty, it wasn't hard. A champion was no king, and if they could not field kings, my domain holders had nothing to fear. Hytrerion, my converted walker, served as my champion and fortified the area around the pit. Despite all this, there was no sign or signal that suggested this world was attempting to grow another demon king. Not yet, anyway. The magical energy of this world was still low, despite all the recovery in the past few years. The path in the stars appeared to be faint. I wondered what kind of world it would invade, but for now we kept digging. It would be another year or two before we reached the core. Fancy seeing you here, Kay said as she walked up one of Branchhold's highest trees, where there was an observation tower that looked out. Stella nodded at the crystal golem when she walked in. I was told it's a gorgeous view of the vast Demonlands, still not reclaimed by the heroes. The two heroes, Adrian and Kelly, did use their powers to retake some of the demon lands, but they didn't seem particularly enthused. I'd say the same for you. Stella responded as she worked with her tools. Over the decades, she had made some tools and equipment to help her with her task of observing the skies, and the mountain world skies were filled with entirely new stars and worlds. Did Eons send you here to give me a hand? Nothing like that. I just asked for permission to visit another world, and got it. I just have to be escorted outside Branchhold. Ah, that does sound like something you would do. See anything you like, so far? Not yet. The rangers told me the food choices are quite interesting, but my taste buds aren't exactly the best. Stella smirked at the golem. Taste buds. Yeah, eat. As if I needed that. Kay shrugged, and then perched herself at the balcony. She took a moment to take in the view. But this place does have a really good view. This city doesn't sprawl. Not like Freska. Not yet. Blasphemy. Kay teased. Eon already has an anti-sprawl plan. Stella didn't reply, and continued to work. She collected readings of various magical energy signatures, and she continued her work on her theory. She thought that each different world's magical key that identified that world, so, if she could figure out what the alphabets were, she could then figure out how to match the alphabets to the rift gates, and then, use it to call places that we currently have no access to. Magic was a lot of hard work. How many void mages did you bring with you? Kay asked. Stella paused. 2 of them are helping me with the research. Do you find portals different here? Not really. About the same. The only worlds where I felt my portals were nigh unusable were that comet world and the anti-magic world. That was a waste. Eon should have kept that world. Kay said. Now our supply of anti-magic sand is cut off. Stella just smiled. Wait, what's that look? We have the magical coordinates for that world. With a sufficiently high-powered amount of void mana, and if we can replicate a smaller version of that core mana void mana tunnel. How far are we? Honestly, the biggest roadblock we have right now is Eon's lack of core mana. Between what I've seen and what we've gathered from the Demon King's core replica, we're halfway there with the tunnel. Shit. We are just one mana source away from being able to go wherever we want. Let's not jinx it and make it sound so easy. Core mana isn't the easiest thing to find, but if the parasite world invasion goes well. Stella smiled. There are still mountains to climb after this one. And this is still a really, really tall mountain. How long have you known? Kay asked once Stella took a break. Know what? That we're going to be able to essentially connect all the worlds we've been to. Oh, it was always there. Each world has a signature, a phone number. Each rift gate Eon steals comes with its own coordinates, mostly intact. I've known how to lock a rift gate to a past world, especially if we've stolen the gate from that world. It's just, we lack the power to make that connection. Void mana doesn't survive very well in the void forest. It gets swept away and disrupted by the smallest eddies. Is Eon planning to do that with this world too? Kay looked up at the sky. The mountain world would have their own demon king too, but their cycle was a little longer, ranging from 15 years to 20 years. Yes, I've discussed it before. We have to grab as many rift gates, from as many worlds, as far as possible. It's one of the easier ways to collect all the astral alphabets or numbers. Next was to map that number to our observations of their location in space, and see whether we could make some sense of the numbers. I believe there is a logic or pattern inbuilt in the language of the rift gates, which brings me to my next task. Which is, I need to get my domain. Within the Demon King's core replica, Eon spoke of star paths, and a massive map, but he said there is a guardian within that map. He'd only let me use it once I have a domain. I've seen images, though, through the Dream Academy, but I'd really like to see it. For myself, and feel what that thing is. Do you think that's a creature of the void? Do you think there are things living in the void forest? Kay asked randomly. Like, hunters within the void forest that look for certain things. I wouldn't say it's impossible. But I've not seen any. My void archmage relaxed and took a sip of water. A Valthorn dropped in to just check in, and then left once they noticed both Kay and Stella were in there. Branchhold's security condition wasn't as robust as Freska, but with my artificial minds constantly monitoring everything, I had the ability to react almost instantly. Still, I had the Valthorns patrol all the key installations. I didn't trust my detection abilities to get everything. Stella's levels were mostly through research, but in her earlier days she did some power leveling with the domain holders. As she reached her level 140s, her levels had slowed, and so she would also need to get some combat experience in, even if it's indirect. It was really quite irritating that the path to a domain seemed to require combat experience. Was this world so battle crazy? Stella's time had to be split between her astral alphabet and Riftgate research, crafting and combat, and also her teaching duties at her Void Academy. Thankfully, these days she wasn't the only Void Archmage. We had a few promoted to Void Archmage over the years, and for risk mitigation, we rotated them to other roles. One moved on to crafting and creation of Void Mana sensitive artifacts that Stella used, and also taught the next generation of crafter Void Mages. Sadly, the process of getting acclimatized to Void Mana was still horrible, and it was something I worked on. One of which was my breeding program. I had the ability to inject an inheritable skill, and I intend to stack the inheritable skills to create a naturally attuned Void Mage. The very first young tree folks just enrolled to the Void Academy last year since the breeding program started. Patrick went a bit further and suggested that I acclimatize young lizard people eggs and treefolk seedlings to Void Mana, but the potential of killing these babies made me squirm. I wasn't willing to go that far. Maybe. Not yet. I spoke to Reefy after a while. I spoke to him, or it, every few months, but our conversation was usually brief. Usually nothing of particular interests, though Reefy often brought trinkets and showed all the strange fishes that are found in the depths. Then, this time, he brought something else to my attention. Greater than dead giant found. No, less than. Reefy shared, through our root link, an image of a giant creature, submerged in the depths. It looked like it had died many, many years ago. From the depths, all I could see was a shadow-like image, but it was something similar. The shell was filled with scars, but I could tell what it was. A dead Zaratan. Greater than too big. Need help. Minions too small. Can send help. Less than Refugee's mental image shared a location of the dead giant, and I immediately had the Valthorns deploy ships and mages to the location. I also pinged Lilies, my old friend, to get in touch with Valicira, the Zaratan, once more. If there was a dead Zaratan, I thought I should let them know. Stella, Lumuf both returned from the other worlds, and they were joined by Edna, Alka, and a large contingent of mages. They boarded the largest vessels we have. The location was right in the middle of the ocean between the central continent and the Western Isles, between two oceanic valleys. Over the years, some layers of ocean sand had covered most of it. It's down there, right at the bottom. Alka said. His magical abilities and past experience as an occasional archaeologist meant he had some skills for this kind of event. We could use a portal and teleport it up, but we'll need to encase it in a bubble of magic to preserve it from further harm. Bones. I could learn of its last memories from its bones, but I would do so after I got the Zaratan's views, if they allowed me to do so. But let's wait, and let me see what else I can learn through magic. I recalled these Zaratans loved water, and I wasn't sure if digging up Zaratan bones from the ocean was potentially an offensive thing. If they loved water so much, an oceanic burial could be what they've always wanted. Stella shrugged. I am sadly unaware of their funeral rites or customs, despite being their apprentice. As far as I know, they don't have such customs, even though they do feel the loss of their fellow Zaratans very, very strongly. In that case, let us just do magical research for now, and wait for the Zaratans to emerge. As it turned out, we didn't need to wait long, as a thick mist soon emerged in the area, and two massive Zaratans emerged, and one younger one that I've met before. Their presence was thick and rippled outwards, their presence was comparable to any domain holder. Greater than the tree's compatriots have gained much strength. Less than the largest of the Zaratans spoke. Everyone just looked at Lumuf, and he entered avatar mode. I spoke through him then. The younger Zaratan's still massive turtle head nodded. Greater than indeed, Eon. Your actions have rippled through the worlds. We thank you, for the safety you've provided us. Less than. Greater than indeed. Valicira, as you have met them, you can host them in your shell. Less than. At that moment, one of Valicira's shell hexagons opened up to reveal a small box. Greater than hop on. We will dive to the depths together, and see our departed brother. Less than. Stella was the first to go, a portal opened between her and the box in Valicira's shell. The rest of us followed, and all in, about 20 of us dived into the depths of the ocean. I had to admit, as a tree, I felt really, really uncomfortable being so deep underwater, and it took a lot of my willpower not to scream or shake. It was so bad that Lumuf had to use his calming powers on me. Yet, the depths of the ocean was wonderful, as Valicira's shell was incredibly magical. It was like a flexible screen that could turn transparent, and allowed us to see the ocean outside. It was like we were in a glass box in the depths of the ocean. The dive into the depths took just a moment, as all three Zaratan landed around the giant bones. Greater than our fallen brother. Another one for the demons. Less than. The other giant Zaratan touched the scars in the shell with its nose, and seemed to sniff. Greater than it's been 5 centuries. Less than. Greater than long it has been, but no longer. Less than the giant Zaratan blew all the sand again, and this time, it swirled around the shell. The giant Zaratan then bit at the skull of the dead Zaratan, and at that moment, the giant Zaratan seemed to glow. The other giant Zaratan and Valicira also bit the bones of the Zaratan, and I felt a sudden surge in magic around us. And then just as quickly, it was gone. Greater than do as you please with the bones. We have done what must be done. For providing this information, Valicira shall provide the reward. Less than the giant said, and then, just as quickly, the two giant Zaratans swam away, and then, vanished. Greater than you may take the bones. Less than Valicira said. The small box we were in was then separated into 2 compartments, one with only Lumuf, and another with everyone else. Stella then opened a portal in front of Lumuf, and water immediately rushed in through the portal. But he was encased in an armor of wood, and he breathed through a vine. My roots surged outwards and through the portal, and then my roots wrapped around the bones of the ancient Zaratan. Then, I moved everything to another part of my secret hideout where my preservation abilities would keep it safe for our later studies. Greater than it is safer for our bones to be in your hands than anyone else. Less than. Greater than all of us could see and feel your energies rippling through the multiverse. We hope our bones can push you a bit closer to your goal. But beware, they can sense it too. They've begun to suspect something's gone wrong in this part of the world, and they would not react well to a nascent god. A new puppeteer will only earn their ire. Less than. Greater than they can't tell the difference. Less than Valasira said. Trees of the Abyss. Year 215. I am now in possession of 2 sets of bones from legendary creatures. 1. The dragon bones, which I recovered from the moon before I withdrew the clone, and now, the bones of the Zaratan. Both of which were now safely stored in my secret hideout in their own little section. Thanks to the effect of my preservation abilities, they were untouched, almost the same as if they were on the moon, and in the depth of the sea. Since I wanted to now see what happened to the Zaratan, I figured I might as well check the dragon's bones as well. I moved a large piece of the Zaratan's skull from one part of my secret hideout, right to the biolab located within my body. The skull itself was large enough to be a truck, but this broken piece was about the size of a large door. It pulsed momentarily, as my biolab began its work. Ethereal vines from my soul-forged biolab entered the bones, and I began to see images and little bursts of thoughts. Emotions. A lake, and then, a sensation of moving. A black sun, then abruptly snapping. Forced off the path. Another lake, but then it's dried out. How? Then demons, large demons. Champions. Running. Flee, and conjured water around itself. The champions latch on, and then, the sensation of moving again. It's unstable, demons on its back. Ocean. A struggle. Pain. Sinking. The memories ended there, and I realized this Zaratan had probably been yanked out of its path across the stars. The demons could do that, or at least, that black sun could. I feel that black sun is the key to everything, and I proposed the idea of destroying or capturing the black sun to the domain holders. They generally concurred that it may work, if it's the only one. I wanted to speak to Ava again, ask them whether they've ever tried assaulting the black sun. If that would work. I tried a few more Zaratan bones, but the memories of its last moments were similar. So, I used the bones of the dragon from the moon that I've kept for so long. It's a bad habit. I would keep things, and only check on them when I remember them. Patrick gives me regular reminders, but I find it hard to focus until it really draws me. Anyway, I focused on the dragon's bones now. Its memories were far more hazy than the Zaratan. The images I saw were faded, but I saw flight, run, fear, the sky, the stars, and then a really intense sensation of emptiness. Then the moon. The dragon looked back, and saw a world aflame. A roar, and then, a long period of waiting. Hope. Hoping for others to join it. No one came. No one was strong enough. I needed some time to process my thoughts. These were the last moments of these great creatures. Both bones had power, and as I studied them, I felt I gained a better understanding of their nature. The study of their bones led to additional Titan options. Titan option unlocked. Dragon replicant. A creature with the flight, combat and magical prowess of a lesser dragon. Titan option unlocked. Zaratan replicant. A creature created based on the Zaratans of the Void Sea. Possessed ability to move between worlds, if there is an existing path. Comes with void mana as default and can use some void magic. I have 1 Titan soul left, but I looked at the 6 heroes allied to me, and realized, I wasn't in a rush. Not if this arrangement worked. I would get more fragments. Sure, I was so close to 100 fragments, but, that's really a consolation prize if I could direct the hero's actions. These dragons, and Zaratans were so powerful, surely they would have achieved a domain. What stopped them from stopping the demons? Or, that was the wrong question. The dragons stopped the demons many times, as seen from the memories in some of the ancient tree, but they were eventually overwhelmed. If so, what can we do to avoid their mistakes? If 2 or 3 demon kings invaded us at the same time, we would fall, just like the dragons. Even today, we don't really know whether that's a rule, or just a convenience of the demons. It is entirely possible that they assigned 1-to-1 worlds just to maximize the number of invaded worlds, but could easily focus on a single world. We needed to test this. Was there a physical or magical barrier that prevented simultaneous invasions? It's possible that a demon king's presence emitted something that interfered with the astral paths, thus preventing multiple invasions. Since we now had a demon king's core replica, we also needed to figure out how to confuse their targeting system. We had seen the astral paths wobble when Demite was removed from treehome, and so, we've seen that the creation of stable astral paths required core mana. Thus, I directed my attention to one of my potential sources of core mana. The core fragment of the anti-mana world. Unlike the shard of the comet world, the rousing presence from a few years ago was still dormant. It was as if it slept. When I touched it again, this time, the presence was quite similar to the sensation from the comet world. The presence was still collecting itself, and its core mana, however few it was, seemed to resist me. Without actually convincing that presence within the core to give me its mana, the core mana was far more bound to its presence. Stella was back on the mountain world after the Zaratan incident, and back to her magical research. She seemed to quite enjoy Branchhold, and with our enhanced abilities, we noticed that mountain world was linked to 2 other worlds. One of those 2 worlds was a little further away, and we would likely need to redeploy some Demite to reach it. It was strange how each world's astral path was different, and how each world sees the void forest differently. This made me think that even the demon's star maps may not be all that reliable, since they probably had their own frame of reference, or these maps were collected from their jumps. Even the souls, on their path to reincarnation, traveled to this void forest, where they would move and wobble their way to other worlds. I attempted to access that view again, even with my soul forge, but I've yet to succeed. Maybe I needed the right levels, but I also consulted my fellow domain holders on whether they've seen such things. Lilies, for one, had no clue. This was way beyond their experience. Over time, I realized the process of learning is very often just repeatedly throwing something at a problem and seeing what sticks. I wonder whether the gods got to their current solution through the same process. Counting down to the invasion. Ken asked the heroes when they met. They didn't meet that often, but they still made it a point to meet every other month. Everyone had their own things to do. Some of the heroes had their own projects, like Chung and Hafiz, and the Mountain World heroes, Adrian and Kelly, also found their own passions and hobbies. They did say they felt lost after the defeat of the Demon King, but eventually they found something to do and occupy their time. Prabhu nodded. Kinda, but not really. We're just working on our own thing for now, while waiting for the cue. Snek, the little snake spirit, was the most eager of them all, which meant Ken had a little more stake in this project than the heroes. Snek wanted this invasion to succeed, for all the obvious reasons. After the Zaratan's warning, I wonder whether this invasion may be the wrong move. What if I drew their attention, and become marked by the demons? What if we invited greater scrutiny? These were my worries, and so, for now, the best I could do was over-prepare. If necessary, I'd cover them and pull the rest of them back to treehome. We've finally drained the waters of the pit, and I finally got a glimpse of what was within those pits. It was similar to what we saw in the anti-mana world, the demon mother, around a core. The parasite world's core was smaller, and filled with holes, quite a bit like a ball-shaped Swiss cheese. The area around the core itself had been hollowed out, and instead, there was this giant octopus creature with multiple tentacles. Those tentacles weaved through the holes of the core, and tied itself to it. Inspection didn't work, but I reckon it was the same type of creature. From what I could tell, it even had approximately the same level of strength as the demon mother, and I quickly shared my observations with the planned assault force. We do have a clear path that leads all the way to the core. We could guide a lot of bombs to the core and flush out the demon mother, but that came at the risk of destroying the core, which is so tied up with the demon mother. So, we needed a surgical approach. Send Lumuf. Capture the demon mother, Edna said, and Lumuf gave Edna the stink eye. Oh come on, don't kick me into the pits. I am not kicking you in. I am asking you to go in with the heroes. Heroes weaken that creature, and then Eon captures it. Pause for a moment. Chung asked. Can you clarify what that was? Eon captures demons by flooding them with mana. Don't you know that already? Prabhu said. They've attempted to capture the Demon King too. I know, but can it work on the Demon Mother? Edna shrugged. It should. We've been prepping Lumuf for that possibility. Can we supply you with star mana to do so? Chung wondered. Could star mana do the same thing? Actually, I never thought of it. That star mana was so toxic to demons that they die from exposure, but that was when we tested it against regular type demons. We've never attempted to infect a Demon King with star mana, though I didn't think it'll be a good idea, since they did have void mana within them and that was normally an explosive reaction. But it was worth trying. If one of the heroes functioned as a battery, I could channel the star mana through Lumuf and inject it into the demon. So, do we want to try it out with this demon within the core? No. I wasn't sure why, but I felt that using star mana to capture the demon mother in the core would not go well, especially if it interacted with the void mana within the demon mother. Just a normal attack will do. Our goal is to free the core and gain access to the core mana. Not crack the planet in the process. I wasn't sure Scorched Planet even worked as a defense policy. Destroyed worlds did not form a wall that prevented travel. If it did, it may be worthwhile to look into destroying uninhabited planets to form interstellar barriers. As part of the preparations for the invasion, we significantly increased the number of trees on Branchhold and soon made connections to more magical ley lines. I spread my trees, discreetly where I could, and ramped up my total mana output. Back on Treehome, we did the same. I added more trees, and extended my trees further out to the various islands closer to the central continent. Thanks to the skills earned before this, I was able to tunnel to some of the islands, and this meant I now had some influence over the seas around the central continent. My mind suggested creating artificial islands, a point which I eventually came to agree to. The Valthorns quietly arranged for druids, earth mages and builders to commence the construction of these artificial islands. This was an incredibly lengthy process, as lifting sand and rock into a stable structure was actually quite difficult, and we honestly had to look for locations where the deep-sea monsters didn't appear too much. Publicly, these artificial islands were to serve as my military ports, of course, with all that excuse of reducing piracy and facilitating trade. It's just a cover for my real intention to spread my roots across the ocean, and expand my total mana output. My expansion on Mountainworld went relatively easier. Mountainworld as a whole only had one single ocean that's rather deep, fed by hundreds and thousands of rivers. That meant there were very little physical barriers to my expanding trees, and it was possible to go around any large habited areas. The cold peaks of the Mountainworld didn't do much to stop roots that could tunnel through mountains, though in the process, I discovered that Mountainworld has very interesting subterranean life and culture. There are entire parts of the world that resembled parts of the eastern continent, where cities and entire nations lived within mountains, and within many mountains, there were massive caverns that contained things from an older era. Many of these were in territories far from Branchhold, so I'd probably need to cook up a plausible excuse to send my Valthorns to investigate, or probably just have them fake it as adventurers. Yeah, that'll be something to do. I could have an initiative to set up Branchhold-sponsored adventurers, and send them in that direction. But I could indirectly stir up a gold rush if that leak came from me, since these guys would suspect I know something. Anyway, as a result of my expansion on both my homeworld and Mountainworld, my total mana output increased by approximately half, and my total mana storage by that same amount. This was a massive increase, though most of that increase came from greenfield expansion on the Mountainworld. This wasn't enough, obviously, but then again, the demon mother might be weaker. Time to set it in motion, whatever the consequences may be. We've been working on this plan for years, Stella said at the edge of my clone tree on the parasite world. She set up multiple observation posts, and a few more of her students, other void mages, joined her. They would monitor the stars for any signs that something was wrong, or reinforcements were on their way. Lumoof, my domain holders and the heroes stood at the edge of the pit. Lumoof made a repeat of the mission statement. Down there is the demon mother. Our goal is to capture it, or defeat it, and free the core of the parasite world. The reason to capture this is simple. We want to test whether it is possible to recapture a world from the demons, and gain access to core mana. If it's possible to free the world, it may mean we can have a new population base, and more future heroes to rely on. With core mana, Stella and the Void Mages can start to establish stable astral paths through the Void Forest, and mount a counter-invasion. The heroes gulped at the term, counter-invasion. Getting core mana was the equivalent of having the fuel needed to make the journey. The counter-invasion was a deep strike, meant to target the real command center of the demons. Any questions? Lumoof asked out of habit. It was just a procedure. They have discussed the issue at length over the years. Everyone shook their heads. The pit had been heavily reinforced over the past year. I have 4 seeds. One on Branchhold, one on the Comet world, one here in the Parasite world, and one more in store, still serving its cooldown. There's 4 more years to go. They thought of waiting, but then, I didn't feel like we needed to. We had made extensive preparations, and they all had a variety of weapons, the ice blades of Arya, the death staff of Lilies, Stella's void weapons and their own hero items. Check equipment. Everyone took a minute to recheck their list, and nodded. Lumoof nodded, and entered avatar mode. Vines branched out, and around him, the vines turned into a massive walking vine creature. He looked at the pit, and thought of the many times he made a journey into the core. The pit itself was already filled with vines, and my beetles already patrolled the entire pit. The only area we've yet to claim was the large cavern around the core. Lumuf made a prayer, and the heroes nodded. Time to claim the parasite's core, and free this planet. Void Sprout. Year 215 continued. The entire pit was captured. Chung asked as my vines have captured the trees. We've figured out how to make some bioluminescent plants, which lit up the path, and made it easier for us to defend the pits from the demonic assaults. Only the core chamber is unclaimed. Beetles, with adapted legs meant for walking up and down vertical trees, also served as my defenders here. Damn. If Ken could see this. This is hella beautiful if it wasn't a journey to the death. Then Chung slapped himself. Choi, shouldn't have said that. Prabhu smirked. It should NT be that hard. Initial data suggests it's slightly weaker than a demon king, but still significantly stronger than a champion. Seems to be the leftover husk of a demon king, or at least, a part of it was the demon king. I could technically teleport them down to the edge of my vines, but I didn't want to reveal that part of my abilities, so they made the journey riding on Lumuf's carriage of vines. As the heroes approached the core, Stella and my sensors began to detect some movement. Something's happening to the astral paths, and I am detecting some magical pulse from the demon. It was a momentary magical surge that quickly subsided. Then the demon repeated it again. And then it got stronger, and stronger. What's that? Stella asked. Her eyes peeled to the stars above. I've got no idea. It felt like a warning beacon. Or an alert beacon, meant to alert the demons that it is under attack. But it sounds like we may have company. There was still nothing in the astral paths. No movement. Lumuf and the heroes approached the core, and found the demon mother coiled up with the core. Well, that is our opponent. Lumuf introduced, and the heroes quickly got ready. The demon mother, at that moment, abruptly shrunk its size and hid within the core. Where is it going? I think it can see your star mana and is hiding from you. Edna responded, and knows you are here to get it, but Lumuf just laughed. It knows that you won't destroy the core, so it's using the core as a shield. Oh, I think you can leave this hide and seek to me. My avatar jumped to the core, and then, my roots surged out. My roots and vines spread out, and the demon mother was no larger than a small cow, attacked my vines. It was strong, for sure, but destroying my vines revealed its location. The demon was indiscriminate and happily attacked the core, but this close, I felt a rough, hazy presence touching on my avatar's will. It called to us. It was groggy, as if it's been long asleep or unconscious. Something pulled it back. Follow the colored vines, and it'll lead to the demon. The heroes approached the core. Meanwhile, through Lumuf, my vines flooded the holes of the core and attempted to slow down the demon mother's movement. It could easily cut through my vines. After a few minutes of hiding, it soon realized its initial plan to escape or hide within the core wasn't going to work because the heroes eventually caught up and attacked it. The demon fought the heroes within the core for a short few minutes, and found itself outmatched. The heroes landed a few hits, but frankly, they held back because they didn't want to damage the core. Yet, it was clear that the heroes would win if it remained within the core. So, rather than remain in the core, the demon flared its magic, burnt through my vines, and then rushed out of the core. I tried my best to delay it, but it still managed to blast through them after a few hits. Chase after it. That flaring of energy seemed to mark something else as well, as Stella immediately noticed something unusual was happening. Eon, something's coming. I'll do my best to delay it. I need you to send more void mages over to me right now. She immediately barked orders as a group of void mages on standby immediately jumped to action, and I sent them through my clone. The demon rushed up the pits, and I tried my best to block it, and covered the pits with thick walls of wood and trees. It heated up like a shining, burning missile and blasted through my attempts to delay it. The heroes and everyone else gave chase, and fired attacks. Just attack it. Don't worry if you land a hit on the walls or anything. I can always fix the trees later. Each attack weakened the demon mother, but it moved with speed equal to the demon king, and dodged most of the heroes and my domain holders' attacks. At that moment, Lumuf immediately asked, should I stay in to secure the core, or go after it? Go after it. My vines and roots can reach here, let me deal with it for now. I don't think I'll need my full strength here. Got it. Lumuf immediately darted after the heroes and my 3 domain holders. My domain holders were slower than the heroes, but Prabhu had used a magical acceleration ability to pull them up so that they could keep up. Chung launched volleys after volleys of homing magical arrows at the demon mother, and this was when I saw phase out and vanish momentarily, before appearing a short distance ahead. Great. Just great. Chung charged another shot while he flew up the pit after the demon mother. There was an invisible demon before this. Prabhu quipped while he charged a star mana-powered homing fireball. At the hero's level, the fireball resembled an actual neutron star, rather than a ball of fire. The demon mother took a few hits, and then, it flared a magical energy. Up on the surface, Stella immediately deployed a wide array of void mana equipment, and started to channel it. I felt her void mana spread through the skies above, and seemed to be pushing against something. There was something coming, that only she and her void mages could see. Eon. Void mana batteries, I need more. She yelled and my vines wrapped around her and her void mages. This linked her to the void batteries back home. My clones and my roots essentially functioned as cables, linking them to the stored mana batteries back home. I felt huge quantities of void mana travel through our linked bodies. The skies darkened, and I saw strange explosions in the skies above. Then, I saw a flickering astral path. It flickered momentarily, and a burst of light traveled through the path. It vanished just as quickly. Stella winced, and I felt her magical energy destabilize. Well, have company, I couldn't stop some of them. Stella had been working on interfering with rifts for the longest time, and even then, it wasn't perfect. Rifts opened in the skies, and then, strange black demons emerged from them. I could tell these were mini demon kings, stronger than champions. They charged at Stella and my void mages. Guardian tree ants and an army of beetles emerged around my clone tree. My artificial minds quickly got to work. Protect the void mages. It's trying to undo their interference. Horns and my other artificial mind-powered beetles led the defense, while I created a wall around my void mages. I couldn't block them from the sky, as that would prevent them from doing their part of battling the rift. A few of my higher-leveled Valthorns also joined the fight on the surface. These were my level 120s to 140s, those who aimed for the domain. A battle raged on the surface, as the defenders destroyed the black demons. Oh dear. Something big is coming, Stella said, as I felt her and all her void mages expend all of their energy. Their battle was one I couldn't see, but it was something called a void shield, that attempted to use void mana to shield a world from rifts. Still, she did her best, and pushed. I was very surprised by how much void mana she had within her, even without the void batteries. Then the skies cracked, like a glass shattered, and I saw that same black blob from before. The glass attempted to return, and fix the shattered sky. And the demon mother surged out of the pits, and bathed in the strange glow of the black blob. A black droplet from the blob. Stella winced. Not gonna let that happen. To me, it looked like a piece of glass sheared through the drop, and a bit of it disintegrated. Yet, that very same strike sent a huge jolt of pain through Stella. She bit her lips, and then pushed again. More. She pulled more void mana through the roots, and I saw that droplet shear in half in an invisible strike. Yet, that strike knocked her out. The rest of the void mages did their best to hold out without her. Eon, we need another void archmage here. More rifts began to open in the skies above, and this time I could see it. The demon mother merged with what's left of the black droplet, and then transformed. It regained power, and at that moment, the temperature in the world began to increase. Thankfully, its reign would be short-lived. The heroes shot out of the pits, and they didn't hesitate. They've fought many demons before, and their heroic battle sense was impeccable. They unleashed a torrent of attacks at the transformed demon. Rune and Johann also unleashed their own version of hell, mostly with bolts of anti-mana glass and anti-demonic wood. In a single combined strike, the transformed demon mother cracked, and its outer shell shattered, leaving a large egg-shaped black droplet that crashed into the ground below. At this moment, I noticed the rifts all immediately closed, and the crack to that black blob had vanished. The void mages had sealed the rift once it retreated. The egg-shaped black droplet released a similar, familiar pulse. It attempted to detonate itself. Fucking hell, it's got a bomb too. The heroes cursed, but we also predicted this eventuality. It was, after all, a former demon king. It must have had that crystal core. My vines approached it, and Edna, once again, withdrew our valuable antimana glass weapons and stabbed the egg. It wobbled from the strike, and the anti-mana glass did its work. Unlike the Demon King, this egg didn't pose that much of a challenge. It wasn't as strong as a full Demon King, and that made a world of difference. Lumoof immediately closed in, and in avatar mode, my vines wrapped around the egg. Lumoof winced slightly as my vines drained it of mana. I then inserted my own mana into it. Through Lumoof, my mana flooded it, but instead of converting it, it began to disintegrate. The egg somehow stopped its attempts to detonate itself, and instead, struggled in its dying breath. It pulsed, attempting to fight off whatever nearby, but its weakened attacks barely hurt Lumuf. We had defeated it, and the egg melted away to reveal a ball-shaped metal shell within. My vines quickly wrapped it, and sent it back home for further investigation. The rifts had closed, and my defenders crushed the remaining demons. We freed the parasite world from the demon mother, and elsewhere, we noticed the tide of demons attacking us began to dwindle. Down in the core, my vines had wrapped around the core, and started to drain it of its demonic energy. It was like an engine covered in old grease and gunk, and it took a while to clear it. Then, the much-needed announcement came. If anything, a title seemed like a worthy prize. Title obtained. Liberator of a fallen world. Huh. The heroes were rather amused. A title. As I began to drain more demonic energy out of the core began to glow. It was as if it was restarting after a long time. My vines from the entrance of the pits entered the core chamber, and grew on the walls of the core. Here, in the depths, gravity was a little wonky. The will of the parasite world began to rouse from a long coma. It would take some time before it could communicate. I sensed that its will was fragmented, and there was still a lot of demonic mana residue to clear. Is everything alright up there? Edna asked as she looked up at the still dark skies. The energies still felt unstable, even if none of the rifts were active. Seems normal for now. The void mages answered. It's now quiet in the path, we're just dealing with waves from the sudden closure of rifts. The heroes loosened up after hearing that all clear, and some of them stretched. So, what now? We're done. Yes. Let's get all of you back to safety, and let this planet recover slowly. It'll be some time, I think. Lumuf answered. The fact that we got the title is a sign we achieved what we came to do. Eon will need some time to figure out how to access the core mana. Chung looked at Lumuf. Can we be here when that happens? I'd like to see what Eon does to the core. I am not paranoid or anything, but why no? Letting Eon have the core is a big, responsibility, and I just want to see what's happening. Lumuf nodded. Well, keep you informed. Prabhu ribbed Chung in the elbow, and Chung just said. Ever heard the phrase, trust, but verify? Letting anyone control a planet's a big deal, even if it's an empty one. The heroes returned to Treehome and Mountain World, and my domain holders also withdrew. I watched the parasite world's core carefully, but there were positive signs. The recovery rate of natural mana of the world seemed to start to tick up. This was a very slow recovery, and Patrick's quick calculations suggested it would still take 15 decades for the mana to fully recover to Treehome's level. Of course, this was a straight line increase, not an exponential recovery, and it's possible that the recovery of the parasite world worked exponentially. With everyone back in their respective homes, I focused on retaking the entirety of the parasite world from the demons. Stella woke up about half a day later on the parasite world. She rested and underwent treatment in a healing pod. I didn't want to move her, not until I had a bit more certainty on the damage she experienced. As my avatar, I always had direct insight into Lumuf's health, so I knew exactly how he was. With everyone else, I needed to do more checking and tests. Stella smiled when she woke up, and I immediately felt it. The density of void mana around her began to swell, and her condition suddenly improved, as if something just clicked. The void mage had finally gained her domain. The domain of void, with both the core and her ascension. The great plan could now take another leap forward. A walk in the void forest. Year 216. Void Explorer. At that moment, I felt Stella do something. I waited for it to happen, and then, detected nothing. What happened? A single, split body of mine is in the void forest, and it's traveling there. With this, I can go and see a lot further than just relying on our astral sight. Best part, I can establish a void portal to anywhere my void explorer is. But only one world at a time. Oh, I couldn't see it. Is it similar to what Snek did? A bit. But he couldn't travel very far. I've got such restriction, and I don't need to kill myself to do it. But using void portals does mean that heroes can't travel to whatever you find. Yes, but you can, and as long as your seed gets through, it also means the heroes can. This also seems like a duplication of your efforts with the Rift Gates language. Well, in a way, yes and no. We hope to learn the Rift Gates language to enable us to travel to faraway worlds, but it's like randomly dialing numbers without knowing what the numbers are. With this, I could actually arrive at a world, and figure out what's the number to call through my Void Explorer, since I know its location in the Void Forest. Of course, I need to get the number and lock the number while it's there, before I move on, because the numbers change as the void forest moves. I frankly struggled to understand this concept. The very fact that we lock the number, locks the number, even as it wobbles. But if we never lock onto the world's number, that number keeps changing. Stella called it like a slot machine or a Schrodinger's cat, because a world's calling number is not fixed until it is observed and locked in a rift gate. Perhaps the very act of locking it in a rift gates releases a signal to the void sea or void forest that identifies that world as this particular number is linked to it. Outside of complicated void magic logic which I still struggle to understand, Stella was now a member of the Pantheon, and that meant she could now venture out into the other worlds with an insurance policy. It'll still hurt as hell, and I am not sure if there are side effects, but we would try not to find out. Nothing so powerful didn't have side effects. What else? Any particular benefits from gaining your domain? She shrugged. It took forever, but frankly, I feel a lot stronger, and my mana pool felt like it just tripled. Not just that, it even felt like my void mana's a little bit more dense and stronger. Most importantly, I've got a far better view of the void forest, and that, I think, will be the most helpful ability. I see. But now, we can move on to the next phase. I briefed Stella on the full details on what my goal was, and whether she was willing to assist me on it. She said she wouldn't take the battle itself, but she would be more than happy to play the role of the logistics and transportation person. And can we do something about all these things attempting to read my mind? Why's my domain constantly blocking attempted interference? Edna chuckled when she heard it. It comes with the level. Now you know how many things are constantly attempting to read your mind. Shit, Stella cursed. But where are they from? How do they do it from this far away? Edna just shook her head, and then walked to the wooden window overlooking the entirety of Branchhold. Well, what's next? What's next as we figure out what to do with the next Demon King, while helping that parasite world get back to its feet. Our victory on the parasite world was unknown to the general public, it was an invasion known only to the senior leaders of the Valtrian Order, and the select group of people around the heroes. For now, no one's clamoring for anything, but now that I pretty much have an entire world to repopulate. It's something I needed to think about more seriously. What do you guys think about a planetary migration program to the parasite world? I asked them. The parasite world has no native population to immigrate and build a city. I'd need to invite a pioneer generation to move to the world, and live there. The first group I approached were naturally the Canary and many other similar, less populated groups. Eon has gained access to an unpopulated world, and it is my honor to extend an invitation to the Canary to make a move to this world. It's unpopulated. Does that mean Eon giving us the entire world? My diplomat flinched at the sheer greed of the Canary Prince's statement. The Canary had lived on Treehome for 2 decades now, and there's a group of lost generation, those born on Treehome, but found themselves with an identity crisis. No. You do need to negotiate which parcel of land you want from the senior Valthorns. The allocation of land currently sits with Patriarch Lumuf. The Canary is just one of the first groups invited for this move. He hoped that this new world would be a permanent home for the Canary. If we're sharing, we are not interested. One of the other Canary leaders quickly interrupted the prince. Let us take this back and discuss. For the Canary that lived as the sole race on what was Cometworld, a life of coexistence with the other races was a huge, huge problem. The fact that they haven't waged any large wars is merely because they were extremely intimidated by the sheer power we had. They didn't have any single person who could match any of my level 100 fighters, what more my domain holders. In a world where the Valthorns did not exist, they would have fought wars for dominance with the others. The new generation were slightly better, but even the new generation had 2 groups. One group that was fine with coexistence, because that's all they've known, and another group that wants to somehow reclaim that supremacy, either by figuring out how to travel to other worlds, or gain power and annihilate the rest. Some attempted to summon their own heroes, hoping to have something equal to the heroes of Treehome. It didn't work, of course, because they didn't have access to divine power, nor do they understand what created the heroes. I didn't even understand it, despite all the research I've done. It really makes me wonder whether the process of creating heroes isn't actually something the gods have control at all, but instead is a system process, meaning it was a function already built within the system, which the gods then tapped and made tweaks. It certainly explained why there were other administrators like Mozart. If so, I may be able to gain access to that process someday. Anyway, I generally tolerated the Canary. After all, centuries of thinking they were the sole sentient race, and then losing their world, they've been to a lot of pain and loss that their societies still needed time to cope with. Their loss of societal power and prominence also significantly damaged their pride and psyche. Their rulers used to control everything in their world, now they had to obey my Valthorn, and find that what's left of their society was left at another's mercy. Perhaps this anger and this desire to return to how it was, is a societal coping mechanism. I've seen this generation gap emerge between those who moved from the Kemet world, and the new generation who struggled to understand that line of thinking, or those who took that thinking to the extreme. Best I could do was encourage the individuals that accepted it, help them integrate to this new world order, and have my army of artificial minds consistently watch their every move for any potential activities. We've recruited some of the Canary as members of the Valtrian order, but because of their relative youth with us, even their strongest is only about level 80 to 85. I've also yet to grant any single Canary member one of my soul strengthening seeds to exceed their limits. The Canary had fairly strong pack instincts, a bit like werewolves, and as such, I've found that it's difficult for me to deploy a Canary against one of their own, as their own internal bonds were stronger than their loyalty to me. Eventually though, I believe there will be a lone wolf Canary that I can ensnare into the Valtrian order. Or at least, establish a Canary group that's wholly part of Valtrian structure such that their loyalty and pack instincts were with us. Lilies asked as the statement sunk in. I shared the images of the battle, and I was rewarded with complete silence for 2 days. I knew it was thinking and internally debating it. I could sense the ripples of something through the shared roots. It wasn't the first time Lilies responded to me in this manner. Back when I successfully invaded the core and attacked the Demon King, it had pretty much the same reaction. 2 days later, Lilies asked a question of utmost uncertainty, which was unlike them. A set of events they have not encountered. Greater than maybe. I have my void mages watching the stars for it. I believe they must have noticed it. My void mages claimed it emitted a warning of some kind. Less than. Greater than indeed, but we will figure it out. On happier things, my void mage, Stella, has gained a domain. I must thank you for introducing her to the Zaratans. Less than. I naturally found that statement hilarious. Greater than all life is filled with suffering. Less than. Greater than it is the way of the tree, to fight those who seek to snuff life out and convert entire living worlds into destruction factories. It is our suffering that enables others to have the fortune to suffer their lives. Less than I wasn't that conceited to think I am God or something. But surely, a world full of life is better than a world with none. From my point of view, this was not debatable, because life is better. Stella attempted to use the replica of the Demon King core once more, and accessed that map within it. This time, protected by her own domain, she investigated, and channeled her enhanced powers through the Demon King's core. She pushed, and I felt that round object glow, and then, in a sudden burst, I felt something crack from within the core, and then the core shattered into many small fragments. The core is clearly linked to some kind of void net, Stella said, and then she smiled. I didn't manage to push as far as I liked, but I have some good news. But let me try it again and confirm my findings. She attempted to use another replica, but instead, she found the core unable to be used. Nothing was wrong with the core, but whatever it was linked to had managed to block the core from accessing it. Ah darn. Oh well, let me announce it anyway. The domain holders and heroes gathered, and Stella made the horrible announcement. I've managed to decrypt some of the Demon King's core, and I have 3 main things to say. Rune leaned forward. Oh, this gonna be good. 1. The demons have some kind of control node or command center. Each Demon King is linked, through a certain particular frequency on the Void Forest, to these command centers. It was through this particular frequency that the demons coordinated their attacks, and also asked for help. It matched with the frequency used by the Demon Mother when it summoned that core. The Void Mages will start work and construct a sufficiently large Demolite artifact to replicate this effect, and start jamming this coordination process. It's likely that the crystal artifact will get attacked. So we need to play defense. Yes. Ginseng tree on a far greater scale. I think life seems to love fractals, and it's just the same things scaled up. Or we could keep it as a reserve weapon, until we have a wider array of tools to deploy. I am personally of the view that we don't want to alert the demons too much. We're uncertain of their intellectual ability, and what sort of retaliation if they start viewing us as a threat. They would start paying attention to us, and the longer we can pull the wool over their eyes, the stronger we can be. That too. Stella nodded. Secondly, the bad news. The demons have a set core suns. These are the black suns we saw, and I saw at least 5 or 6 of them, each located in a different segment of space. These things, from what I briefly saw through the core, provide the fuel and the demonic mana, and also, there's a black blob, which gives the intelligence behind the core. If the endgame is to defeat the demons permanently, we will need to take out these suns, somehow. So unfortunately, there's no real single target at the center of it all, unless that black. I suddenly realized that maybe it's a variant of my own clone ability. Were the demons, at its heart, created by some kind of demon life type of god? Or should I treat the term slavers literally, that there is, at its heart, a parasitic virus that seeks to assimilate all races into its fold, enslaving those which resisted? The third item is that I should be able to locate Sneck's homeworld within the next 10 to 15 years, and establish a connection to that world. The question therefore, is Sneck's world important enough for us to do so? I ask this, because my Void Explorer's ability to survey worlds is quite limited. We're constrained by Eon's clone. Edna responded. Ken immediately interjected and supported Sneck's case. Yes, Sneck's world is valuable. His world has demonic dragons, and their people are familiar with blood magic and spiritual magic to an incredible degree. Sneck's own abilities are good, but there's more of that on their homeworld. Saving it, or rescuing whoever that's left is an overall increase in combat power. You do realize we need to agree too, right? Chung added, in a rare rebuke of Ken's position. Ken glared at his friend, but quickly saved it. Yes, I am aware, but at the very least, we could arrange an escape for those still living on that world, if a full invasion can't be done. We've seen what the demons do when their worlds get invaded. There was an uncomfortable silence, but then Prabhu cut in. What if we use Stella's Void Explorer to look for more worlds, more living worlds specifically? There should be their own heroes, and with that, we could grow the League of Heroes. It'll make it a lot easier to defeat any demonic scourge with a bigger League of Heroes. That too, Stella said. There's two real directions at the moment. I either send my Void Explorer towards the demonic core and find what's there, or go the other direction where Sneck's world is, and see what else we can find along the way. From what I can see, my Void Explorer takes a really long time to get anywhere, because the space between worlds is so freaking large, and there are some other strange creatures in the void that I would like to avoid. There are things in the Void Forest. Things quite difficult to describe. If you're familiar with the more wild, cosmic horror stuff, yeah. They're there, and well, what we do is we avoid them. Can they fight demons? Stella just shrugged. I'd like to be in the Void Forest. I believed it to be the way forward, and if needed, I'd like to meet these creatures. Should we vote on the last one? Stella asked, and Lumuf nodded. Edna shrugged. A League of Heroes would definitely buy us time, I guess, and we should save what's left of Sneck's world. 4. Eventually the majority voted for, except for Chung, Rune and Johan. It was cute that it was the 3 archer hero and domain holders that voted against. They are focused on their targets. It's been 1 year since we've liberated the parasite world, and the world's energy level continues to increase. We spotted the appearance of more natural monsters and animals, including more variants of regular animals such as cats and dogs. Even the vegetation seemed to have started to sprout. From the core, which now glowed, we noticed the holes in the core started to fill in. It would take some time, but eventually, I believe the world would recover. For now, that consciousness from within the core remained dormant. I thought of taking the core before, but I didn't want to be like the demons. I also wanted to see if I could cooperate with it. Alternate realities. Year 217. It's emerging. One of the treefolk's lord could not control his excitement as a treefolk grew out of its little shell from the specially fertilized ground. From the ground, a charcoal-colored treefolk emerged with a natural magical presence. The treefolk was small, the size of a small pot, but the fact that it survived was great. The Valthorn researchers watched in admiration, and then got their gear. It's amazing. A void mage made the first contact, as he approached the young baby treefolk as it stretched. He yawned, and stretched his super tiny dark wooden limbs. The treefolk lord immediately reminded him to be super gentle. It looked so frail, so tiny like just a finger could easily snap the twig. They touched him with the most gentle of touches, and it looked, its eyes hazy and blurry. Then, it followed. The baby treefolk could walk from birth, but it was uncertain and wobbly. The void mage nodded to the treefolk lord, I think it's safe. The treefolk lord immediately approached and extended a finger to the youngling. Decades of experimentation with life led to the birth of the first void-sensitive treefolk. The goal, eventually, was to engineer a void mage stronger than Stella, so this first young void treefolk would not be the strongest, because we would get better at it. But the fact that we could, made me really happy. I've mostly devoted the application of my evolutionary powers to the races that I found most malleable, like tree folks, lizard folks, and to some extent, the humans. Elves, centaurs, dwarves, and canary were a little more difficult to work with on an evolutionary standpoint, mainly because their life cycles were naturally much longer, so it had an impact on the experimentation cycle of birth, growth, maturity, death. The tree folks were also naturally long lived, but they could easily crossbreed, a hereditary feature of their plant origins, which made them my researchers' first choice to attempt an infusion of magical powers, and create super mages. In fact, I sometimes wonder why tree folks were not more common throughout the multiverse, given how adaptable and malleable they were magi genetically. My researchers were delighted, of course, and many would want to plan more detailed variants, like water element focused tree folks, or specific skill set types. Along this, we continued our efforts to train more specific class types as part of our effort to counter the demons. In particular, the physical combatants such as wrestlers and other barbarian class types, and even have a very good mix of racial talents, from centaurs, dwarves, lizardfolk, and treefolk too. We had relatively good success. We got some of the barbarian or brawler type candidates up to level 75 to 80, but it'll take a decade or two before we start to see the first level 140ers that we would then push towards getting their domains. A relatively short time, all things considered. For the exorcist, alchemist, witch class types, we struggled a lot more. There were very few witches in this world. So few that there were probably less than 10, and they seemed to be a class in decline. For exorcists, well, they didn't exist. These were roles normally performed by priests, so exorcism as a specialization was unnecessary. For alchemist, the difficulty was getting levels and helping the alchemist level in the relevant classes. We tried our best to provide various types of exotic materials, but progress was slow. This experience replicated itself across to the blacksmith or crafter classes as well. We managed to get a few to level 100s, but then they plateaued significantly. They took on bigger projects, and more ambitious creations, but somehow the levels moved really slowly. Like Alka's case, he seemed to gain most of his levels from his weapons manufacturing, and its subsequent use in battle. It's almost as if the system told us to fight, and I hated that the system encouraged conflict. It sucked, but I kept providing them with more exotic materials. Sand and soil from the moon. Soil and minerals from the other worlds. Remains of beasts from the high-tier dungeons. I don't know how long it'll take, but I really didn't want to believe that the systems forced crafters to make tools of war as the way to gain level. But the evidence was undeniable. Lilies did it with their death weapons, Ira and Icebang did it with their ice weapons, Alka with his bombs. I did it indirectly, through my familiars. I gained experience when my familiars served those who gained levels, and they gained it through combat. The parasite world's astral paths vanished when the demon mother was slain, and in its place was a black cloud that engulfed the entirety of the world. Stella projected that it would clear up in a few years, that this was essentially void debris, left from the collapsed structure of the world's astral paths. That was both good and bad, since it meant we couldn't see if anything cut through that cloud and invaded the parasite world. Despite that, my beetles soon swept the parasite world of demons, and we captured more and more of those spawning pools. Then I got an upgrade to my existing skills. Biolabs upgraded. Living sacs and chrysalis added. You may now create or grow certain types of creatures through your trees. These creatures will grow in sacs over a certain period of time. You may also insert living beings into these sacs to grow or alter their biological makeup. Alterations may cause loss of levels, classes, and monsterification. Demonic spawning pools will be converted to biolabs. The spawning pools changed overnight, as they were replaced with frankly grotesque trees filled with liquid-filled sacs and massive fruits. The demons were converted into beetle-ish variants. Parasite World was eventually purged of its demons, and the terrain began to change. As the energies returned to the world's core, the tectonic movements underground began to restart. Energies began to spread out from the core, and ley lines began to re-emerge. In the later half of the year, we observed slightly more tectonic movements. Some of these were frankly massive earthquakes where huge continents were shunted upwards. Some of my trees were suddenly cut off, as the once flattish terrain started to reshape itself into something else. It thus seemed to me that the will of the world had significant influence on the terrain of the world, and now, it began to reassert its control on the world. Also, the Canary eventually decided to send a small delegation to the parasite world, along with the treefolks, lizardpersons, and dwarves. The terrain was still rather unstable, though the area around my clone tree has been very safe so far. The core has not tried to kick me out yet, even if I sensed it will slowly, very slowly, waking up. It's almost like it was in a dream. How long will it take for you to reach Snek's world? Another 10 years. Stella answered. For now, we should be focused on our other issues, such as the Demon King of the Mountain World, or perhaps 3 worlds. Oh, Lumuf said. I almost forgot about those guys. We should visit them. I wonder how they are doing. Yes. Or at least, try to visit the other 2 guys. The humans are hostile, once they learn we are of foreign origins. You can help me move around with your portals, then we can avoid those that seek to attack us. I'd like to avoid using our powers to kill when it's pointless. Stella shrugged. People can be such a pain for no good reason. Are you speaking from experience? Lumuf smirked. Well, maybe. Do you really believe there's an end? My priest asked Stella for her view of the Void Forest. I am not sure. Even if there isn't an end, I very much don't like the alternative. Stella then suddenly laughed. I just realized that question would normally be asked by the non-clergy to the clergyman. You're the priest, Lumuf. That kind of metaphysical, philosophical question should be your area of expertise. True that. Lumuf smiled as he too realized the irony. They were both walking in branchhold, their presence meant to reinforce our power. Do you think we are expanding too fast? Fast? Stella laughed. I don't consider a few years to be fast. Well, Eon thinks we are expanding a little too fast, and wants to spend some time consolidating our strength. He's exhausted from the constant Demon King battles, and is even thinking of sitting out of the next fight. The Void Domain holder stared at the priest. Eon wants to sit out. Yes. He thinks I've been suffering quite a bit and wants to pick his battles. Let the others gain more experience, because he seems to think he's hoarding the bulk of the experience. He thinks that with the Pantheon's protection, it's best for the rest of the domain holders to get stronger and play a bigger role in the main battle. That's strange. But what Eon did with the anti-magic demon was pretty effective. Lumuf made a long sigh. That's exactly the problem. I am going to try and repeat what I did with the next Demon King. So, in 2 years, I'll need to go to the next world. The next Demon King for Treehome should be around year 221 to 222. For Mountain World, they have a longer, 15-20 year cycle, so we're looking at year 223 to year 228. We need to go to the next world. Stella smirked. I am coming too. Trust me, nothing's good there. Every demon world I've been in is just full of fighting. I know, Stella said, but I really want to see it for myself. It's one of those things that really sounds like it's worth seeing. I hope you don't regret it. Don't see how I would. Stella smirked. In some ways, Stella's void domain makes her very different from the rest. Her presence in the world was coated in this dark haze, a sheen of mind-bending black oil that disrupted any attempts to look closer. Even in the biolab, her soul spring of void mana located within a temple of onyx and black marble, built on a black marble foundation that looked like stars in a night sky. The stones that formed her soul's temple were just different, even if structurally we all had the similar presentation. I've seen the things of the void, and that creature on the other side of the demon's core. What else could be worse? Lumuf paused and nodded. That is a good point. Are there accidental summons in your world, too? Ken sat and asked Kelly and Adrian one day. Maybe. Not surprised if there are. I wish we could locate them. They sound like they'll all die within the first few days. Consider Stella, who was accidentally summoned, and apparently, so was Eon. Eons from Earth. Yes. Or at least, one of them. No one was quite sure whether they all came from the same world, because each of them seemed to have a slightly different version of Earth. It didn't help that everyone had a different memory of Earth, so it's not entirely impossible it's the same Earth, just that their own memories were flawed. They were children, after all. It was a good point, so I pulled Ken aside one day. I waited at least a month before I spoke to him. Ken, I want you to be in charge of something else. I will give you a set of funds, and a small crew, but aside from the League of Heroes, I want you to run an accidental summon rescue group. Stella will support you to get you teleports if needed, and some void mages will be under your command. Use them to scan the skies for those who came, accidentally. The Valthorns and my spies were always on the lookout for accidental summons, but I felt that having a different group running it in parallel, led by someone else, could be a better way of getting these accidentally summoned guys to accept them. Like it or not, the Valthorns had big government plastered all over them. They were seen by the citizens of the world as the men in black suits, even if they dressed super normally and conducted themselves well. One of the realizations I had, governing the central continent, was it's impossible for a single organization to do everything, while maintaining any semblance of coherence. There was no way to do everything, because the circumstances on the ground were so varied, and ultimately, it is highly dependent on the quality and training of those on the field. Thus, as wasteful as it seems, running parallel, competing organizations was actually a better approach. It's even better if they were seen as independent. It reminded me of a book I read when I was an indie designer, about self-cannibalization in the tech industry. Each of the organizations were, in reality, a slightly different tool, with different finesse and precision. They all had a niche. If they achieved their stated goals, the cost on a societal level is essentially negligible, since labor unused is wasted, and the central continent is flushed with most types of resources. On the mountain world, I've arranged for some of my experienced Valthorns to take the role as adventurers. I had to be discreet about it, so I smuggled them there through secret tunnels and Stella's void portals. I knew there were some hidden chambers in the many mountainous valleys of this world, secrets that even those locals couldn't find because of my exceptional senses of the ground underneath them. My roots, as they spread through the ground, are sensitive to the presence of magic and unusual structures, and my artificial minds would then compare this data to our growing knowledge of the mountain world's geography. From this, we would notice inconsistencies. Most of these inconsistencies are minor, like small shifts of terrain due to movement of the Earth. After all, maps were made at a snapshot in time, and for magical worlds such as the mountain world, they didn't have satellite mapping. There were also mortal errors arising from measurement differences, whether in the use of imprecise tools. What we really wanted to look for were entire omissions. Areas where entire ancient segments were not recorded altogether, or where the recorded history didn't really make sense. For this, I sent guys in the level 100s. Low level 100s, but they were pretty much mini demigods when compared to the creatures of the mountain world. I wonder what it'll be like to go to a world where levels are high. There had to be some worlds where ancient civilizations still existed. I refused to believe that the entire multiverse was a waning world. My artificial islands finally made it close enough to the northern islands and also the southern continents back on Treehome, that my roots could finally reach these two continents without the need of using portals. Naturally, this was a huge game changer for my efforts to protect Treehome. I was now able to project power there, and have direct insight into their activities, without them realizing it. Politically, these man-made military port islands were greeted with outright suspicion and a whole lot of denouncements and accusations, but we were rightfully the world's superpower, and that's all they could do. It didn't help that they didn't even detect all of it, especially some of these island bases were essentially cloaked in a perpetual mist thanks to my earlier powers. The northern islands were frankly familiar territory, and this was where the two former heroes made their base. Alexis and Mila continued to do what they did, and they did maintain some semblance of communication with us. Lausanne, as the one who did meet Mila in her earlier stint back in New Freska, served as my liaison with the two. It gave her a chance to have regular trips up north with her now adult son. Of course, with my trees spreading through these two newly connected lands, I took the chance to spy on the temples, and hunt for more information. I wasn't sure whether my spies missed, or even the temples themselves didn't know about the existence of methods to summon the gods. I still had questions for the old gods. The tree gazes into the void. Year 218. From the mountain world, there were other worlds that we could visit. Like how each planet has a field of vision. Every new place we went widened our field of view, and pulled back the fog of war. Stella thus proposed a visit, since her research to decipher the alphabets of the rift gates relied on her expanding her knowledge of the many worlds beyond. Essentially, based on the current star structure, Treehome was linked to the mountain world and Three World through the void forest, and Treehome was further linked to the Comet world and Parasite world through my clone. Mountain world was linked to two other worlds, and was not linked to three worlds. My void domain holder's travels through the void space took a really long time, which she described as, space is actually really freaking huge. She even asked Snek how they even managed to hitch a ride on Heroes, because that sounded like trying to catch a bullet while it's flying to its target. A point which Snek described as hitchhiking. Snek explained that in spiritual form, they could create these tiny threads that form a kind of web in the void forest, which allows them to attach themselves to heroes as they appear. It's really difficult, of course, and most of the time they'll fail. In fact, Snek was equally surprised by his own success with Ken. It really sounds too convenient, Snek. I knew he wasn't lying. I don't deny it. My success was the result of an exceptional combination of circumstances that I am not sure can be replicated successfully. Snek answered. Just as how it took an exceptional set of circumstances to create a void domain. Stella nodded. Well, I suppose the fact that we are even all here together is an exceptional set of circumstances. Snek had adopted a wooden sculpture of a snake as its body, but even then, I found Snek's soul structure to be extremely similar to my relatively new ability to give souls an ethereal form. Or actually, it was the other way round. My ability to give souls some kind of ethereal ghost-type form that was very similar to Snek's soul structure. That implied Snek's society had significant development along the spiritual soul magics, which allowed them to do all the things they've done so far. This, of course, supported why we wanted to learn from them. We only hoped that we were not too late. We didn't know how long had passed, and as Snek described it, time spent in the Void Forest is like being trapped in a bubble. There's no real perception of time, no reference frame. Lumuf decided to go with Stella to these other worlds. Well, what can we detect from afar? Stella frowned, and agreed that was a good thing to try. Nothing from one world, and the other. I feel the presence of people. Her senses when it comes to the void space was far sharper than mine, so I could only trust her. Nothing is strange, Stella repeated. Let's go there. I agree. When we arrived, it was a massive purple world, with hugely strong winds. It wasn't anti-magic at least, but it was very, very dim and dark, and cold. No ice, but it was really, really cold. It didn't take very long for both of them to cough. A bubble of air immediately protected them, and they realized there was no oxygen in the air. Just dust and sand. Strange. Do you detect any magic? Lumuf said, once they regained their breath. It wasn't magical. No. It's like it's the moon. Stella said as she felt the unusually quiet presence. Lumuf activated my avatar, and then, I felt great emptiness in this world. Lifeless. Lumuf touched the ground, and through his fingers, I felt the strange purple soil, and this world was what they called a barren world. It's a common thing in space-based 4/10 games to have barren worlds, I guess, I just didn't expect this to be one. It's so barren there are no demons here. This seems like the perfect place for a starbase. Stella quipped. The kind of world where the resistance builds a secret base. I didn't know you were a fan of space opera. In a strange twist of curiosity, fantasy fiction was a rising field on the central continent, and with it, the heroes did some writing of their own. It was a little strange, for me who came from a world without magic, to see these people with magic do their own fantasy fiction. At first, more fantasies were mostly about their world, but some were a lot more interesting. Like attempts to create an origin story of myself, or the origins of the systems. I know enough. My void mage answered, as I took some of the soil samples and sent them back for investigation. The constant winds and the purple sandstorms were a huge irritant, but why was the world dead? Lumuf spread vines and used them to push himself all the way to the top, because I want to see the sun and the stars of this world. Stella came too, and as we slowly got closer to the sky, I saw what was an extremely small sun. It was very faintly blue. It was so small that it's probably just a really, really bright star. The skies were a deep purplish hue, between black and purple. A small light blue sun, and I felt strange about its rays. Not anti-mana like the burning sun of the anti-magic world, but this one felt corrosive in a different way. Stella frowned. Her layer of void mana encased her in a shell. Feels exceptionally small for a sun. Lumuf took out a magical telescope, and pointed it at the sun. When we looked at it, we noticed that the small sun wobbled extremely quickly. It spun quickly. Is this all? Stella asked, as she looked at the rest of the world from high above. Lumuf encased her in a bubble of vines, protecting her from the rays. From here, it was just all purple sandstorms. This is a lifeless world. We should go. I think you might be right. Lumuf kept staring at the sun, and I realized it might be a white dwarf or a neutron star. The rays of this sun were weak, unenergetic, so the world didn't have energy from its star, thus it remained a barren world. This was the slow-mo equivalent of a comet world's death. Stella smiled. I feel like we're space tourists, traveling the multiverse in search of unusual star systems. I wonder how many other worlds are like this. It was frustrating that I kept stumbling into new issues, new questions to be answered, but very, very few answers. Was this what scientists had to deal with? New issues, new questions, but their datasets didn't tell them much. Constant dead ends. I remember when the comet world collapsed, it said its world's sun died. But then, what was the link between the star and the planet's core? Did this world have a planetary core too? Actually, what are stars in this world? Have I been assuming the stars of this world to be the same as the ones back home, when I should clearly investigate whether they are something else, entirely, since the core of worlds are also different? Not just that, I thought back to the anti-mana world and then the Black Suns, and wondered. Are demons some kind of race that were able to control their suns, or they are natives created by some unusual sun? The first one implied they were up there on the Kardashev scale, which fit their abilities so far. Then again, it's not right to apply science fiction concepts to this world. Stella shrugged. Thinking along those lines, if we can destroy stars, we can destroy the demons, since that would mean we have the means to destroy those black suns. To destroy the demons, be the destroyer of suns. Lumuf quipped. Turn off the lights of darkness. That's one way to put it. Stella looked back at the dim, bluish star above the barren world. Well, let's go visit the other one. My labs back home analyzed the soil samples from the barren world and found that its chemical composition was mostly normal. The purple color came from some kind of purple quartz they had, but in itself, it does nothing. I made a note to send some miners to that world, and see whether they could get to the core. If the core's dead, what did that look like? The other world, thankfully, was a lot more normal. In fact, the first thing we saw were goats, and a large, really large lake. Wow, Stella said, as we arrived at the shore of the massive lake. Looks like it's an inhabited world. We both looked up and from the sky, we saw only one astral path to the demon world. It was really dim. This world hardly gets invaded. Only a single one. Domain prevented attempted intrusion. Lumuf. Did you get that? Stella said, as she lifted her void staff. Yes. We looked around, and I spread my senses. The land was a field of grass, and my roots, through Lumuf, connected to them. Through the grass, I sensed a group of people far away, a party of sorts. Then, an angel, an actual angel with a halo and wings flew through the sky and landed nearby. The angel itself had very human-like features. Greetings. We received reports of unidentified individuals. This is the Natural Wildland Preserve of Galama. Please display your entry permits to utilize the dungeons in this area. Stella and Lumuf looked at each other, and then my priest smiled. Greetings. We're lost. Our teleportation spell did not work properly and we have landed here. Please, could you get us out of here? Stella could teleport both of them out instantly, but waited to see the angel's response. The Galama angel waited for a while. So you do not have a permit? No, we do not. Lumuf added. Under subsection 144 paragraph 92 of the Galama Wildlands Preservation Act, you will be subjected to a fine and a hearing before the High Magistrate. The minimum fine is 400 general coins and maximum fine is 40,000 general coins. Lumuf looked at Stella. Oh lord. Stella smirked. We're in Lawyerland. She had also used inspect on the angel, and discovered that this was probably around level 50. Lumuf looked back at the angel. Any room for appeal or negotiation? You may plead your case before the High Magistrate. The angel took out a fiery staff, the tip of it glowed with a golden flame. I will now place the two of you under arrest. Hurricanes. Chains of fire attempted to get close, but then, the moment they attempted to latch onto Lumuf, it just withered away. It did work on Stella, but just as quickly, her domain also protected her, and the chains of flame just snuffed itself out. The angel wasn't phased, and Lumuf just answered. Are there any exemptions for otherworldly visitors to laws? We would like to visit your leaders. That, however, did phase the angel. It had a look of shock, and then began to recite. Under the Foreign Visitors Act, engaging with foreign visitors shall be restricted to the Grand Magistrates and in the specified containment areas. Its firestaff glowed, and it shot a flare into the sky. Within minutes, Lumuf felt the presence of other things approaching at high speed. This world also seems to have its act in order. Lumuf quipped. Think we're not needed here. Stella nodded as we waited. I agree. The first to arrive was a human lady. Lumuf could tell, because the wings was clearly an attachment, and she didn't have a halo. Instead, she had a burning trident. Galama Patrol Angel, you have activated the high-tier emergency beacon. State the emergency. The lady stated with a stern voice. The angel immediately pointed the staff at the two visitors. These two claimed to be otherworldly visitors. The lady turned to face Lumuf and Stella. Domain had blocked attempted inspect. I see. The lady took 3 steps back once the error popped out. She looked at the angel. Full update. The two stood a distance away and protected themselves in a bubble, and it seemed like the angel briefed the lady. You think we should just bail right now? Stella asked. My roots was all the way in the ground, and it soon spread further and further. This preserve was actually quite massive and there was a city half a day away by foot. There's a city in that direction. We could teleport there, but looking at it, well, stick out like sore thumbs. Everyone seems to be an angel, or human. It's a good thing you didn't send Alka, Rune or Johan, then. Stella smiled. Humans really do seem to dominate the multiverse. If Eons to be believed, that's not a good thing. Lumuf shrugged. There's another city in that direction, and it's also part human and part angel. In Earth's religion, angels are creations of gods. Are they creations of a god, or they are just some kind of winged humans? Like harpies? Stella asked, as she used her magical inspection abilities on the two. From what we could identify, the human was higher level, and seemed to be part of an organization of law enforcers. The cities of this world were entirely devoid of vegetation, and their buildings were made of marble. That made it a little harder for me to spy, but I noticed multiple angels all over the area, and they also had smaller tower keeps that functioned as the base of these angels. The angel and the human lady finished their conversation, and then the lady came to greet them. Greetings, again, visitors. I am Lael, a senior law enforcer of Legadia operating under the Legadia Law Enforcement License. As required under the Foreign Visitors Act, I shall now escort you to the nearest Grand Magistrate for your hearing. I've instructed for your earlier misdemeanor to be expunged from your records. Stella couldn't help but chuckle. Sure. Are you two familiar with flight? Lael spread her magically attached wings. Yes. Both of us, Stella answered, but she was interrupted. No. Stella looked at Lumuf, and Lumuf shook his head. I can propel myself forward with vines and roots, but not fly. I don't consider throwing myself through the air at high speeds to be a form of flight. Fair enough, Stella said as she punched Lumuf on the arm lightly. I'll carry you. Magically. Stella floated. Flight was a small matter for mages at her level of power. Lead the way, Enforcer Lael. The lady led the two through the air, and I felt a little sick. I didn't like flight very much, but even despite my sickness, I had to admit this was a beautiful world. The terrain seemed perfectly manicured, like every tree and flower was exactly where it should be. The land we were headed to was a tower of ivory and marble. It shone in the bright light of the sun, and as we approached, we noticed a lot more flying angels everywhere. I think our visit here will be short-lived, Stella said. If they've got their act together, then we've got nothing to give them. That's fine, actually, Lumuf said. Let's not poke our heads where we are not needed. We landed on a large white circular platform at the side of the towers. If there was a Disney-ish castle, or city, this seemed to be it. The city was built upwards, filled with spires and balconies for flyers to land. Enforcer Lael landed, and more angels came to meet her. She immediately walked to them to brief them, and then escorted the two to another room. We noticed how most rooms had two doors, one on top for flyers, and one at the bottom for those who walked. It naturally meant every room had really high ceilings. A short wait later, we eventually met someone who was a Grand Magistrate. He was an angel with 4 wings, and a large burning halo. Enforcer Lael states you two claim to be foreign visitors, but I don't sense the energies of a hero within you. It also certainly is a few decades too early for a hero to arrive. I mentally flinched at a few decades. Goddammit, some worlds have it so lucky. That means there are 2 possibilities left. 1, some of the other worlders have learned how to use portals, or 2, you two are accidental summons. Stella smiled and she saw no reason to lie. We learned how to use portals. The Grand Magistrate stared at Stella, and sighed. I must admit I am a little annoyed that my sense lie does not work. So I must ask you the old-fashioned way. Are you telling the truth? Lumuf couldn't help but chuckle and Stella nodded. Do you wish for a demonstration? That can wait for the greater councils. If you speak the truth, what is it that you've come here for? Honestly, we came to visit. Lumuf said. We are seeking out more worlds to ally ourselves with. More allies in our war against the demons, which we fear will soon escalate to a greater level. Demons. We have that mostly under control, here. Mostly, because we still get them every few decades. How bad is it over in your world? The Grand Magistrate seemed curious. Every 10 years, give or take. Lumuf answered. In hindsight, it's a miracle the world survived for so long. The power of light is not so easily vanquished. The Grand Magistrate answered. 10 years is intense. Stella smirked at how mildly he put it. Indeed. Lumuf seemed perfectly in sync with the magistrate. So we are looking for allies. 10 years is difficult for us to absorb on our own. The Grand Magistrate paused, and nodded. I shall take your request to the higher council, but I foresee some visits will be necessary. That can be arranged. Skill tree update. Year 219. Assimilating by force is easy for an institution like me. It's easy to use my way, the way that worked so far, and apply it elsewhere. That is a set of actions with no room for negotiation, and the reason why I disliked that was because I wasn't sure whether my way was the right way. My main goal of expanding is mainly to grow my mana pool and gain valuable talent. Thinking from this angle, whether the central continent or branchhold has similar or different culture doesn't have much significance. In fact, the only reason to really mold culture is to grow a culture that feeds into the talent pipeline. Which thus leads to the issue of assimilation via force. Force, as pleasant as it sounds, makes it a lot harder to get genuine cooperation and true loyalty among those who have the talent or capability. Any relationship with my new followers would start from a defensive position, instead of one where we met in the middle. All these assimilation hiccups need to be weighed against the future loyalty and value of any high-leveled individuals such a system would produce. The system encourages conflict. I've thought about this at length many times. As a consequence of that, I am also viewing that cultural uniformity as a weakness. Genetically identical plants, for example, all have the same vulnerability to a virus, and I apply that same concept to cultures and societies when faced with demon kings. They also encourage different sorts of talent, and even if it's hard to see, this culture managed to create multiple level 85s through constant war. In a way, the mountain world culture could be summarized to a war and survival culture. I wanted a stronger, better version of that war or survival culture, as the culture of treehome had now changed over time to take an industrial, specialization and technological superiority focus. These two types of culture had different focus. Treehome spent a lot of time on crafting, on development, on education. This was a consequence of my multi-decade education program, and the various research and manufacturing initiatives. I believe that the war and survival would be a lot easier to transfer to newly settled worlds, or restore old worlds. Worlds where things are lacking, and the people of Mountain World were thus tougher, even if the treehome folks had more levels and far better equipment. They had a scrappy, can-do attitude who sought out how to get things to work with nothing. In my own Valthorns, they also have that self-sufficiency, but we had an entire training system that focused on creating that sort of ability. I saw these cultural differences in how a normal treehome citizen behaves when they face a problem they were unfamiliar with. The first thing they would do was to talk to a Valtrian official. For the Mountain World citizens, they had very little dependence on the government, and they would think for themselves, throw solutions at a problem and see which stuck, or live with it if it's not too painful or difficult. Like it or not, on treehome, we created a competent governmental structure, and this led to reliance on that structure, as is sensible to do. There are merits to outsourcing certain decisions to the government. It took the mental load away from them, so they could focus on other areas. A person's ability to gain levels in a chosen field was ultimately a constraint. 85 to 100 levels scattered over multiple classes, and 85 levels in a single class had very different combat outcomes. The Mountain World folks are more generalists, because they had to be self-sufficient. Treehome encouraged specialization, and that meant outsourcing segments they were not good at, to others. I remembered my dear friend Jura, who kept his villager classes until quite late, until a sheer fluke merged the villagers' classes with his warlord class. It's quite common for the people of Mountain World to have many classes, and when added up, it is usually slightly more than level 85. This was because the soul energy requirement of multiple low-level classes was not that high. The way I thought about this was that the soul is this huge power supply, and it could power many small appliances, or one large machine, and higher-tier machines were significantly more power-hungry than smaller weak machines. My adventurers on the Mountain World trawled through multiple cave chambers over the past 2 to 3 years, and they found various trinkets and artifacts, dating to just a slightly earlier time of Mountain World. Not that old, just a few centuries or so. Weapons of war, and fortifications. The cave chambers were home to hideaways and secret military stashes forgotten to time. They've not been touched for ages. Or perhaps, they were not meant to be touched for ages. My adventurers found tomes of magic, hero items, and generally, just weapons. I was personally quite disappointed by the haul, since these things were relatively mundane, but my adventurers were happy, and the mages were more than delighted to study old tomes of lost magics. I found the protectors hidden in these caves to be a lot more interesting. They pulled out giant snakes, robot-like golems, and strange tree creatures that I eagerly studied. We had golems on our world. The hero Hafiz and Chung took significant attempts to recreate robots from Earth, but they had not seen widespread adoption due to the relatively poor quality of the golem makers. On the central continent, we did attempt to train our own golem masters, but progress in this front was fairly slow. The strongest golem maker we had was level 70s, and he could control 10 elephant-sized golems simultaneously. Strong, for sure, but we struggled on the autonomous aspects. I could insert my artificial minds into them, but that felt like cheating, because the whole goal of having golem masters was for them to develop self-aware golems. Training other types of units or subordinates was naturally where I spent most of my idle time. We sent them on various missions, to let them gain experience and build knowledge. Some of them spent time as adventurers, some of them spent a lot of time in the dungeons. Others rotated between Branchhold and Treehome. Our academies throughout the continent was filled with students, as we expanded new training systems to train all the other kinds of units. Even blood magic underwent some secret developments, known to only my domain holders and a select group. A while ago, it was clear to me that blood magic was a foul, blunt attempt at soul magic. Snek's past experience in blood magic meant he could guide us in the direction he was familiar with, and we tried to experiment on using healers, shamans, witch doctors and spiritualists to create some kind of soul-focused versions of their class. Ken paraphrased Snek slightly when he said the soul has the best power-to-size ratio. It's such a small thing, but contains such vast potential for incredible power, and could pull even more power from the system. On Snek's world, they embraced blood magic, and guided it towards better uses, which, in their terms, used willing sacrifices, which reduced the foul side effects of Hex. Through my magical knowledge of souls, that was just a salve. It could be better handled. A long time ago, we built a massive structure as a panic button, to detonate the lives of my citizens as a last resort. Now, with my growing strength, my clones and domain holders, I saw that was not really necessary, and modified it. The real strength of the Hex bombs came from the unusual stitching of souls. Souls, each containing their mana, their skills, their power, were essentially weaponized. The Hex bomb burned all the future potential and past strength to create what it really was. A magical radioactive nuclear projectile made from souls. I could alter souls directly, and so, since that discovery a few decades ago, I had been experimenting on using soul fragments to create a Hex bomb. It was a natural extension of what I've been doing with soul fragments. I collected them naturally through death, stitched them together and created artificial minds. This set of alterations essentially cobbled up the fragments into a pattern similar to the Hex bombs. You've learned a skill. Minor soul bomb. My initial demonstrations of the minor soul bomb, which can be fired from my main body or any of my clones, revealed a very small and weak Hex bomb but with none of the side effects. This was a good development, even if it's still useless in its current form. With further enhancement and research, we would be able to develop stronger versions. Alka wanted to create portable versions of the soul bombs, combining his crystal containers with the soul bombs components. It failed, but it was a matter of time before he found the right combination and design. As for some of the shamans, healers and spiritualists that participated heavily in the blood magic-related experiments, they eventually experienced a class modification. A shaman became a soul shaman. The healer became healer of the soul, and the priests and spiritualists became soul-powered spiritualist. As Parasite World recovered from the demon's hold, I suddenly experienced a connection from the core of the world. Then I saw images. It was a trend I noticed, that creatures of incredible power spoke in images. A world invaded, the rifts opened, and the demons dug a hole down to the center of the world. They latched onto it, the core, and injected it with something so painful that all I felt was its shared pain. Then, it felt itself forced to carve out a little bit of itself each time and give it to every spawn of those demons. Every bit, it remembered itself getting smaller, weaker, less. Its mind, if such a thing could be ascribed to a core, felt more fragmented, more scattered. Then, it felt itself shatter, split into many parts. At this point, I had to pull in some additional minds to help cope with all the fragmented visions. A black sun once more. A world in pain. It felt its power used, and the world changed. It had fragments of memory of a world before the demons, a vast swampland, a perpetually humid central band around its planet, filled with bloodsuckers and animals. Parasites, leeches, worms. It was once a bug heaven. The world had few defenders, just gigantic animals and beasts. There was a small civilization of another kind of walking lizards. Primitive. Then it was all gone. Core mana. A glowing yellow thing. Energy. Core's essence. It spoke in images again, but I felt it. A little bit of gratitude. The will of the parasite world has granted you access to its excess core mana. You've gained access to a small quantity of core mana. Adapting potato mana storages to core mana. High density potato cores unlocked. Adapting potato storages to core mana. Potato cores unlocked. Warning. Core mana in its raw form cannot be used by mobile creatures as it will decay to normal mana once it leaves contact with the soil of the planet. That was a step forward, and I informed Stella of the issue. Angleworld was a land of incredible wealth. It was fragmented, ruled by various angel lords and archangels, but war in the angel world was mainly through tournaments. The concept of total wars were only relevant against demons or monsters, but outside of these things, the angels didn't fight amongst themselves. Instead, they selected champions, and wagered territory in their tournaments. Territories were exchanged through such tournaments, and everything else followed. Tournaments happened daily, and the tournaments were large affairs. Groups of hundreds fought against other groups of hundreds. The angels themselves encouraged it, and it was soon clear that the gods they followed had rather similar views. The god they believed in seemed to believe in peace through war, and order through conflict. Constructive conflict, and they saw it as structured warfare. These angels, while resembling the angels commonly seen on earth, were more of the combative kind. The angel lords of the world formed a council of some kind, as a discussion channel. That, of course, didn't conflict with the battles they constantly waged in the Colosseums. It was also strange that the battles were always fought by humans, not angels themselves. The angels were more than happy to sit it out, so-called enemies could enjoy a cup of nectar together, even making merry and laugh while their champions fought to near death. As Stella described, these angel guys are like some kind of lawyers, and behave like two-faced snakes. They mean what they say, but only in the specific context that they said it. They have absolutely no qualms contradicting themselves in different contexts. So any alliances must be super tightly worded, which could bite both ways. They seem more than willing to maneuver themselves into situations where they can bend those agreements. I found it ironic that these angels were like snakes, but then again, I wasn't better. So, what is the news? Stella asked as she rested in one of the angel world's cities. Their cities were large, gleaming places. Towers of ivory and marble. I have core mana. Stella paused and purred. Ooh, that's good. You know what? I think we can revisit this world at a later date. Let's work on the core mana. I can't wait to hack the next demon king that should be headed our way. Lumoof groaned as he remembered what it meant. They arranged a meeting with the angels, and soon returned to Treehome. Stella observed the path through the void forest, and we see one bright, glowing path to this other world. Treehome. Treehome would see its demon king next year, and Mountain World just 2 to 5 years later. 2 demon kings are so close together. I mentally groaned. To me, it felt like just last month we fought a demon king, and now we have to fight another one. It's so darn tiring, though my domain holders clearly don't think that way. I needed to space them out, but my people say it's the best way forward. The levels gained from each of the demon kings were the building blocks, and we would construct a path out of this stupid cycle. The goal is to get more people to that level, and round out our abilities, so we'll field more level 125 to 149s, just so that they can get the experience needed. Rune and Johan met them regularly, those who are on the path, and for M. Lumoof will lead the charge as usual, we'll attempt to infiltrate this world and look for the Demon King's pit. And we'll repeat what happened in the anti-magic world. Approach, and support Lumoof as he floods the Demon King with mana. Johan explained. The heroes were interested to see how Lumoof did it, since they missed it the previous time. Once everyone was ready, Stella hacked into the demon's astral path, and opened a portal with our rift gate. Stella gently tapped a little of the core mana and the link to the astral path stabilized. Alright, let's give the demons a taste of their own freaking medicine. Didn't we do that already? Edna sighed. I know, but I still love saying it. Stella said. Trial by fire. Year 220 continued. We need to talk about our strategy. Rune and Johan gathered the team before the invasion, and brought up the issue. We're currently limited, bottlenecked by Eon's low supply of clone seeds. Everyone listened intently. Eon intends that we eventually find our way to strike at the Black Suns, as Stella described it. From the sheer size of those things, the amount of mana required to have an even battle is huge, and yet, Eon currently only has what? 4 clones. Stella nodded. Yes, we need a lot of firepower for that. But, we have a force projection issue on a multiverse scale. We are dependent on Eon to deliver our main damage dealers, the heroes. Void portals don't work, because of the magical instability caused by star mana void mana interactions. Go on. Eon needs to level up quickly, and find a way to scale up that number of clones. The battle with the demons, and the Black Sun, feels like essentially a numbers game. Eon needs to control a large number of high mana generation worlds, in order to even compete with the amount of demonic energy those Black Suns seem to possess. Edna nodded. Alright, so Lumuf needs to participate in every battle. Rune then raised the main point. My opinion is, we should not be investing so much in recovering demon worlds, which have very long gestation periods. The parasite world, as per Eon's own models, claim at least 50 to 100 years before its mana output could even hope to match our homeworld. This is because the demon's world had eaten away at those worlds, and those worlds are less, diminished, weak. Instead, Eon should be focused on spreading his clones on regular worlds that are facing their own demonic invasions. Ken and Snek didn't quite like that angle. We can still free Snek's world, but we need not plant a seed there. That's essentially my point. Travel to Snek's world will then rely on Stella's riftgates. But we need the clones to send the heroes over. Ken responded. Which Eon can withdraw after the deed is done. Fair. Ken nodded, but Snek looked quite upset by the idea. I reiterate, Eon's focus should be reaching the mana levels needed to effectively drown a demon king, and to do so, it needs multiple regular worlds. At least 10. Eon should abandon non-productive worlds and replace them with Stella's riftgates. That's reliance on the whims of the void. Stella quickly clarified. Eon's clones are an output of the system, its connection secure. Riftgates can be hijacked, and the pathways can be destroyed. It is not a worthwhile comparison, especially if it's a world key to the plan. Rune agreed. Indeed, which is back to our bottleneck. Eon needs to take a much more aggressive stance, and level, because Eon's foundation is what supports the plan. Could someone else play that same role? Ken asked. I am just saying that. Could there be a clone-focused domain holder who could lock or leave a clone in those worlds? Train another spiritual tree into another Eon. It doesn't even have to be a tree, we just need someone at the domain level to play Eon's linkage role. The room was silent, and I myself was rather taken aback by the suggestion. It could work, but it needed a cooperative partner. My mind immediately thought about the first 2 non-mobile friends I had. Lilies. Or Reefy. I could imagine a Reefy or Lily's clone across worlds. Lilies especially, with their natural multi-minded structure, seemed easily able to gain some kind of clone-like ability. Or maybe Arya and Icebang. Reefy. I wasn't sure I wanted to unleash Reefy out to the multiverse. I fear Reefy, badly controlled, could easily warp into another demonic swarm. I would have to check with Lilies and Arya. At that point, Edna suggested someone else. There are 2 former heroes, Alexis and Mila. Mila's hotels has branches. Do you think she can be trained to have hotels across multiverses? My priest had an aha moment then. That's a good point. I totally forgot about the 2. Rune then elaborated. Ideally, Eon gets more clones, because they are all locked to the same teleportation network. At the rate we are going, we will discover new worlds quickly, and with the amount of demonic worlds out there, we pretty much need to add clones at an exponential rate. But gaining levels gets harder the higher we go. Which then leads to Ken's very good point. If we can't have Eon gain many levels, could we train multiple Eons? Lumuf nodded. In theory, that's a solution, but I would like to immediately add that Eon's unique mindset is due to his current mix of knowledge from before he was a tree. Training a native tree into an Eon tier domain holder frankly sounds horrifying, and could go really, really bad. I've seen Eon's thoughts, and their perception of things can be very different from our own. With humanoids and other mortals, we can get aligned quite easily. It's not so easy with trees. Druids can tell you of strange behaviors from their spirit trees from centuries ago. The archer ranger looked pensive, as he contemplated the issue. Ken, eventually, also nodded. I realize I did not give enough thought to my suggestion, and thus I'd like to retract my suggestion. Raising a potential of Craftian deity is not a good idea. That idea with Mila is worth considering. Mila's hotel, at the domain level, could be a reasonable alternative. Edna added. Not ideal, as her hotel lacks the defensive abilities of Eon's clones, but doable. Her past life as a hero would also mean she would be more amenable to our objectives. What if she never develops those abilities? Then too bad. It's a risk we take with these developments. The rift gates opened, and Lumuf led the way. It was humid, and hot, and glowing spawning pools littered the landscape. The demons spotted Lumuf appearing, and roared. We knew that this was one of the stereotypical hellworlds. There were fountains of flaming lava, and jets of fire around us. Demonic spires and structures similar to the dreams I once had. If some of the worlds were sandy and dry, this one was hot and lava. The demons were medium-sized, about the size of a large cow, and had 2 horns and 2 wings. They were similar to what we referred to as the old-school demons. My vines and roots spread out around Lumuf, crushing each and every demon in our way. Normal demon world. Really hot. Lumuf described it. Normal in what way? Those back on Treehome asked. There's really no baseline for normal. Each demon world seemed different, and there's no repeat yet. Correction. Traditional, Hellfire and Brimstone demon world. I believe the type the heroes were expecting. Oh, shit. We finally found hell. Ken cursed. I didn't know why I wasn't expecting this. We've made a loop, and I remembered that flaming Demon King from the earlier days. Demon King Ball, and now, after 220 years, I am bringing the pain back to their world. This was probably just one of the many such worlds, but it felt symbolic to me. I was once burnt by the flames of this type of Demon King, and now, I'd disrupt it in its infancy. Lumuf had a good time, and naturally enjoyed my shared fire immunity. As a priest, there was something extremely satisfying about crushing these really traditional demons with divine vines and roots. You guys better get here before Lumuf wipes the place clean. Stella and a band of the level 125 to 149s joined the fray. The demons clearly weren't expecting company, and my mages made short work of the many exposed spawning pools. Really? Edna was amused. Why? Lumuf shrugged. I don't know. Weird system shenanigans. I seem to really get a kick out of destroying these earthly-inspired traditional demons. Ever feel like an inquisitor? Stella smirked as her own void magic skewered the demons apart. Now that she had a domain and had the insurance of my revival ability, she was willing to take more combat risk. Is this the point where I tell these demons? Stella knew the phrase that came next and already preemptively rolled her eyes. No one expects the Eonic Inquisition. I wished I could groan, because that was terrible. My forces fanned out, as they crushed the demons in their path. Like a tide, the demons tried to cobble together a resistance, but nothing much could stand up to high-level individuals. They had greater demons, like those with wings and large massive claws that were the size of houses, but even these champions died easily now. Nothing was going to stop us from getting to the pits. All we needed to do was find it in this hellhole. The Valthorns ravaged through the lands, and cut through the demons' defense like paper. Even without the heroes, there wasn't much that could stand against the might of so many high-leveled individuals, and eventually we found a pit. It was a big boiling chasm of lava, surrounded by the telltale Riftgate towers. The Demon King's in that, right? Rune looked at Lumuf. It has to be. It's underneath all this lava or magma. Well, this at least means it's fire resistant, or fire earth immune. We're dealing with the pits of hell type of Demon King. It's probably a magma beast. Edna looked at the bubbling lava in the huge pit. It was likely this chamber of lava led all the way into the core. Ken, naturally, thought about Lord of the Rings. How do we get down there? My roots were incredibly fire resistant, but the lava still got to them eventually, and it just drained my mana to keep healing my roots against the might of endless lava. Our attempt to invade the demon world, curtailed by a sea of molten lava. How appropriate. Rune smirked. This calls for a really strong earth mage. We could freeze the surface and turn it into hardened rock, that way the Demon King can't get out. You know it'll just blast through it. This is unfair though. How does anyone expect to retake such a world from the demons? Rune added. Getting through lava would need a really strong mage to work at it for years, just to get to the core. Not really. A good lava mage could easily manipulate the lava out of the way, and give us a path through to the depths. Edna responded. Our strongest fire earth element mage is what? Level 120. Rune said. No offense, but this is the Demon King we're talking about. Even as domain holders are still inadequate. Alright, what's our alternative plan? Similar to the anti-magic world. What do you mean similar to the anti-magic world? We can't even access the core. I say we cover the surface with bombs and nuke the Demon King once it tries to leave for our world. Rune said. We know it has a fixed path up that chamber of lava, and through this pit. Alka was fairly amused. I like how you think, Rune. I really do. Stella paused as she stood above the tunnel. She opened a portal somewhere else and then, lava shot out like a high-pressure water cannon. Edna looked and asked, a portal in the core chambers. Close. There's a magical eddy of some kind preventing my portal from getting too near, but this is about 3/4 the way to the core. The lava jet was constant, but nothing changed. After a while, Stella shrugged. Doesn't work. The entire core and the surroundings of this world is magma. Look, how the fuck did the Demon King even conquer such a world? Magic. Stella smirked. Rune's idea has merit. With sufficient bombs, and I'll add my own void ones, it may be possible to send the Demon King off course entirely. What I'd like to achieve, this time, is to knock the Demon King out of its teleportation path, so Alka needs to invent some kind of snare bomb. What the fuck is that? We don't want the bomb to detonate immediately. We want bombs that will latch itself onto the Demon King, blow up while it's floating through the void space, and knock it out. Anyone tell you that's insane? Rune said. I mean, I like it, but it's insane. We know that the Demon King doesn't get summoned if there's a surviving Demon King. I want to test whether that is location dependent, and requires the Demon King to actually be there. If the Demon King is in another world, what happens? Alright, go on. Rune admitted. On a super large scale, I want to know whether we can teleport a Demon King elsewhere. You want to build a rift gate here? Edna asked. We're not ready for that. But someday, I'd like to try it. For now though, let's just start with snare bombs. Snare bombs. Alka nodded. No issue. We can easily repurpose Eons beetles to be suicide bomb beetles and latch onto the Demon King. I think we can try giant harpoons too, whether we can anchor the Demon King to this world. Force it off its teleportation process. Rune whistled. The Valthorns quickly cleared out an area around the pit, and started constructing fortifications based on the volcanic materials available. An army of druids were deployed to support the installation. Most of the domain holders returned to Treehome to start construction of their planned materials. Multiple giant nets, harpoons with magical chains, and bombs with hooks. It would take some time to accumulate the necessary equipment and ordinances, but based on the magical sensors we had on this hell world, the Demon King wasn't ready yet. In fact, none of the rift gates had opened. The Valthorns regularly swept through this lava world, clearing the land of demons, and captured any rift gates that we found. Stella then sent them back to Treehome, where she would study it with the other rift gates. It also helped that we now had 3 other void archmages. They took the role of maintaining the interplanar rift gates, and transporting the materials to the demon world. We sent specialized builders and craftsmen to the demon world, to study the rift structures, and also build the traps. Honestly, it may not work, but if it did, we were sure as hell going to replicate it every single time. Ken, you alright? Chung asked, as Ken sat in a corner of a city cafe in Freska. He looked tired, and sipped a big mug of herbal tea. Ken, who was so young so many decades ago, now looked like a man in his late 40s, unlike Chung who looked to be in his mid-30s. Age, friend, age. Reality meant Ken, who was no longer a hero, did not benefit from the aging reduction effects of the hero class. He did have fragments, of course, from his friends who perished during the war, but outside of the fragments, he has high levels in Thinker and Beast Tamer. Those levels slowed down aging, but not as much. Even my own domain holders experienced a burst of digging once they gained that domain. Stella, for example, felt younger, stronger once she gained her domain. Theoretically, I could keep anyone alive forever. With my incredible healing powers, and evolutionary powers, I am able to modify a person's body such that the effects of aging are almost entirely eliminated, but they would become not exactly the same. A human that was made immortal becomes different, and because this is an imposed process, unlike an earned process through gaining levels or unlocking their domain, the body becomes in conflict with the soul, and it creates issues. I should be able to get past this, in time. After all, calming or unifying the soul and the body is part of my repertoire. But for now, it's something I rarely experiment on. And, so, back to Ken. I am aging. Ken laughed, and the herbal tea removed the pain. I can tell, Chung said. A price for freedom of mind. The freedom for me to think unheroic things. Chung smirked. You can fix it if you gain levels, like them. I don't need to. Ken said. There's a point where one lives too long. I think this, a lifespan of 200 to 250 years, I think this is ideal. Too much, and we become unable to care for anything, because everything fades away, and we'll just be burdened with endless ennui. I'd still rather live forever. You only feel that way, because the gods impose a purpose in your life. Ken insisted. Which, as I sometimes think, it's not a bad thing. Many of us require purpose. Purpose gives us direction, gives us focus. It allows us to forget, to forgive, to let go of things that do not matter when viewed against our central purpose. You've lost me. Chung laughed. Infantricide. Year 221. Is this normal? A section of Branchhold was cordoned off for work. Construction of the weapons meant for the lava demon world required the combined efforts of many skilled workers, across the entire empire. I've never seen something like it. The citizens of Branchhold stared. Most migrants to Branchhold had not seen our large-scale directed plans, and they could not fathom a civilization able to deploy the resources across an entire empire, and now, across worlds. All they saw was a mobilization for a war. Those on Branchhold were tasked with the manufacture of spears, hooks, and chains. It alarmed the spies scattered in Branchhold, and reported the findings to their masters in their own capital cities. Branchhold geared for war splattered across intelligence communiques, all over the world. The nearest nations to Branchhold immediately received a huge influx of more spies, and more scouts. Fools, really. If we really wanted to invade, we didn't need such mobilization. On the lava demon world, the area around the pit became one of the largest magic formations we've devised. Multiple redundant large-scale magical snares, thousands of stationary weapons, more bombs and explosives than I bothered to count littered the area, and more was made every day. We built larger ballistas, equipped with chained harpoons. The place was geared for war, and frankly, the mood in the air was optimistic. Man, the demons would regret invading our world after this. Rune said as he admired the temporary war city on the lava demon world. There were hundreds of level 80 to 100 druids and mages deployed to conduct minor terraforms. They could just melt everything in a volcano. They could, but with the number of mages we have, we'd still survive. On top of those plans, there was a quasi-suicidal plan with Lumuf at the center. The idea was simply to freeze or solidify the entire surface of the lava pit, have Lumuf enter avatar mode in the center, and have my avatar form latch on to the Demon King as it attempted to teleport to the other world. Stella's void mages also made their own set of preparations. Large quantities of void crystals, and multiple void magical formations created. The target was the black sun that appeared as part of the Demon King's ascension, and this time, they planned to attack and interrupt it directly, in the same manner as how Stella disrupted the demon mother of the parasite world. All of this was only possible, because of our efforts across the decades. If it's not enough, well, go back and work harder. Our sensors were on overdrive, and these days, Stella, the Void Mages and the Elemental Archmages had their own set of magical sensors. I had a feeling we'd see the Demon King this year, and rushed the team to work faster. Back home, Stella had largely triangulated the direction of the accumulating astral energies, though, so far, not a single rift had opened. This was simply because my Valthorns regularly scoured the landscape for any rift, and captured them or destroyed them. That meant no rift for the demons. It was very effective, and this time, the Demon King was projected to land somewhere in the southern continent. Unlike before, I didn't give any advance warning, since the Demon King was going to land in one of the wide deserts of the south. Back on the lava demon world, we realized we had a real simple problem. If we failed, the Demon King would leave for our world. That's normal and all is status quo. But what if we succeeded in detaining the Demon King? If we succeed, we'd have to fight the Demon King without the heroes. Or we could just leave, since we technically achieved our mission of detaining the Demon King. I am sure Stella would be fascinated to see what happens next. Does the Demon King attempt to open the portal again? I think it would, since the path through the Void Forest is still there. It only collapses when the Demon King dies. This was also a project for Stella and her team, where they would attempt to collapse an astral path before it's used. In fact, the Void Mage Academy had to be expanded quickly, due to the scale and requirements we needed in the far future. So much depended on having enough Void mana, and enough magical talent to run all we needed to do. So if we succeed, just watch. We weaken it, I guess. It sounds like the real success case is to tear it apart while it's in the astral path. Yes. Our role is just backup, this time. Chung grinned, amused that they didn't have to travel to the other side. Or if the interruption fails and the Demon King comes here. They were still happily resting in the central continent, in one of the seaside towns facing the ocean. On the other side of that vast ocean was the southern continent. The core pulsed. We felt it, a cracking in the movement. The core of this world was probably just really hot, molten iron and other minerals. Well, ready. Everyone got in position, and we expected this. The heroes were somewhere near to the southern continent, assisted by a small group of Valthorns and Void Mages. The lava-swept world cracked, and we felt a powerful presence move from the core, up into the surface. All right, let's get the party started. Alka laughed maniacally. Freezing bombs. The mages and his assistants detonated hundreds of ice element magical crystals, and the sudden surge of large quantities of ice magic caused the huge pit of lava to temporarily freeze over. It wouldn't last for long, as the heat from the core would eventually melt it again, but for now. Lumoof jumped into the middle of the hardened lake, and activated avatar mode. My roots pierced through the hardened lava, and expanded as fast as I could. The roots covered every part of the pit. A living barrier. Rune and Johann led the thousands of ballistas at the side, all armed with hooked harpoons, each equipped with bombs. There were at least 100 different types of bombs. My sensors felt the force from within the core surged upwards, and the ripples of that force pushed against my roots. It was trying to uproot Lumoof and my roots from down below, but I resisted. My roots held onto the igneous rock and earth, as the pressure built up beneath us. Are we going to trigger an explosion if this keeps up? Stella looked as the pit began to bulge upwards. My roots resisted the magma and lava displaced from the Demon King's escape, and the Demon King approached at high speed. It's coming up the chamber really quickly. The pressure from lava beneath us strengthened, and this time, I felt the effects of heightened demonic magic. It attempted to tear at my roots, but we held our ground. Literally, towers began to emerge out of the walls of the pit, the gate mechanism. It was a point of great interest, to see how the demons created these rift gates out of thin air. For now, that was something my builders, mages and crafters studied intently, while a battle broke out around us. The demons emerged from all around us, and attempted to retake the pit. They failed. From beneath, the Demon King shot up the lava chambers like a missile. The Demon King was going to smash right into me, and it clearly didn't care. Lumoof, brace for impact. The ground beneath us was filled with my roots. It'll have to destroy my roots to get out. On the surface, the rift towers began to channel their abilities, and the Void Mages studied it intently. This was the second time it's happening, but the first time such a large group of Void Mages was deployed to study it. Alright, we're going to have to start interfering with the Black Sun once it emerged. Stella shouted to her team of Void Mages. Their magical formations were ready and charged up. The Demon King smashed into my roots from below, and I felt a strong, burning sensation. My roots were incredibly resistant to heat and fire, so I wasn't disturbed by that aspect. Yet, its ensuing impact shook the entire pit, and then, it pushed the entire chunk of hardened magma upwards, like a superhero lifting an entire city from down below. Fire! Rune and Johann commanded as we got line of sight on the Demon King. It was a Demon King of tradition, a massive horned beast with 8 wings and 4 arms, each with a weapon made of lava. It was huge, in the same size as the anti-mana demon turtle. The hooked harpoons fired from all around the pit, all aimed at the Demon King's body. The Demon King pushed, and the hooks and harpoons slammed into the Demon King. Our projectiles attached itself to its skin like a pesky parasitic seed. Up above, the skies twisted. Stella and her Void Mages swung to action, and their magical formations activated. A dome of void mana emerged above us, and at the same time, they had their own set of void energy ballistas, all aimed upwards. The sky tore apart, as the Black Sun emerged in view. The ballistas shot out, some with the anti-magic projectiles, some with void mana projectiles. It flew at it, and burned in a black flame. The rift towers glowed, as core mana and void mana pooled in them at the same alternating pattern. The Valthorns attempted to smash them. The Demon King itself began to emit some kind of energy, as it flung the chunk of rock filled with my roots aside. Then, the multicolored blackish blob emerged in the sky, like it teleported out of nowhere. A fragment of it, a droplet, descended from it. Now, Stella yelled, and all their magical projectiles and abilities activated. A full year and some, her Void Mages prepared magical projectiles, meant for this moment. It worked on the Demon Mother, and now they tried it on the King. I felt a strong pulse of energy struck that black droplet. Its outer shell crumpled like a Prince Rupert's drop shattering. And it detonated. Shit. Shields. I activated shields where I could. Teleport out. Now, Stella and her crew all escaped as soon as they could, and my domain holders warped back. All except Lumoof and Edna, and we watched a huge explosion happen in the skies of the demon world. We were too near. It destroyed all the structures and weapons that we made, but some of my Valthorns didn't make it. Not everyone could teleport out in time, even with their fastest scrolls. About 30% of my thousands of Valthorns deployed perished, because our shields were not strong enough to block a Demon King tier explosion. As they say, safety measures were written in blood, and the next time, we would have significantly higher shielding. From our world, we saw the demon's path wobble, and shrink. Stella, now safely back on treehome, slammed the nearest table and cursed. A huge ball of charred wood protected Lumuf, and in the aftermath, we saw a half-burnt demon body. All the harpoons and hooks had been burnt away in the explosion, and a much smaller droplet. The two merged, and struggled. It felt incomplete, like a car with an engine that was far too small. It didn't fly off immediately, and the path continued to wobble. Edna stood, unharmed by the scarring. She grinned and approached the giant, smoldering Demon King, her weapons flared with magic and power. A battle to avenge the fallen. Come King, only one of us will remain standing. Edna laughed and attacked the injured Demon King. Lumuf observed the massive crater around us, and also charged at the Demon King. The Demon King was weak. It did not have the strength I expected of Demon Kings, but perhaps, this was a sacrifice of those who fought it. My vines stabbed it, and each time, I tried to drain a bit more of its mana away. We need to get back there. Rune and Johann said. Stella immediately tried to check the rift gates. I can't. The explosion temporarily weakened the astral path. It'll be months before it's ready. Eon, we need your seed there. A seed on a lava world. It'll cost me 10 years. I thought about it briefly, but as the battle between the Demon King and Edna raged on, I agreed. This may be an opportunity I won't see in a while. Lumuf fought the Demon King too, and the battle stretched across the battlefield. Then, he landed somewhere, and embedded my refreshed seed into the ground. My tree sprung up instantly, in a sudden burst of magic. I sent Rune and Johann immediately to the other side, and they joined the battle. I think we can win this, Edna said, as her anti-magic sword slashed. My roots, now empowered by my actual clone body, pulled the Demon King closer. My vines stabbed its large demonic wings, and I called on the powers of my 3 worlds, and flooded the Demon King with my mana. A giant demon was, in some ways, just a really big target. It roared, and I felt its massive demonic axe chop off one of my branches. It hurt as hell. The Demon King's lava axe landed on my wooden shields. Rune and Johann deployed all their magical weapons. It was a battle of attrition, as Edna and my tree traded blows with the Demon King. Yet, I felt we had a chance. Stella and the Void Mage's detonation of the black droplet was key. That black droplet contained a significant chunk of the Demon King's power, and with this, we now have an idea how to weaken the Demon King. My domain holders unleashed their fury. It wasn't in the same tier as the heroes, but we were not fighting a full-powered Demon King. Just a pale, weakened version. I struck it repeated with my roots, and noticed its movement was sluggish. My roots kept up the pressure, and drained the Demon King of its energy. By my own measures, that explosion left the Demon King with only 20 to 30% of its strength. The King's movement was slower, its massive body seemed too heavy for the power it had inside. It struggled, and eventually realized it couldn't keep up. Then, it decided to shed its larger outer shell, revealing a smaller, human-sized demon. Lumuf, Edna, Rune and Johann kept fighting, but this smaller one was faster, and almost landed a hit on Rune, if not for my shields. I think you two need to back off, Edna said, as she kept up with the faster, smaller Demon King. This demon's form was better suited to its power, but the Demon King that struggled. The King's power weakened some more, each hit from my roots chipped a little more of its energy. My guardian treant emerged to fight it, battling it, and eventually, my roots got a good hold of its smaller body. I drained its still large quantities of mana, and realized we were winning. I actually struggled to believe it. Edna landed a few more hits, and my two archers attacked with their anti-magic arrows. The Demon King was immobilized. My treant guardians punched and held the Demon King. And it was battered. I felt the King's magical energies drop, as Edna's cut began to remove demonic matter from the Demon King. Its healing stopped. Another strong punch from my treant. The King's body crumbled, and revealed what I always wanted. An undamaged demon core. It didn't detonate. Not with what little magical energies it had. It felt like an eternity, as my vines wrapped around the core, just to be sure. I drained it, but there was nothing left inside to be drained. It was an empty, purely undamaged Demon King's core. I was left speechless for a moment, as the madness of battle suddenly gave way to exhaustion. Edna looked pensive. Holy freaking shit. Did we just win? Lumuf, Rune, Edna and Johann all stared at each other, waiting for something to pop up. They looked up to the sky, wondering whether the sky would split apart to reveal some gimmick. It had taken so much to get here. But I looked at those who fought, and felt genuine joy burst out from my soul. We won. Everyone felt like a huge weight lifted off their shoulders, and they looked at my giant tree clone, safely and grinned. We won. In a strange twist of fate, we had somehow managed to defeat a Demon King without the heroes. It took extensive preparation, attacks from everyone, and a bit of luck that the blob at the end detonated, but whatever it was, we got through the finish line. My domain holders glowed, and I felt their strength increase. Power. We would need a lot more of it in the coming days. Holy shit, I gained like 15 levels. Edna shouted, and punched the sky. Me too. Rune, Johann and Lumuf all gained levels. You've gained 12 levels. You are now level 238. Tree of Life. You've gained 2 extra clone seeds. Natural Mana Overwhelming upgraded. Root Strikes upgraded. Demonic Resistance upgraded. Domain Ability unlocked. Greater Titans. Your Titans will now change into their greater forms, with wider range and abilities. Patrick's mind reading and protection range will now expand to include all your clone trees, and its range is increased significantly. Hyperion will now be able to temporarily shrink to travel through the void, and can shapeshift into other battle forms. The Demon King has been defeated. The announcement of its defeat was greeted with a strange feeling. I lost 30% of those who failed to avoid the explosion, but those who survived gained powers. The star paths linked to Treehome all abruptly vanished, including those subsequent to this Demon King. That was not a good sign. It meant the demons discovered that we could counter-invade their world, and thus dropped the invasion paths. It was also a sign that they were preparing for something bigger. But there was no use worrying. We consolidated our gains, celebrated our wins, and prayed for those who fell. The souls we collected, some would move on, some wanted to stay back. I tried, where I could, to give all of them a chance to at least say goodbye to their loved ones. Alright, we need a roll call. Who gained what powers? My domain holders came together, and it seemed among the survivors, quite a few gained a lot of levels. Stella smirked. I gained void weapons and projectiles. I can't wait to try it out on the other Demon Kings. Are we trivializing Demon Kings already? Rune cursed. And you sound too excited for that. They would adapt to our changes. Stella said. They are not stupid. The fact that they dropped the star paths shows they are learning, and we probably should repeat it for the mountain world, unless that's what we want. Do you think they'll throw something stronger our way? What else could it be? That black sun or blob is probably figuring out what to do. I had a tree still in the lava world, and I also needed to figure out what I should do with that tree. What did you get, anyway? Just some super strong unavoidable null element arrow attack. Rune said with a sigh. A domain tier arrow attack can't be that bad. Stella laughed. Edna jumped from level 160s to level 180s, and so gained 2 domain tier abilities. First was the strangely named ability, a Knight's Myth, and I felt her power spread throughout Treehome, and strangely, only Treehome. Just like my Eonic classes, Edna's power had changed Treehome. Edna's new domain ability enhanced all Knights on Treehome, and allowed them to take up a special class, Knights of Treehome. In addition, when defending Treehome, all Knights are empowered against outside invaders. It also had sub-abilities. A part of the myth, it opened up a unique set of quests for Edna alone, the Mythical Knights quest, which summoned level 130 to 150 creatures that existed in a pocket dimension, that only Edna and a few companions could battle. Each victory awarded skills and stats. For the ordinary Knights of Treehome, they could attempt lesser variants of the Knight's quest, awarded and unlocked through the system. Seems like a knight's gotta do what a knight's gotta do. Stella grinned. You're becoming like the knights of fairy tales. I can't really say I hate it. Edna laughed. It's amusing. Edna's second ability was the 3 Strikes of Honor. It unlocked a battlefield-wide enchantment that protected everyone, from 3 instances of an undetected, unreactable attack that would have killed them. An enchantment with additional rules befitting a knight, such that an attack that was known and but cannot be responded to was still covered, but it essentially meant death had to come from known sources, and from known attacks. Instead, heavy but non-lethal damage would apply. If someone were to be killed by a sword that he saw coming but didn't react, or incorrectly reacted, the protection would not apply. Essentially, it prevented instant kills. As always, the system had a tendency of awarding preventions after the disaster. The precautions we have were all essentially earned and paid for in blood and souls. Lumuf's skill was probably pretty good too, projected presence which, strangely, allowed his to project himself in another location and essentially be at two places at once. Alka's new ability was Crystalline Supercomputer, which allowed him to transform crystals into magical computers. Johann, in my opinion, got the best new domain skill. Reconstructed Mythical Companion. He essentially has the Titan equivalent skill of using bones to rebuild a mythical companion. Obviously, he asked and received the Moon Dragon bones. He didn't even need all of it, just one large piece was sufficient for the ability to start regrowing a dragonling in his domain space. A victory is a victory. Stella said, we should throw a party. Lumuf agreed. A party to remember the sacrifices of those who fell, and those who survived. Then let's do it. Trunk Roads. Year 222. It's surreal. We both looked into the skies, and even my void mages could see it too. An emptiness unlike before, not a single astral path headed our way. How did that work? Why did the astral paths disappear? I realized, at that moment when we finally destroyed the Demon King for the first time, that the collapse of the rifts was also some kind of warning. The demons, or something at the top, could sense Demon Kings being defeated before their time was due, and we would soon invite greater retaliation from the demons. This wasn't the end, even if we've won a reprieve. No. A part of me even suspects that it may have been a mistake to go all the way with the Demon King. I should have pulled them back, dragged this arrangement for a bit more. We could have gotten more experience, and a bit more levels. What's done is done. Lumuf assuaged my worries. We still have links to the other world, and we will have to hunt for Demon Kings through those worlds instead. Stella's Void Explorer, in particular, should get us to more habited worlds. If this gives us time, we'll need to prepare for whatever they throw our way. I believe we can do it. I knew Lumuf wasn't that convinced either. I felt it in our connection, but it was done. We now also had 2 more clone seeds, which essentially meant I didn't have to recall the lava world. I remembered Rune's strategy, which focused on living worlds, and that meant these 2 seeds should go to 3 worlds, and the new lawyer world, if they'd let me put my trees there. Or else, I'd have to keep looking for other, friendly worlds. Or maybe, Stella could find a super world. It had to be there. Somewhere out there. They fucking won. The heroes couldn't believe it. The fact that we've destroyed the Demon King on the lava world invited a lot of chatter. The key seems to be that droplet from the blob. That explosion burnt through a lot of the Demon King's body. Chung observed the battle through our Dream Academy. With the Dream Academy, I could record and replay scenes, which I could then share to them as a dream. Actually, Stella needs to target that blob directly. She tried, but it's too large and protected by too much magic. What if that blob is the real heart of the demons, and the Black Suns are just nothing more than power generators? They only seem to supply void mana, after all. That does sound plausible. What needs to be made, I think, is some kind of interplanar nuclear missile. A black hole missile, kinda. Blow that shit out of space. You're talking about a missile to destroy something that's way too big. That blob looked to be the size of an entire sun. We don't even know what that thing is. Prabhu countered. We may be heroes, and our powers are incredible for sure, but we're probably not at the Planet Buster tier. No matter, it does mean that Eons discovered a few weak points to the Demon King. 1. That droplet is a very big weakness. It explodes, and deals enough damage that the Demon King is severely weakened. If that fails, corrupting and flooding it with mana seemed to poison the Demon King and block a large amount of its powers. More importantly, this world now doesn't have new Demon Kings. Ken laughed. You don't believe that, right? It looks to me like it's going back to lick its wounds, and come back with something more powerful. What? A demon emperor? Probably, Ken said. But based on what Eon knows, it may be a meteor. The heroes stared at each other. What? We've got Armageddon and we have to knock a comet out of its path. Yeah, probably. Chung just stared at Ken like he said something insane. If you're right, I'll hate you so much. You already do, bruh. Ken lightly punched Chung on the shoulder. No, I don't. It's not the first time you said it, so I assume you've already hated me. Oh, wait. Now that you reminded me, I do. Chung laughed. We had a large funeral for the Valthorns who died. The priests were quick. to twist their deaths into a kind of martyrdom, and some of these Valthorns wanted to live on. My priests soon claimed that their death was a noble sacrifice to defeat the Demon King before it arrived, much to the annoyance of the four temples. Despite that, they were unable to actually mount any actual countermeasure beyond a war of sermons, as they denounced our claims. Most kingdoms didn't care all that much about waging a war with us, they were all power crazy, but none of them were suicidal. The large funerals throughout the continent did draw some curious spies from the other kingdoms, as they wondered what caused such a large loss of Valthorns in the level 100s. But it was not all lost, as my powers of the soul allowed me to retain those who wanted to remain, and place them into new vessels, with no soul contracts. For those that wanted to remain, I took their souls, or what was left of it, and made them into training trees, or beetles, according to their own personal choice. For those who wanted to move on, for whatever reason, they were given a chance to say their goodbyes to those who they loved. Using my Dream Academy and other such abilities, I was even able to store some of their thoughts, their words as something that their family could revisit again. The common folk were oblivious. News about demon kings, especially faraway demon kings, were irrelevant. The people were mainly concerned with their day-to-day affairs. A demon king was killed on the planet or somewhere else, or what their name, or lack thereof, was useless information. As for the four temples, there was immense confusion on the ground. I detected multiple secret conversations on this matter, but it was all idle speculation. Most of them had no clue that we did it, though they would suspect something once they noticed the deaths among my senior Valthorns. What was quite clear was the four temples were mostly stagnant, their leaders trying to hold on to vestiges of their past glory, but their strength was too weak to even try and challenge us. For now, our homeworld has now settled to a somewhat comfortable status quo. Wars are still fought regularly between nations, but the idea of a crusade has long faded as the foolish arrogance of their earlier priesthoods. Those that still wanted to do a crusade, my spies would identify them, and remove them. It was actually quite easy to get priests removed. In feudal societies like the kingdoms, priests existed as advisors to the throne, or played ceremonial and social roles in their respective cities, and everyone had secrets. Once we got hold of the secrets, and the priests often got into quite a bit of trouble when their nasty activities were revealed for all to see. My spymasters' training had improved, and some of them had gotten quite high-leveled, thanks to their stint on the mountain world. We've trained honey traps and handsome males to seduce our targets, and kidnapped priests on multiple occasions to get them to confess their plots. The world of espionage wasn't a nice one, but it had to be done. Our sense of peace required regular maintenance, and maintenance meant removing bad actors. My next target for spies was to send them to treehome, but to do so, we'd need a small base of operations. I intended to establish a base in the chaos of the demonic invasions, and so, sent Rune and Johan there to spy on them. Back on Mountain World, the rifts of the demons opened. Do we invade? Edna, during her tour of Branchhold, and this time, I wasn't so sure. I didn't know the long-term consequences of destroying the Demon King on the Demon World, and without knowing what comes after this, I couldn't decide with utmost confidence whether what we did was the right thing. I did not want to face escalated responses on two worlds, and so to maintain the status quo, it was ideal to just weaken the Demon King, such that those on the Mountain World had an easier fight on their hands. Adrian and Kelly didn't really have any strong views on the matter, especially after the concerns of stronger retaliation. To these two, the Demon King was always their duty, and the four heroes of our world had agreed to assist them anyway. The demons that came through so far were variants of ice-type monsters, which suggested that the heroes faced an Ice Demon King. Elemental-type demons were not exactly that much of a threat. My Void Archmages transported Rune and Johan to the Demon World, and they arrived in what was a seemingly endless boreal forest. There are trees here, Eon. How? I wasn't expecting to see trees on a Demon World, but it seemed that they've found one. A boreal forest, filled with ice-type demons. The trees, strangely, were not destroyed, and thus continued to live on in the Demon World even post-conquest. No clue. I think you'll need to send Lumuf here once he's done with whatever on the other world. The world was filled with ice, and they eventually did find a pit. But they didn't engage, and I decided we needed to take it slow. They captured a few rift gates, so Stella would be able to reopen access to this world at a later date. They were not comfortable heading into the pits without Lumuf's presence, so they decided to back out. Instead, we prepared the Mountain World for the impending invasion. We're not going down there without Lumuf, so we're backing out. Lumuf didn't particularly enjoy returning to the world of angels, but after a long absence due to the invasion of the demon world, it was time to actually make our pitch. Lumuf and Stella faced a large council of angels and humans of at least 20 members. It felt like we were in a courtroom, before a panel of judges. We'd like to seek cooperation with those with capabilities to fight demons. Lumuf explained. The core issue we want to solve is that demons are able to tap on the resources of multiple worlds, but we don't. Each world faces the demon alone, or is assisted by their respective gods, but we feel this process is not optimal. It often leads to too much destruction and too much death. First, explain what you mean by the resources of multiple worlds. How did you discover the demon's ability to tap multiple worlds? Lumuf looked at Stella and replied. We visited them. We've seen the demon worlds. Explain. How did you visit them? We went through the rift gates. Objection. That's not possible. Rift gates cannot be traversed by the living. It can. Lumuf answered. Each rift gate has a unique mana resonance and it is possible to reverse it. This will require a demonstration. Lumuf looked at Stella again, and realized this was going to be hell. These angels required supporting evidence for every single statement we make, and they cross-examined our observations against their own. But we did learn something in the process. The nature of this society required that all Demite be destroyed, and they thoroughly destroyed the Demon King's remains after every single battle. Their angels and enforcers also regularly patrol the world to destroy Demite or any demonic remains, as they view the remains as unholy. Their logic was simple. If a man that carried plague died, they burnt the body to prevent it from continuing to spread more plague. Thus, any remains of the demons had to be removed as well. In short, they've managed to do what we've always theorized. They significantly reduced the demons' targeting ability and reduced the frequency of the invasions. All remnants of the demons had to be purged. As the pitch became more of a grilling session, I realized I personally didn't want to deal with them at all. I didn't want to be shackled with terms, and after all the questionable things I've done and I am willing to do, I don't think these people would be able to understand it. Even if we were allied, I was bound to break the terms somewhere along the way. Our opponent could adapt, and what we had to do may change. A legal document specifying the terms of alliance wasn't worth it. If things worked for them, and it has worked well so far, then I didn't need to pursue a civilization to civilization type of alliance. Maybe it would be better to just open an embassy and recruit interested parties instead, which, I suppose, will also require a messy list of agreements. At that point, Stella proposed something else, since the grilling really wasn't productive and there was a lot of arguing over nitty-gritty details, all because they have no understanding of what happened. Stella, especially, found the entire ordeal exhausting and so spoke out. Let's just stop this farce of a grill. I propose that a delegation from this world visit us. We will take you on a tour of the demon worlds. We have access to the demon worlds, and you can see it for yourself. Arguing over details is fascinating, but I don't have much time. There are more worlds to visit, more preparations to be made. No more than 5 persons are allowed. Lumuf nodded, and the session was adjourned. The Council of the Angel Lords had a lot to discuss, especially the idea of a tour group. You could talk at length about the beauty of the mountain, but it'll still pale to actually walking and standing on it. That's a good idea. Taking them on tour. Lumuf complimented Stella's idea. It worked for the lizard folk. Hopefully it'll open their eyes to what they are dealing with. They'll definitely recommend we destroy all the Demite. Lumuf said with a chuckle. Which actually works on a longer timescale. Stella said. It allows the cycle to be somewhat sustainable, since 80 years to a century per invasion is actually quite a long time, enough for any world to recover from the aftermath. A stable status quo, but it feels a little like cutting off one's leg to save ourselves. Lumuf conceded. We would no longer be able to gain strength as quickly without the experience from the Demon Kings. It is a good form of peace, and a dilemma. A stable status quo, or a constant grinding treadmill upwards. After what we did, that is no longer a choice for Treehome. But it is for the Mountain World and 3 worlds. Should we decide for them? Stella smirked. Do we cut off the path to ascension, in exchange for century-long peace? We would be ill-prepared for what comes after such a long period. Lumuf didn't have the answer. I didn't, either. Eventually, the angels and humans decided to send 3 individuals, and we were introduced to one of the oldest angels we've ever seen in their world. He had 8 wings, and was actually old, with white hair and an actual aged appearance. From what we gathered, the wings actually had an impact on the powers of these angels. Those with 2 wings had lower potential than those with 4, and so on. Someone with more wings had no inbuilt level limits, so their path to a domain was unhindered. This is Raph, a former High Arbiter, and was once known as the one closest to the gods. The angels introduced Raph and his 2 assistants, who would visit our worlds. The 2 assistants were fairly distinguished people in their society, but were frankly deferential, when next to Raph. It's not every day I am offered to visit another world. He chuckled like an old grandfather. They must really distrust you to demand I come out of retirement. Lumuf shrugged. It seems they find offense in every statement we make. They are either too young, or newly old. Raph grinned, and he walked slowly. Yet, we could tell it was an act. He radiated a power similar to those in the level 120s, and was clearly seen as one. It is also such a rare thing to meet 2 people stronger than me. My priest grinned. Your attempt to inspect us was duly noted. Old habits die hard. Raph said. Everyone inspects everyone in this world, and as domain holders, it all just gets blocked. Does it offend you? It doesn't, it is but a minor disturbance. Lumuf responded. That is good. They spoke of an intent to form an alliance of some sort. Tell me you are not so foolish to think an alliance with these people would be worth it. Lumuf was fairly stunned at how harshly he criticized his own council. It's in an exploratory stage. The war with demons is something we face across many worlds, and we could use some additional forces. You'll get nothing of value from the Council of the Tower Lords. They are bureaucrats, concerned with the administration of their lands to the letter, and war is fought in coliseums and gladiatorial arenas. Many of them haven't even lived through a bad demon king. If you want allies, they are not the ones you should approach. Lumuf couldn't reply to that. Not immediately, anyway. But I suppose you wouldn't know. Stella and Lumuf just shrugged. How old are you, milady? Stella paused, and looked at the old archangel. I lost count, frankly. Maybe 80s. Ah, still very young, and already so powerful. I wonder what kind of hell they put you through. Stella chuckled. Oh, you wouldn't want to know. I will, actually. It would at least be a fascinating story for the younglings. They said there are more of you. Yes. Raph nodded and frowned. Have we holed up in our ivory towers for so long? Stella and Lumuf just looked at each other for a while. Never mind. So, where are we going? In Wood Faith. Year 222 continued. Arbiter Raph, we're here. Welcome to Treehome. His companion seemed unsure as they stepped through the portal, and onto the world of Treehome. He emerged in a special platform in the Tower of the Void Mages, with Stella and Lumuf leading the way. Stella nodded briefly, and then vanished in the poof of blackness. Lumuf smiled at Raph, and guided the guests out of the tower. Welcome to Freska, the root of the central continent. Lumuf nodded. Some would say the heart, of course. Freska's sprawling towers of trees seemed to stretch till the horizon, and the 3 angels didn't know what to say. It is here that our guardian, Eon, made his stand. The earth is his, and he is the earth. Raph nodded, and instead, looked above, past the leaves and canopies. Your skies are empty. Lumuf wasn't sure what he was talking about, and looked up to see stars and skies. It is, without the paths of the demons. The demons. What have you done to their path? Lumuf paused, suddenly understanding what he meant. You could see the star paths. Every angel can. It has been our ability since birth. Raph answered. With practice, the humans can too. Those born with many wings, like me, can see it easily. Is that not an astral or void power? Lumuf asked. It is. But we are linked to the heavens, and the heavens grant us the ability to observe the skies. Raph laughed, and I was so tempted to capture one of these angels and put them in the biolab for analysis. Perhaps some other time. I see. Lumuf nodded, as they were led to a gigantic beetle with a carriage, stairs and really comfy seats. A tour bus, essentially, with protective screens. Actually, before that, I would like to fly up to the sky, and see the city for myself. Raph suggested. May I? Lumuf paused, and shrugged. You will attract a lot of attention. Ah, nothing an illusion can't hide. He activated some kind of illusion ability that turned himself almost invisible, but we could still sense his presence. The illusion glowed brightly to my spiritual eyes. In fact, all the angels glowed brightly in my spiritual eyes. They have robust souls, and Raph's glow was very much like a creature attuned to the spiritual realm. He took to the skies, invisible to almost all regular folks, except those skilled enough to see him. Lumuf immediately issued a warning to the Valthorns, to notify that there was a friendly flyer in the air. It wouldn't be nice to shoot down our guest. My roots lifted Lumuf up to the skies, where he stood next to Raf. Interesting way of coming with me. Raf said. I couldn't leave my guest alone, could I? Lumuf said. The two other angels were on the ground, surrounded by other Valthorn members. Very interesting city you have, but are all cities like this? No. This city is unique, due to its founder's presence. Lumuf said. You wish to see the cities beyond. I feel a very strong presence coming from there. Raf pointed in the general direction of the valley. What is Eon? Ah. Then I'd like to see him, for the horror that he is. Oh. Lumuf smirked. Raf landed back down. I'd like to meet your guardian. You can meet him through me. Lumuf said. That's not the real my avatar activated, and my presence was felt through Lumuf. I misspoke. Greetings, Raf. Welcome to Treehome. I said through Lumuf. His eyes glowed, and the air rippled as my presence washed through freska. I could control it quite well, but even then, each level 1 gained, I had to work harder to hide my domain. I shall not stay long. My presence is not for the faint of heart. The world bent around me. My apologies for assuming incorrectly. Raf said. He wasn't pale, but I could feel his nerves tensing, his body straining to bear the weight of being in the same space. I shall speak to Lumuf instead. Thank you for your understanding. Lumuf's eyes returned to normal and he grinned. I am Eon's avatar. My priest repeated. Raf relaxed, and nodded. Did your kind once believe in gods? Lumuf paused, as they sat on the giant beetle. The beetle would carry them throughout the city, and then to the outskirts. Yes, and many still do. The other continents are home to those who believe in the 4 gods, Ava, Hawa, Gaia and Nera. And your kind don't. Raf remarked as they took in the view. Many once did, but now we are Eon's faithful. He is, in many ways, a growing god. Unlike the other 4 who are further, much further away. There is nothing quite like standing in front of a real god, even with my own power. Raf thought about it for a moment, and then laughed. It is an incredibly tragic thought that we, the angels without a god to serve, are here, visiting a world where a god lives with them. They said you were the closest to God. Bah, closest to a god that mostly ignores us and sends us heroes. Raf answered. What is angelic fervor without a goal? Our God neither gives us commandments nor guidance, our existence and structure an illusion constructed by our predecessors to delude the lesser angels and mortals. Our wings of faith cannot bear the thought that our God cares not for us. In its place, we build a society of rules, and imposed our version of order on the world, because we cannot exist without it. I see we are not that different. Lumuf smirked. In the chaos of this world, we find our own ways to survive, with what we have. We do what we must to live, and dispense with what we don't. The beetle led them through the outer areas, farmlands, and smaller villages. Not unlike the outskirts of the Angleworld. It is strangely orderly. Raf was fairly impressed. If you wish to see something less manicured, we shall take you to the places where Eon does not exert his rule. Raf was puzzled. There are places spared of Eon's rule. Why? Why not? That is dereliction of divine duty. In the presence of a god, what choices do mortals have other than to submit? It is a choice a mortal makes, whether he serves or not. Eon does not require submission, and our focus lies in the long arc of life and civilization. Raf didn't seem quite satisfied with the answer. Then, let me see the world without the touch of proper guidance. A void archmage teleported in and a portal opened in front of them. The group was sent to the eastern continent. They toured what was a small village, their presence masked by illusions or in Lumuf's case, a skill. Raf was not pleased with what he saw. We saw the villages of the eastern continent, where there were people who starved. We saw the cities in various stages of war, even here, where Ava's rule was quite strong, blood was shed almost every week. Death and war was the natural state, and seeing it for himself seemed to affect Raf quite strongly. Are all the other worlds you visited like this? Most, yes. This is the natural state without the presence of an overwhelming will. The nature of mortals and the system is to compete, and from competition it escalates into conflict. Those who win, gain levels and gain control, and those who lose, have nothing. Even in Eon's land, conflict is part and parcel of our society. It is something we resist strongly. Raf said. The archangel stared at the sights of death and suffering, and Lumuf felt a strong, swirling presence in him. A deep dissatisfaction. For them, their reprieve usually comes when a strong hero emerges and establishes a nation. But heroes die to the demon kings, and after some time, that order fails to keep things together, and the nation disintegrates and reverts back to this state. So this is what a world without the presence of true order. I see there is a case that my kind has been too complacent. Raf said. Complacent. Lumuf paused, as I too digested the implication of that statement. Raf looked. I've seen enough of this part of the world. The others are like this. Can I see more? The Void Mage teleported them to a large port on the eastern coast, the seat of the Ivan Temple. This feels very much like us. I never realized how disturbing it is, now that I am sitting here listening to the same words, used to praise another god. Raf said as he observed the temples. He walked in one of the largest temples disguised and listened to a talk by the Ivan priest glorifying Ava. He watched the priests praise a god that was rarely present, even if Ava granted his priests powers through the system. Are all the temples similar? Lumuf shrugged. It is not right for the man of one faith to disparage another. All I can do is take you to visit the rest. And they did. They visited all the 3 other temples, and the other continents. More villages, more places. Large cities, but not necessarily good cities. Each time, Raf seemed more angry, more frustrated. Your god leaves them be. Raf asked Lumuf. Your cities are clearly better, and yet, you do not seek to apply your rule and improve their situation. Eon strongly believes that those who want a better life are given fair opportunity and chance, and then allowed to work for it. Once Eon secured the central continent, it was no longer necessary to invade the other continents. Then this suffering is allowed to happen. Eon does not attempt to save everyone. Lumuf said. As a creature of the world, Eon strongly believes in letting nature find its own level. It is this competition that creates excellence. Raf's face darkened. You see worlds like this everywhere, and make no attempt to improve their lives, because of competition, and because of creating winners. We do not profess to be saviors or uplifters, Arbiter Raf. My priest clarified. Our goal, Eon's goal, is the existential threat of life, the demons. The steps we take with our developments and improvements are all meant to achieve the means to protect ourselves and eventually, defeat that existential threat. Mortals will fight each other, as is normal in nature. A lion will prey on the gazelle. It is not our goal to uplift the lion, or empower the gazelle. Our goal is to protect the lion and the gazelle from the outside forces that disrupt this arrangement. But your actions change the balance of power, by your sheer presence. Yes, it does, and it is unfortunate. Where we can, we try to have a light touch, a small footprint. We aspire to be wardens, not nannies. Raf had a look on his face that could kill. The other 2 angels wasn't sure why, either. I had seen enough of this intentional disorderliness. May I see the demon worlds? They teleported back to Treehome, and then, Lumuf guided them to a wooden platform close to the valley. A place connected to my roots. I sent them to the lava world, still swarming with demons, but with its astral paths destroyed. Raf and the angels stared at them, in the area around my clone. He looked at my clone, an island of peace in the chaos of the demonic lava world. Most of my Valthorns retreated from the lava world, so the demons have naturally reclaimed the land. I maintained a small area of control, around my clone tree, where my Valthorns could come here regularly for demon killing practice and gain levels. The archangel stared at them, and looked at Lumuf briefly. Then back at the demons. He flew, and glowed brightly, and 2 burning tridents of fire emerged in his 2 hands. His 8 wings flickered, and combusted in a golden flame. If you don't mind, I have some frustrations to work through. Lumuf shrugged. Oh, go ahead. I've killed more than enough. The 8-winged angel zoomed right into the center of the flood of demons. Fools! He shouted as he flung his golden flaming trident at the demons. It detonated in an explosion, vaporizing the demons. He surged into the masses of demons, and slaughtered them like a furious archangel. Lumuf just shrugged, and turned to the other 2 angels. Is Raf normally like that? The 2 angels were starstruck, and ignored his question. We have never seen him unleash his fury in centuries. Lumuf sighed. These 2 angels were just groupies, but after a while, as Raf indulged himself in a feast of slaughter, one of them turned to Lumuf. He is normally more reserved. It has been said that the fire in him had died, but it seems that it is back, now. He had a burning halo on his head, when there was once just a golden ring. Raf was having a good time fighting the Hellworld demons. Maybe stupid system shenanigan even meant these 2 factions were natural enemies, and the demon champions emerged, trying to hold Raf back. My level 125 to 149s could defeat Raf. We didn't have much problems with the Hellworld's mobs after all. He fought for 2 days, and as he returned, he was covered in gunk and residue. Dust covered his 8 wings. My apologies, Patriarch Lumuf. That was something I sorely needed. Raf said. They say that people often gain clarity in the intense moments of combat. Lumuf nodded. The battle was over and they retreated to the clone tree to rest. Raf initiated the conversation. Your people consider choice and life as the core tenets that guide your decision. Mine considers law and order as the only single tenet. Yours are content to let men be, so long as they live. Correct. Fair. We do intervene occasionally. But the law must be consistent. Raf said. I admire your world and your civilization, for achieving what it did, but more than that, it reminded me of our failings. How so? Raf walked to the 2 angels, and then declared to his 2 countrymen. I once believed that our world displayed the flaws of overextended orderliness. But here, in these other worlds, there is none. Given a choice between order and chaos, order should be the default. Law must hold, as far as we can. The 2 angels listened. Once we return, we must expand and join this crusade against the demons and uplift the mortals from their suffering. We will bring order to the worlds beyond ours. My priest listened. The 2 angels immediately stepped in. Arbiter Raf, that is a decision of the. I will not be denied. Our society has lived in those ivory towers for too long. We, angels created by gods long past and abandoned, were meant to wage war and bring progress. They may have forgotten us, but I now realize what our purpose is as a people. Our wings and spears were meant to send us across the stars. Instead, we turn it on ourselves. It is time for our obsession with order to be directed outwards. To uplift the faithless, to guide the faithful, to impose a structure in the chaos and to smite the unholy. The 2 angels cowered as his passion leaked. Patriarch Lumuf, I must thank you for this incredible trip. It has been enlightening to see the suffering that goes unfettered throughout the worlds beyond our own. It is great to be reminded how much rot and failure is in the natural state without guidance of their betters. Order shall spread. Lumuf just shrugged. A mortal's struggle is what leads to levels. Would you be keen to carry out that under our auspices? Raf shook his head. Your world and your people hardly need one more, but my world, my beloved angel world, more than ever, would require my perspective. My kind had slept through our purpose, and when I return, there will be revolution. I wasn't sure why I didn't feel that excited to hear that. It felt like I had just awakened a more zealous, more extreme version of our own expansion. Uplifting worlds and orderliness has colonialist vibes written all over it. If there are many worlds just like this, then it is our failure. We had been complacent, confident in our success to prevent the demons from coming to our world. If there are worlds that suffer regular demonic attacks, it is our duty to assist them. We are giants in our little pond, but now we discover that there is an ocean out there for us to liberate. The people of the multiple worlds are misguided, and they need to be improved. It is our duty, as angels, to do so. Why else are we granted a connection to the stars, if not to go there? Lumuf felt my concern. I highly recommend caution and a light touch. What you do, is very much what an invader does. Raf nodded. Your concern is noted, Patriarch Lumuf, but we are angels, and we will do better. I felt like I would regret our collective decision to introduce the demon worlds to the angels. Those who sought to impose their will, for the benefit of others, were not much better. Our first task, once we return, is to discover a method, to channel our own connection to the heavens, and open these gates. Raf declared with fervor. The 2 angels didn't dare oppose him. Lumuf looked at the other Valthorns accompanying him, and sighed. We occasionally see zealots, but they were always our own. Raf was not. He might be a force for good. There are worlds that might accept him. No, I could easily see worlds that would accept the angels as the messengers of their gods. His kind, if spread throughout the stars, would help many worlds from the fury of the demons, but I could also see the great destruction and the dictatorial order that they would inflict on worlds. The perfectly manicured version of their homeworld, copy-pasted across many others. He would be the burning fury of ancient angels, imposing their laws. A part of me wondered, do I let him go, or do I stop him here? Was he that different from me? I impose my will on the worlds I touched, for all I claim to have a light touch. Is he all that different? Was he better for the greater world in the long run? Or would they, someday in the far future, be something else entirely? Raf looked at the 2 angels. I had seen enough. Let us return to our world, and call for a great council. Action, and then, revolution. If it is something you want to achieve, then let us work together. Lumuf proposed, trying to see whether Raf could be absorbed into our structure. Raph shook his head. Once again, I thank you for the offer. What I have in mind must be done through the angels. Our kind finally has a worthy purpose, and I must return to them to deliver it. But we shall be friends, I shall see to it. Lumuf sighed, as he sensed my discomfort. Maybe this idea of a multiverse alliance may not be a great idea. I sometimes forget creatures of other worlds have different core values. Raph had done us no harm, and his goals aligned with mine in the long run, even if we had slightly different visions of that end. He could set up a concurrent entity, a force that supports us where we can't. We wanted to defeat the demons. The demons were the true enemy. They wanted to impose order, and the demons' destruction was tangentially related. They were not the enemy, even if I saw the seeds of disagreement. Just as I left the Crystal King Bee, I shall leave them alone, for now. We have to steer this rabid dog in a direction that would not harm us. Lumuf spoke via our mental link. Engagement is the only way to manage them. They are passionate, but perhaps misguided. Killing him would end the problem here and now. A part of me wondered. It would make him a martyr, an enemy of their world. Yet, until the deed is done, I strongly did not want to pass preemptive judgment. I know from experience that arguments with zealots did not go well. Those who sought to expand, would expand constantly. It is a need, a craving, a desire for more power, more land. This was, in a way, a demon-like behavior. I wasn't sure Raph would be that sort of zealot. As Stella stood at the edge, Raph bowed politely to her. This has been an enlightening experience, Lady Stella. I now see that my kind's failing. Once I return, I will guide my people to step out. Don't sell yourself short. Your kind has done great things for your world. Stella said, oblivious to the exchange between my priest and Raph. Stella opened the void portal and sent him back. He stepped through, and I felt like roots tangled in my soul. We may have an ally in the war against the demons, after all. We had given them perspective. I just hope I didn't regret it. New Estates. Year 223. No void mages in the angel world. Stella agreed after my discussion. They seemed so reasonable, though. The most frightening folks usually sound reasonable. That's how they get their foot through the door and win over followers. It is an art of guiding the blind, to achieve more perverse goals. Is it really that bad? Edna said. If we need to, we can fight them. They lack the means and ways to compete with us. 4-winged, 6-winged angels, or higher, have no level restrictions, so don't exactly count them out. Lumuf answered. They are in the same class as dragons and that kind. They may gain their own domain holders, in due course. Given that they even can innately see the astral paths, they may gain access to other worlds sooner than we think. Phew. Edna nodded. We should kidnap some and study them. Rune suggested. They are fascinating. Rune. Stella said. You cannot be serious. You're suggesting kidnapping innocent angels for studies. Eon hasn't gone that far. Then bribe them. Entice them with money, knowledge. Trade small useless information for it. The more we learn about them, the more we can prepare for them. Rune proposed. That's unethical, Stella said. But it works. Rune said, and Edna nodded along. Keep our demons close, and in this case, angels, closer. I agree. If these angels have innate astral knowledge, that could be a welcome addition to our lineup. We may not need angels directly, but there are humans who develop similar abilities. Surely some arrangement can be made. Stella frowned. I feel like that's cheating. It's called preparation. Fine. Stella wasn't pleased. If they get there, I think that's not a bad thing. Edna admitted. Someone that could help fight the demons is still a net positive. A point which I agreed with, and was why I let Raph go. We don't need much ties, beyond being there for the final battle, I guess. If we want them there for the final battle, we will need ties. Of course, if there's such a thing as a final battle. There's a possibility this conflict is like pest removal. Just a constant, never-ending war against a multiversal cockroach infestation. The second revelation, of course, was about my 2 new seeds. Just 2 seeds. Rune and Johann immediately realized that this wasn't going to go that well. If let's say there's another 2 more seeds further down the road, after what, 3 decades, we'd just have a grand total of 9 worlds. It wasn't great, and it meant that the total stable war potential was spread over 9 worlds, more if we could add Stella and the Void Mage's portal abilities. The future we foresee is a war of attrition against the demons, and I could see the shifting battle lines in the stars. The war will be fought over many worlds, with the heroes, and 9 worlds is not enough. What if we did what we did in the lava world, and attacked all the demons' blobs? They could take countermeasures, Stella said. The black blob wasn't adequately protected, and what makes you think these demons won't realize it? They have some battlefield intelligence, and can adapt to us. So you're saying what we did was a fluke? Stella paused. Not exactly. In specific circumstances, we could repeat it. I do not mean to reduce our achievements down to something less. It's just that, it's a changing battlefield, and the demons can and will adapt. The ranger laughed. Alright, we gotta hop to the mountain world. They'll have a demon king too. Unlike our little stint in the lava world, I took a step back for the mountain world. A cursory scouting mission to the demon's world, which returned us to the boreal demon world filled with ice and trees. Sure you guys don't want to do more? Lumuf shrugged. Well, take a step back and support you guys this time. We did identify the location of the teleportation, and rig the place with bombs. I didn't want to destroy the astral paths so quickly, not without knowing what was coming for us. It wasn't fair to put the mountain world through that risk, so we hedged, and decided to engage the Demon King when it arrived instead. The giant ice giant-like Demon King that arrived was nuked quite heavily the moment it arrived, which removed its outer shell. The heroes did most of the fighting, my domain holders provided support and cover fire. Many kingdoms and empires of the mountain world sent their spies and scouts to observe the fight from afar, but 6 strong, well-leveled heroes supported by a good team of domain holders meant the battle went smoothly. They prepped. No, everyone was prepared to teleport if there was any sign of the detonating bomb. It did, but relatively speaking, it was a weak bomb. The Demon King of the mountain world, Demon King Murgizan, was defeated on the same day as it arrived, and the mountain world could see another 15 or so years of peace. My domain holders gained a level or 3, but they've reached a point where it's starting to slow down, and Edna suggested rotating the soon-to-be domain holders to play a much larger role. From our victory on the lava world, I now possessed a full Demon King's core undamaged by any star mana, and this was something we placed into my biolabs for studies. Like the copy or replica we made from the assembled copy, it immediately opened up to a far larger map of the multiverse. It was a field of stars, with lines, paths. There was just one blob at the heart of it, and as I prodded it for more information. The Slaver's prison. Huh. Stella saw it too, as she experimented on the core of the Demon King. Unlike before, there was nothing blocking our attempt to intrude on this network. Stella played with it, and her eyes began to bleed. Shit. Sorry. A bit of healing later, her eyes were restored, but it did make her feel a little uncomfortable. The demons have a collective memory. Each of these demon worlds actually transmit information back to the Black Suns and the Blob. Stella used her magic to make a pale copy of the star map. Their view of the Void Forest is fixed to this perspective, but mapping it doesn't quite line up. As Stella once said, the Void Forest appeared differently to everyone else. What was near for me could be incredibly far away to someone else, and that perception of the Void Forest can get very distorted. Astral neighbors, like the mountain world and 3 worlds, actually are quite far apart on the demon's map. This was odd, to me, but to Stella, a space that's dependent on one's frame of reference was normal. No matter, my concerns led back to the blob. That blob is our target, isn't it? I asked her. She earlier said there was no single target. Yet, here it is. A single blob at the very center. A prison of gods. Or heroes. Or cores. That blob directs the will, and I am not certain if that's the only blob. It looks, according to this map, to be only one blob, but yet, it's referred to as the Slaver's prison. It might not be the real thing, and we are just taking out the means by which the demons command a particular segment of its forces. Stella poked at the core for a bit more. I highly doubt it is the only one. The gods once said that they fought a war with the demons across thousands of worlds, and from this map, there were thousands of worlds. Are you able to use this map, and exploit this Demon King's core? I want to know whether we can visit our neighbor in the demon's frame of reference. Stella nodded. It should be possible. The rifts should be able to line up to the commands of the core. It'll need a year or 2, but I should be able to rig this to one of the rifts. But it'll need you to supply us with the core mana, and we can start experimenting on its abilities. Got it. What about your Void Explorer? How far is it from the Snex world? It's almost there. Another 3 to 5 years, I think. Stella explained, as one of the other Void Archmages came in with some more schematics and notes. A short time to rescue Snek's kind. Snek and Ken made preparations, of course. Ken, In the past few years, learned Snek's language, and taught a small group of Valthorns to speak it. We just hoped that there was still someone there. Year 224. Stella was getting better at manipulating the Demon King's core, though she had to be healed after using it. The unusual magical architecture of the King's core strained her mind, and she asked, Eon, are you able to augment my mind? Through that dream academy. What? The heroes themselves were unnerved by the statement. You're asking Eon too. I know what I am asking, but the Demon King's core needs more mental power, and every time I use it, I feel my mental capacities are insufficient, even if I have the right mana type for it. She made progress, and her team of Void mages, supported by a group of dedicated Void enchanters and crafters of the Void, created a huge contraption around the Demon King's core. You must remember that this thing is essentially designed for the Demon King, and not meant for mere mortals. The Demon King's core was pretty much a nuclear reactor, linked to multiple arrays of crystals and potatoes filled with Void mana and core mana. At the end of it, was a rift gate and a control panel, which Stella would use. You do realize you are sharing your mind, Chung, being the natural voice of skepticism among the heroes. Lumoof does it and he's alright. Stella said, Look, I know the risks, but we have this core, and we have to crack it. We can't fight this war against the demons blind. We're currently essentially reacting to every single invasion. We're doing a lot, I know, but we can do better. Fight wars without having to fight them, you know. All it takes is more brain power, and in this world of magic, I really don't see why you're feeling queasy about it. Stella said, Can you build something, a structure or a thing to do so? I checked, and realized I could. Essentially, I would have to grow an attachment that would tap into her mind, something like a living helmet, which would then be linked to an artificial mind. Yes. Well, start small. Within a month I had a prototype, forged out of wood magic, and my evolutionary powers, to create a wooden suit that essentially linked itself to her scalp. It would tap into her mind, if she granted access, to be augmented by artificial minds. Holy shit, I feel like Iron Man. Stella said as she was wrapped in a wooden suit that was linked to artificial minds nearby. The limitation was that the transmission of the mind waves meant the artificial minds couldn't be very far. Is this how you see the world? Also, because she's a domain holder, she has to explicitly grant access to the artificial minds to her mind. That, in a way, was a weakness. Essentially, a domain was a firewall, and allowing artificial minds was a vulnerability in her mental defenses. Unlike Lumoof, who benefited from avatar mode, which meant he could get the mental support directly without having to open up to that sort of vulnerability. My priest just shrugged. Yup. It takes a bit of getting used to. You should totally roll this out to everyone. It's freaking amazing. Stella said. It's like what modern soldiers wanted to have. A dedicated AI for every single one. Rune and Johan were both intrigued. Seriously. Alka observed it, and nodded. It's that amazing. I already have these lab assistants in my lab. I know, but these things help so much. If they can be specifically configured, Stella asked. Eon, can they be magic focused? They are designed to do specific functions. It would need some prototyping and training before they can do what you want them to. Ah, never mind. Let's see how this does against the core's void map. She then tested out her contraption, and tapped into the Demon King's core. I felt the supporting artificial minds glow and then they splattered in a small explosion, as the demands of the Demon King's core overwhelmed them. I immediately cut off the connection. Oof. Not ready yet. Stella cursed. I could use a Titan soul to make an artificial mind. That kind of mind support might be sufficient for Stella's intentions. But I still didn't have the option. I needed more void mind related experiments, before the system grants me the option to create a void variant supermint. Despite the failure, I liked the idea enough. A combination of familiars, artificial minds, special wood mind suits to support high-leveled Valthorns, I could give them support in terms of mental load, coordination and strategy. It felt like a natural evolution of the Valthornian supersoldier, and so, I immediately got Patrick to start work on designing new supersoldier suits. In line with its superhero inspiration, I decided the first version would be named the Timberman Mark I. How'd it go? I asked Edna, who reappeared from the pocket realm. It went well. It wasn't even that hard a fight. The knight answered. Just punching some monsters really hard, and I get this. She showed off her new haul, a shining sword. Sword of the Demon Slayer. It's got buffs quite comparable to your Demon Hunter special class, but it's an object, instead of a class. It was interesting that the system permitted multiple iterations to achieve the same goals, and the return of the mythical era of knights was really appealing to me. My own extrapolation suggested that Edna could even someday obtain some kind of S-caliber equivalent. At the domain level, the system seemed to encourage the creation of new myths or legends. Interestingly, I am permitted to undertake quests to obtain specific anti-swords. Oh, if I chose demons as my chosen enemy for the quest, I'd get swords for that purpose. The only condition it needs to fulfill is some kind of evil or injustice or destruction criteria, and I could choose them as a target. That means, should a hero commit evil, I could undertake a set of quests under this ability, that would grant me some kind of anti-hero sword. That's really overpowered. It is, Edna said. Lesser knights can obtain lesser variants, of course, but it is still an incredible force multiplier. It meant knights, under this mechanism, would function as a check and balance since any act of tremendous evil could result in creation of anti-evil quests.